On this day, a great catastrophe occurred because the last gate opened and the main enemy emerged from it. A powerful beam of light hit the building, and after colliding with it, the building began to collapse, and cracks appeared along the perimeter of the building. The main villain stood not far from the destroyed building and laughed when he looked at what his powers were capable of. The main villain saw that a hero approached him, holding a sword in his hands, and the skeleton said that an ordinary fool would not be able to go out alone and cope with him. But in front of him stood an unusual guy because it was the warrior hero, Baek Jin. Baek Jin said that he is not afraid of death, and therefore he is not afraid to compare with a weak skeleton. He took a long sword in his hand, squeezed it tightly, and began to prepare for an attack. Baek Jan made a swift dash forward towards his opponent. He swung his sword and dealt a crushing blow from above, and then shouted that he had no longer felt the fear of death for a long time. Baek Jin at that moment was busy fighting, and all he was interested in was killing the skeleton and closing the gate so that evil spirits could no longer enter their world. The skeleton saw that the enemy wanted to get as close to him as possible, and so he created a blue magic seal in front of him that was supposed to protect him. Baek Jin continued to make his way forward despite the fact that there was a magic seal in front of him, because he still wanted to kill the enemy. The skeleton raised his hand up and said that this was all very funny, and he had never met such selfless people before. A few seconds later, a very strong explosion occurred and the skeleton crashed into the rock, after which stones began to fall off the rock. The large blue flash of light was so powerful that it left a kilometer-long destruction in its wake. The skeleton looked forward and wanted to see what happened to his opponent after he used his powerful magic spell. When the skeleton thought that his enemy was already dead, he suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. Baek Jin took advantage of the fact that his opponent was distracted by jumping behind him and raising his sword in the air. The skeleton clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and he was not prepared for the fact that this man could survive such a powerful spell. Baek Jin looked at him with a contemptuous look and wanted to see with his own eyes how this monster would die. He used a wide swipe and did a lot of damage to the skeleton's body. The great skeleton felt his bones slowly begin to crumble and his body could not withstand such damage. Baek Jin watched this skeleton die and heard his last words that now Baek Jin will now become a hero for all mankind and glory awaits him. But our hero replied that he absolutely doesn't care about universal recognition and the status of a legendary hero does not interest him at all. At that moment, a flashback occurred in his head, and he remembered how a woman's hand fell to the ground and began to bleed, and a woman's voice said that she was forced to die so that he could save this world because he was the chosen warrior. He held her in his arms and cried because she died and he could not do anything about it. But her last words were a request that he protect all people. People were delighted when they saw that the main character saves the world and copes with various monsters, and thanks to him, they remained alive. He constantly felt headaches and various mental problems due to the fact that he had a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. He plunged his blade into the skeleton's skull and broke its bones. Baek Jin suddenly began to cry and said that despite the fact that he is a hero and a great warrior, he is very tired and this craft tires him. He invited the skeleton to kill each other here and now, and in this case to finally be freed from this fate. He raised his sword up to plunge it into his body and filled this sword with magical energy. Baek Jin thrust a sword into his heart, and before his death said that he still could not protect the most dear person in his life. And now he has fulfilled his destiny and can die in peace. He closed his eyes and felt his body begin to take off the air and slowly evaporate. He knew that the end was near, and he would not need to hold the sword in his hands. As soon as he closed his eyes, he immediately heard some strange sounds and opened his eyes to see what was happening in front of his face. He saw an old man. This man touched his cheek with his finger, but Baek Jin could not resist him and thought that a giant had attacked him. He grabbed his giant finger with his small hand and thought that a little later he would figure out what was happening here. But now he needed to kill the giant. The servant called the mistress and said that little Riley had just held his finger with his little hand, and they began to laugh. Baek Jin suddenly realized that this was the small hand that he had just seen before his eyes. It was his hand, and he did not understand why these people call him Riley. The lady smiled and said that her son was beginning to show his talents, and this is all because he is the youngest son of the great swordsman, Count and Ippolant. Baek Jin lay on a small bed and looked at the ceiling in fear. He realized that he was in some strange world. He wanted to understand which appellate this woman was just talking about. Suddenly, A tall man with a strong build and a stern expression entered the room. He stopped near the child's bed and asked if the child was ready to accept the blessing of the sword. This man looked into the eyes of the child and said that he was a master of the sword, and explained to the child that he was the youngest son, and the entire Ippolita family is a family of great master swordsmen. After that, he explained that the blessing of the sword is a very important, long-awaited ritual for each of their children. He lay on the bed and heard all the people discussing the fact that soon he would take the sword into his hands and become another great sword master. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He felt irritated. You realized that he promised himself in a past life that he would never pick up a sword again, and he was reborn into a family of master swordsmen. He started screaming very loudly that he didn't understand why he was given such a fate, but the adults didn't understand him. It seemed to them that he was just crying like a child. But suddenly a sharp sword blade appeared in front of his face. He saw that there were as many as 5 swords hanging above his head, and they were all very quickly approaching his body. He didn't understand what these psychos were going to do now because they were playing with real swords. The servant shouted that the little master was delighted with these swords and wanted to take them into his hands. All the servants saw how the little gentleman became interested in these swords, but he bit his lip and thought that most of all in life, he hated these stupid swords. He started crying because he vowed never to pick up a sword again in his life. But now he was reborn in a body and retained the memory of his past life. But the most offensive thing is that he was born into a family of sword masters. He saw the castle and shouted that he didn't understand why death didn't take him with it to the world of the dead. 19 years had passed since he entered this body, and the people of the kingdom were celebrating that the Ippolita family had chosen a new heir. This family had the blessing of the sword, and so far none of the sons have achieved the skill to take the new throne. The eldest son, Leon, chose the path of purest sword power. In the kingdom, he was known as the most famous monster slayer who is not afraid to fight the most powerful monsters. Middle son Lloyd chose the path of agility and speed, and no one could compare with him in this skill. He was one of the best swordsmen in the entire kingdom, and he was able to cut a drop of water on the fly. A man in a bar asked his friend about the third son of the emperor, and he wanted to know what was happening to this guy and what path he chose. But the interlocutor replied that he was not talking about the third son of the emperor because he grew up fighting useless wars, and he has no ability to wield a sword because he is very lazy. At that moment, a man with white hair was sitting next to them and drinking beer and his glass. This man listened to people in a bar discussing a third of the emperor's son and calling him useless, and after these words, his hands began to shake. He hit the glass of beer with all his might, and the whole table began to shake. He turned the heads of these guys and said that they have no right to talk like that about the third son of the emperor because they are ordinary plebeians. But the main character didn't care at all what other people were saying about him, and he lay calmly on the grass and enjoyed the warm weather. He lay near a tree and whistled a melody with his lips, and at that moment he was absolutely not interested in what people thought about him. He looked at the sky and saw a cloud that looked like a hamburger, and it made the young master laugh. The old man at that moment in the bar was trying to prove that the young master would show everyone his strength in the future. But the guy continued to lie on the grass and thought that the only disadvantage of this world is that there is no Coca-Cola here. He continued to look at the clouds and thought that he really missed cola. But I was thinking about the fact that lately he has been overwhelmed by nostalgia and is remembering the past. He thought that he would forget his past life when he reached a certain age. Unfortunately, this did not happen. When he turned 19 in a past life, he couldn't even think that something like this would happen to him. He accidentally picked up a sacred sword that no one else could take, and no one could even touch it. As soon as he touched this ball, he became the bearer of a sword that was supposed to save humanity from the Skeleton King. And from that moment, he was no longer the same, and his whole life turned into a war against monsters and demons. From that moment on, his fate was predetermined, and he, unfortunately, could not live an ordinary life like all other people. He promised himself that in this life he would never pick up a sword again, and he never again wanted to condemn himself to such a terrible thing. Ryle began to slowly rise from the ground, and his eyes began to glow red, and he continued to repeat the same phrase about how he would never pick up a sword again. Mr. Yang silently approached him, and all this time he watched the young master, tried to understand what he was doing. After that, he asked the young master what he was doing today. Ryle raised his eyes up to Mr. Yang and listened to the lecture, that soon there will be an election for a new heir and other families will be invited, and they will look at the skill of the young master. Ryle at that moment began to stretch and yawn, and said that he absolutely does not care what the rest of the family say about him, because everyone treats him like an ugly duckling and everyone thinks that he is lazy and that suits him. Ian was very surprised when he found out that the young master knew about this, why he doesn't want to change anything. But Ryle that there is no point in this, and all these people are right, as if they are saying that he is lazy. Yang ran after the young master and tried to explain to him that he had to prove to the rest of the brothers that he was stronger than them. Yang began to shout that the young master is the smartest son of all, and his reputation is very important, and he cannot ruin it. Ryle turned his head at him and asked him not to shout so loudly because he had just woken up. He made a cute expression on his face and said that he was sick, and therefore would not be able to hold a sword in his hands. But Yang at that moment became very angry and said that the good gentleman should change something. Ryle asked him not to worry so much about what other people say about him because he himself does not pay attention to them, and bitter experience taught him this. There was a lot of food on the table and everyone was preparing for dinner, and the gentleman tried to explain to Madame that Master Riley needed to compete with his brothers, and he must understand that the water under the stone did not flow. The mistress picked up the spoon that was lying on the table and said that Riley should be given a chance. She looked at her child and explained to him that their family is famous for the fact that every man in the family is a great swordmaster. She smiled and said that the most important thing for her is that her son is happy, and she doesn't want the fate of their family to burden him, and it is important for her that he finds his happiness. Ryle at that moment could not believe his ears, because his mother was actually a great woman, and he was touched by her words. After she said her opinion, she invited everyone to start dinner and dipped the spoon in the jelly. The lady explained that there is a very big difference between the three sons, and each of them is a great person in their own field of activity, and each should have their own path. Ryle closed his eyes, smiled, and asked Mr. Yang to no longer worry about what people on the street say about him. Ian tried to explain to the madam that her son is an incredibly smart guy, and we need to take advantage of this and help him find his way. Jan said that when little Riley was only 1 year old, he had already begun to speak in coherent sentences, and he was the most talented child in the family. When he was 2 years old, Mr. Yang put his hand on the boy's chest to feel his energy, and he could not believe that in 60 years of his life, he was seeing such a gifted child for the first time. Ryle learned to read very quickly, and immediately began to read the heavy literature that is taught to people in universities. The lady finished her food on her plate and said that children who are inclined towards science usually pick up a pen instead of a sword. Ryle listened to his mother praise him and thought that he was happy with everything. He looked at the ceiling and thought that Yang and his mother doted on him, and they would always protect him, which meant that he would never have to pick up a sword. But suddenly his mother touched her lip and saw that blood was flowing out of her mouth. She didn't understand what was happening, but the blood continued to flow out, and it only became more. She suddenly lost consciousness and began to fall from the chair, and Ryle at that moment did not understand what was happening. He was very scared and asked his mother what happened to her, but she did not answer and continued to lie unconscious on the floor. He started screaming very loudly that he needed a doctor's help, and this scream was heard throughout the palace. There were traces of blood on the table where the lady was sitting. Ryle understood that from that moment on, serious problems would begin in his life, because as long as his mother was next to him, he could not take up the sword and do what he liked. But suddenly something terrible happened to her, and it all happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to understand anything. The world in his head gradually began to collapse, and he understood that this happened for a reason, and most likely someone did this on purpose to kill his mother. Ian began to shout very loudly that Madame was coughing up blood and that they needed to call a doctor and give her first aid. But at that moment, Ryle turned his head back and saw a girl standing near the door. He heard this girl laugh, although this laugh was very quiet. He understood that most likely this was the same girl who poisoned his mother and forever deprived him of a quiet life. He looked at her and realized that this was the first wife of his father, Orly, and it was she who arranged the death of his mother. Ryle clenched his fist tightly and began to get angry at this vile killer for poisoning his mother. Ryle came closer to Yang and asked him to go call the doctor as soon as possible, and at that moment he would remain with his mother. Ian asked the gentleman how he could help, and Ryle replied that when he was 5 years old, he read all the treatises on medicine, he would help her and take her to her chambers. She lay on his lap and blood continued to flow from her mouth. Ian shouted that he would immediately go and call the doctor, but Ryle said that he wanted to ask him something else. Yang looked at the young master in surprise and asked what else he wanted. Ryle was incredibly angry at that moment and asked his servant to bring him his wooden sword, which had been lying and collecting dust in the chest for a long time. On this day, the weather was beautiful and sunny, and the rays reflected in the crystal glass on the chandeliers and created sunny bunnies. Ryle wet a white rag and then let it sit to get rid of excess water and moisture. He put a wet towel on his mother's forehead to make her feel a little better. He looked at her all this time and thought that he had done everything possible, and now all he could do was wait for something to change. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and John shouted very loudly that he had brought the doctor. Young explained to the doctor that she felt sick after she ate food from her plate. The doctor said that he would now try to examine her body. The doctor put 2 fingers on her hand in the place where her pulse is, and said that fortunately the poisoning was not fatal, and there was a chance that my lady could recover, but the poison was spreading throughout the body. At that moment, Ryle took a deep breath and then exhaled the air from his lungs. He felt relief and realized that everything was not as scary as he thought. But he still didn't like that the doctor was very calm about his mother's condition. Ryle that she just coughed up blood and the doctor says that her life is not in danger despite the fact that she looks very bad. Young lowered his head down and told the young master that there was a high probability that this was not an accident and that someone was deliberately planning to poison the lady. The maid who was responsible for serving the meal has already been arrested and will soon be interrogated. Yang said that it would be necessary to conduct an investigation and understand who is guilty of this crime, and as soon as they find the culprit, they will immediately need to punish. Yang bowed to the young master and asked for his forgiveness because he should have been more careful. If he had noticed something suspicious, it might not have happened. Ryle asked his servant if he remembered those stories about another world that he so often told him about and saw in his dreams. Yang looked at the young master in surprise and said that he remembers every time the story that the boy told him, but he doesn't understand what it has to do with it. Ryle explained that in that other world there is one good saying that you shouldn't wake something up while it's quiet. And after these words, he threw the wooden sword over his shoulders. Ryle began to walk slowly towards the doors and thanked his servant for bringing him the sword, but now he needed to go and talk to one person. He asked the servant to take care of his mother and then slammed the door behind him. He looked forward. I said that he regrets only one thing in his life, and that is that he wanted to live happy and carefree next to the person who is dear to him. In this world, this person turned out to be his mother, and she was actually the most valuable person for him. Suddenly, his pupils began to constrict, and he felt an incredibly strong anger that overwhelmed him. He remembered the moment when blood started flowing from his mother's mouth. Then he said that no one would dare take away his last wish. He saw a girl in a purple dress who was in front of him, and thought that if he had to pick up a sword in order to protect his mother, he would do it. Ryle smiled and said that he had been looking for this lady for half an hour, and she had been here all this time. Ryle asked Mrs. Orley to look at him and not act as if she did not notice him. She looked at him with a dissatisfied look and squinted her eyes. Orley turned to him and asked the young master what he was doing here and how he was doing. She started laughing and called him young lazy sword master. Ryle began to laugh when she heard these words from her and thought that if he had to take the sword in his hands, he would not take it for the sake of justice for good or something like that. He would take the sword in order to fulfill his only desire, and after that, he said that his things are always good, and thanks to Orley, not only he is doing well. He said that his mother is also doing very well now, especially after the food she just ate, and he would like to thank Mrs. Orley. She started laughing, heard a desire to praise her, and realized that he was really stupid. She laughed and said that she is the mistress of this house and is trying to make life better for everyone who lives in this castle, and she is very worried about Iris because her son has a bad reputation, and everyone laughs at him and calls him the master of the lazy sword. She looked at him and said that the lazy sword master had grown up and picked up a wooden sword. Ryle replied that she shouldn't laugh at him because something has changed lately. He looked at her and said that he could smell the soup that his mother ate from her and asked if she wanted to tell him anything. Orley said that he had a very subtle sense, and he guessed that she was in the kitchen before dinner. The day was approaching evening, and the whole sky was orange. Orley turned around and after that began to walk away from him and said that he was behaving very strangely now. Orly said that there is a sign when a person tries to change. He is suddenly overtaken by death, and this is her advice for Ryle to sit quietly and not attract unnecessary attention to himself, just like he did before. Ryle was incredibly angry at that moment, but nevertheless, he continued to stand still and did not move. He held back his anger. When night fell, there were a lot of clouds in the sky. The mistress asked the servant what happened to find out about Riley, and the servant replied that after meeting her, he went to the yard to train. The servant said that Ryle doesn't even know how to hold a sword correctly, and his fencing skills are terrible. She took a sip of tea from a pink cup and said that this guy is a puppy, and he still dared to talk disrespectfully to her. So she ordered the servant to finish with him as quickly as possible tonight. The assassin promised his mistress that he would do everything possible to remain unnoticed. He watched this guy all evening, and at first it seemed to him that Ryle was absolutely harmless. Poor guy. But he had the feeling that he understood that he was being watched all this time. The assassin realized that all this time Ryle was doing everything possible to hook him and send him into a trap. Orly asked his idol and ordered him not to immediately go on a mission. He told her that he would do everything in the best possible way, and then left the room. He approached the room in which Ryle was supposed to be and thought that everything needed to be done very quickly and quietly. But suddenly this guy appeared in front of him and swung his wooden sword. Ryle said that finally this idiot came because he was already tired of waiting. The assassin looked at him in fear and did not understand what to do since he had just been taken by surprise. Ryle laughed and his eyes glowed red. He said that he had been waiting for him in this corridor for several hours, and it was time to finally play with him. The assassin continued to look at him in fear and did not understand how he did not feel his presence. Ryle did not want to waste time and immediately struck with all his strength with his sword on the body of this assassin. He jumped back and dodged the blow, and after that he thought that Ryle has not changed, but his attack speed is very fast. He looked down and looked at the place where he had just been before jumping back. He saw a hole in the floor that was left after being hit with a wooden sword, and could not believe that Ryle had such incredible power. Ripe, in a low, rough voice, asked the assassin to finally wake up because he was inattentive. He immediately made a rapid dash forward with incredible speed, and behind him there was a red and blue trail. Ryle jumped very high and swung his sword to strike from above, and then said that he hates people who come to kill him. The assassin blocked the blow of the sword with his blade, and he had to use more effort to hold back such an attack. But Ryle asked the assassin if he really came here in spite of Mrs. Orly. Ryle understood from the look of this killer that he had just told the truth, and asked whether Mrs. Orly had spent so much money on a hired killer, and it was all in vain. His eyes began to glow red even more, and he called this assassin a weakling because he is an assassin who cannot even resist a wooden sword. After these words, Ryle made a movement with his hand and knocked the blade out of the enemy's hands. His blade fell on the carpet and was distinguished several meters to the side. The mercenary could not believe his eyes because this guy looked like a real weakling during the day. Now he fights like an experienced warrior. He overestimated his capabilities, and now he has fallen into a trap and does not know what to do correctly. Ryle was not going to let this mercenary out of here alive, and therefore swung his weapon again to deal the final blow. Loud screams and a request for help were heard from the corridor, but everyone was already asleep, so no one cared about the assassin. Moonlight illuminated the roof of the palace. Ian walked up to the door and took the door handle with his hand to open it. Ryle was lying on the bed at that moment, and there was a black book on evolution that covered his eyes, and he asked his servant what happened again. Ian said that he came here to talk, and he has very important news that a corpse was found in the estate today. Ryle pretended as if he was absolutely not interested in this news, and he was absolutely not surprised. He waved his hand and said that he initially thought that something interesting, or at least serious, had happened, but corpses in the palace are very ordinary. Yang was surprised when he saw such a reaction from the young gentleman and tried to explain to him that the Count had a lot of enemies, but this time it was not the Count's enemy. This man was an unusual corpse because it was the corpse of an assassin, and no one understands who sent him here and how he ended up in the castle. People are told that this corpse was found near Mrs. Orly's room and someone broke this assassin's neck. People in the castle speculate that news of Lady Iris's poisoning has reached the Earl, and it may have something to do with the corpse that was found in the palace today. Ian tried to explain to the young master that now is not the time to relax and chill, and that he needs to act, because recently tragedies in the castle have become more frequent. He lowered his head and said that the young master should not be alone because no one knows if there are other assassins in the palace now. Ryle hid his face behind a black book and listened as Ian told him that it was unlikely that the young master would be able to defend himself. Ryle got angry and slammed his book with both hands in order to somehow stop his servant. He got out of bed, scratched his head, and explained to him that he could stand up for himself and protect himself, and now it was better to take care of his mother. Yang tried to interrupt him and explain that the young gentleman now does not quite understand what he is talking about. Ryle interrupted him again and handed him a note. He said that he had written a list of herbs that needed to be bought in order to make a medicinal decoction for Mom, and that it should help her. Ian looked at him in surprise and asked when he managed to do this. Ryle smiled and explained to his service that he had a lot to do besides lie near a tree and look at the clouds, and he didn't waste any time. Ryle asked his servant to check on his mother and said that he would also come to her a little later. He looked at the wooden sword and the steel sword that lay under his bed and said that he had urgent business and had to be a little late. The gentleman was sitting at his table and was incredibly angry. He asked his sons if they had searched the whole palace well. The two brothers stood in front of him and explained that they were looking for the rest of the assassins throughout the palace and found no one. The father replied that this guy came unarmed to the estate of the ballmasters, and this man was most likely very arrogant, and maybe one of the residents helped him. The gentleman suggested that, judging by his clothes, he could be from the guild of thieves or assassins and maybe, well, investigate this. But Orly at that moment was sitting on a chair and listened carefully to everything that the gentleman said. Orly bit her finger and said that everything didn't go according to plan, and now she might have big problems because one incredibly evil one goes out. She watched them and tried to understand where the assassin's dagger that this assassin had disappeared, because he couldn't just disappear. She understood that one of the residents of the estate had this dagger, and now all that remained was to find out who exactly had it, and then she would understand who was able to kill this assassin. Ryle woke up very early and began to warm up. He asked the servant how Mom was feeling. Yang replied that she was much better, and thanks to the herbs that the young master wrote in the note, she felt much better today. Ryle said that he was very glad to hear that she was feeling much better, and now he could continue to go to bed and rest. Yang sat down on his knee and asked to listen to him, because now is the time to pick up a sword, because swinging a sword twice is not enough to become an experienced warrior. Ryle at that moment was lying on the grass and looking at the clouds. He said that you also need to be able to lose, and he can fight not only with a sword, but also use a cane for this. And then he said that he noticed that the fruits were ripe and asked his servant to pick one of fruits for him and one for yourself. Yang didn't understand why the young master was asking to pick fruits from the tree, because they have a large amount of fruits in the palace. But when he raised his head up and looked at the tree branch, he noticed a sword. It seemed very suspicious to him. He saw an iron dagger lying on a branch and glistening when the sun's rays hit it. Ryle smiled because his servant quickly noticed the dagger that was lying on this branch. Ryle came closer to him and asked if his servant also wanted delicious fruit. But Ian replied that he had no time for fruit right now, and he saw something important with a wave on the branch of this tree of yours. Ian leaned down and picked up a dirty stone that was lying on the ground with his white glove. He swung this stone and threw it at the sword which was on a tree branch. Ryle acted as if he was surprised by the appearance of the dagger and said that it didn't look like a fruit at all. Yang looked at this blade in surprise and asked where it came from here and who could have hidden it on a tree, and said that this dagger had the same symbolism that was seen on the leg of the murdered assassin. Ryle smiled and realized that his servant was pleased with such smart men, and he was able to guess from the first time who this blade belonged to. At night, a black carriage was driving along a city road. The carriage had red curtains. These curtains were motionless, but there was someone inside the carriage. A hand wearing a white glove stuck out of the carriage. The man inside said that he could not believe that he died by committing suicide. The girl replied that so far nothing is known about his death and how it happened, but the fact that he died is a fact. The gentleman asked in a dissatisfied voice where his body was now, what was happening to him. The girl replied that his body was now in the Ippolita estate and they couldn't take it from there undetected. He scratched his beard and said that Lady Orly might be in serious trouble because of this incident, and they need to go to Ipa village immediately. She looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he was going to deal with this problem personally. He explained that he was obliged to do this, but nevertheless he must remain unnoticed. And after that, the gentleman began to laugh. He changed his white gloves to black gloves and said that they would do everything quickly and secretly. After that, he put a black hood on his head that hid his face and said that he must help his daughter remain unnoticed. The next day, the weather was beautiful again, and it seemed like nothing happened during the night. Orly had been sitting on the sofa in her room since the morning, drinking coffee from a red cup. She was constantly nervous and biting her thumb. She couldn't believe that she had fallen into such a trap because of this and the idiot. And it was interesting why this idiot lost his dagger during the task, and who could have stopped him and brutally killed him. She constantly thought that the young master and servant brought the dagger to the Lord, which they found in the forest. They tried to insert this dagger into the sheath, and it turned out that this was the same dagger that the armed assassin had. She chewed her finger even harder and said that assassin number 3 was an idiot, and he had to die without anyone noticing. But he even gave up his dagger. She began to get angry and didn't know how to calm herself down, or what the right decision to take was because the situation was serious. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking on her door and trying to come in. She asked who it was behind the door and what he needed from her. The guy's voice said that it was Royd and he wanted to go into her room. She started coughing and allowed him to enter the room. At that moment, she calmed down. She was initially afraid that Ryle had come to take revenge on her again. Orly saw the guy and said that he works constantly, and most likely he is a very busy person. Royd looked around and said that nothing special was happening to him right now, and he just wanted to make sure that everything was okay with his mother, because the assassin was found in front of her room. She said that everything was exactly like that, but now she is very tired, and she is very pleased that he takes care of her. Royd asked her again if she was okay because she looked very tired and restless. He said that he understands why mother is so worried and why she is so anxious because he was killed right in front of her door. Royd smiled at his head and said that she was probably very tired, and she needed to rest and he would protect her peace. Royd asked your mother if she heard the news that grandfather's manufactory moved to the village of Ipa. She looked with a sly look, smiled, and asked if Tess's manufactory had decided to move to the village of Ipa. Royd said that this is exactly how it is, and the services that operate in the city told him about it. He said that a very large number of factory workers arrived. Orly put her index finger on her lips and said in surprise that she had not even heard anything about it. But at that moment, she thought that they probably heard that assassin number 3 had died. Orly thanked Royd for telling her all the latest news and said that he could go because he probably had his own business, and again said that she was fine. She closed the door when he left the room and was happy because a large number of factory workers had arrived in the city, and most likely her father could also come. She was glad that if everything was really like this, it meant that he intended to solve all the problems properly. She started laughing with an evil laugh and said that now, together with her father and his employees, she could deal with the master's new wife and his stupid son. Ryle lay on the grass with his eyes closed near his favorite tree and enjoyed nature. He heard the voices of the Assassins discussing their plan that first number 2 would go forward, then number 4, and then number 5. Ryle said that they, as always, complicate their lives and come up with some complicated plans. Ryle opened one of his eyes and looked at them, and after that said that he thought that it would be enough to show the dagger to his father, and that would be enough to solve the problem. Well, it seems that the assassins want to strike first. He closed his eyes and said that he would have to fight again and he would gladly not do it. The assassins were sitting on a tree and talking about how their task was to capture body number 3 and get him out of the estate, and they had to be careful because almost all the inhabitants of the estate were current or former warriors. But just as they were about to begin this mission, they suddenly stopped and heard that some guy intervened in their dialogue. They looked at this guy and couldn't understand where he came from here and how he could hear their telepathic conversation. Ryle walked near the tree below and, using telepathy, said that he did not want to interrupt their important dialogue, but he must inform them that he did not care what they were planning to do on the estate. He looked at them with his red eye and said that he had only one condition, and it was that they should not cross his path and not interfere in his affairs. They looked at him in surprise, and Ryle continued to say that they should avoid entering the estate. The girl asked the boss why he also heard this along with the rest of the assassins. The boss replied that, unfortunately, not only the 3 of them heard this, but all the other members of the Assassins Guild. He said that he never knew that there was an assassin in the Appellate family. She asked the boss, and maybe it makes sense to give an order to retreat. He stood up and said that they couldn't just let go because they had already spent too much effort to get here, and they had to end this once and for all, and he would take the dagger from the estate. Everyone from number 2 to number 10 had to infiltrate the estate and take number 3's body. The rest were supposed to distract the attention of the inhabitants of the estate if something went wrong, and not surrender alive under certain conditions and destroy all evidence. The assassin approached her door and said that she was the second wife of the master, but nevertheless she was the wife of the count, and she could have a lot of guards. The girl said that they just have to do their job and try to go unnoticed, and this is Lady Orley's personal request, so they cannot fail to fulfill this order. He explained that her son is harmless, and he doesn't even know how to handle a sword, and everything will work out if they just don't catch anyone's eye. He said that this is their chance to get a promotion, and he will do everything possible to get this promotion, because he is tired of following stupid orders. But suddenly, he heard the voice of the same guy who told them that he warned them not to enter the estate. They turned around in fear to see where this guy was now. But when they turned around, they did not see that there was no one else in the corridor besides them. Ryle began to laugh and said that they did not listen to his orders and entered exactly the place where they were forbidden to go more than all other places. He stood in front and held a blade and a rope in his hand and said that he would be as cruel as possible to them because they themselves decided not to listen to his orders. He said that they made their choice, so now they will have to regret their actions. He held the rope in his hands and asked them if they knew what adults do to children who violate prohibitions. They looked at him in surprise and assumed that he was the same young master of the lazy sword that they were told about. They would now quickly deal with him because now they did not need to look for him. The assassins immediately made a swift jump and headed towards him. They landed next to him holding their weapons in their hands and said that they would give him a quick death as a gift. Ryle unraveled the entire rope and at that moment saw that one enemy was behind him and the second enemy was using invisibility. The assassin was approaching him very quickly and wanted to deliver a targeted strike in order to kill him immediately. But suddenly he felt incredibly strong pain and saw drops of blood flying out of his body. He touched his chest with his palm and saw that there was now a sharp dagger blade in his chest. He didn't understand how he didn't notice the movement of this blade and where it even came from here. Ryle looked at him again and said that he had already warned not to cross into the estate and not to cross his path. He closed his eyes and began to swing the dagger that was tied to the rope. He said that these idiots will die by the hand of what they call the lazy swordmaster. He couldn't believe that his partner had just been killed with one blow, and it looked as if a real blade master was standing in front of them. The assassin looked at this guy and he easily handled weapons and remembered that he was told that this guy was the weakest target. He saw Ryle smile and realized that most likely they had been deceived and sent into a trap. Ryle held the tail blade in his hands and said that he hears all their thoughts, so he asked them to quickly come to the realization of what is happening here and move on to the phase of regret because they will not be able to leave this house. He squinted his eyes and realized that he needed to fight with this guy, just like with other opponents, despite the fact that he was stronger than they said about him. He got very angry and realized that he wanted to attack him before the enemy attacked him. He made a swift dash forward and attacked him from behind, but Ryle continued to stand calmly and smile. He very quickly repulsed this assassin with one blow to the side. The assassin saw that his hand was now lying on the floor, separated from his body, and holding a blade. He couldn't believe what just happened, and with one quick blow, this guy was able to cut off his hand. Ryle smiled and listened to this hitman cry and scream about how his hand had just been cut off. He turned around and slowly began to walk towards the exit. He understood that he needed to run away from here, and he did not want to die from this monster's friend. But Ryle was not going to let him go and threw his dagger at his back and pierced his body. He made a jump to the top, and in flight once again reminded this assassin that he had initially warned them not to meddle here. The assassin looked away and could not believe that he had fallen into such a trap. He swung his weapon again, said that they themselves had chosen the path of their death. All he had to do was fulfill his part of the agreement and punish them for disobedience. After he struck, the blood of this assassin ran in different directions and stained the windows. There were also traces of blood on the wall, and the white wall turned into dirty, bloody stains. He landed on the floor and froze in an epic fighting pose. Ryle looked at the two corpses of these assassins and said that he hoped that it would be at least interesting. But he was very bored, and he wondered where the rest of the assassins were. At that moment, in the other wing of the building, there was Yang, armed with a long sword, and a maid who also took the sword, and in them stood two assassins dressed in black clothes. The maid said that there are too many of these opponents, but she doesn't understand how they even got into the estate. Yang held the sword in his hands and suddenly began to fill it with magical energy in order to prepare him for battle. He carried out the first blow with his weapon and said that he did not understand how they even dared to give up gunpowder and houses. Yang cut the body of two opponents in half with one blow of his weapon. Sarah told Mimi Yang that they saw as many as 15 assassins in the building, and if they continue to fight them in the same rhythm, it will all be over soon. Yang said that there was absolutely no point in them being here now because he had to fight to the last drop of blood. Sarah replied that she would guard Lady Iris's room and asked Yang to find Mr. Riley's room. He immediately made a swift dash forward and began to run into the young master's room and said that he would be back soon. He completely forgot that the young master might now be completely alone, and he would not be able to protect himself from such a large number of opponents. Yang thought that the young master had always been good at hiding and was sure that he had found a safe place in the estate so that he would not be found. He ran very quickly along the corridor, despite his age, and shouted that he would soon save the young master. But suddenly we had to stop because he saw in front of him a man in a black robe who was standing opposite him. He looked at this assassin in surprise because he looked like everyone else. Ian began to carefully examine this opponent and realized that this was an unusual, ordinary hired killer, and that this was some kind of more serious opponent. Ian that he doesn't want to seem rude, but if this idiot goes off the road now, he will remain alive. But Penetrated did not answer him and instead simply took out his dagger to begin the battle. Yang also grabbed the sword that hung on his belt with his hand and said that he didn't have time for this battle now. He used his internal energy and made a rapid dash forward because he needed to deal with this enemy as quickly as possible. They entered into a fight and began to attack each other with their weapons and fight off blows. Suddenly, the assassin used a combination of several very fast blows and found himself behind the old man's back. He grabbed his sword again to stab him in the back and carry out his heart. But Ian was a very experienced military man and knew how to behave in such situations and what he needed to do in order to fend off such attacks. The assassin was angry because he didn't understand where this old man came from with such strength and why he was still not dead. Because at his age, old people cannot lift a cane. This old man fights and held a sword in his hands. Yang looked at him with a dissatisfied look and said that he was impudent and he dared to challenge the Ippolita family with such insignificant skills. He hit with his ball and said that such idiots deserve to die. But the enemy himself avoided this blow and predicted your attack in advance. Ian couldn't believe that he was moving so fast, and he was already a few cheeks away from this blow and began to approach him. Yang saw where his opponent was looking and realized that he would now want to attack in the stomach. The assassin raised his sharp blade and was ready to strike at any second in order to kill this harmful old man. After the blow occurred, blood began to fly in different directions and stained the corridor in the estate. The assassin had a sharp dagger stuck into his chest that pierced his heart. He looked at this dagger and realized that this was the same weapon that belonged to assassin number 2 from their guild. And he did not understand why he did not foresee such an old man. Ian noticed that I was his enemy, now distracted, and realized that this was his chance to make him angry in order to end this battle. He swung his ball and hit it with all his might and ended the match with one blow. He took a deep breath, and after that he tried because the fight was quite difficult. But suddenly I remembered that somewhere in the building there is now a young gentleman who needs help and needs to be saved. He ran forward to find the young master and protect him from all these hired killers who came to kill him. Ryle stood in the middle of the corridor and could not understand why he missed because it was very strange and unlike him. He said that he was aiming straight at the heart, but apparently his dagger was in a slightly different place and did not wound the enemy so much. Ryle patted his hands on his clothes and removed the excess dust from his clothes. He threw his hands behind his head and began to walk towards the large doors and said that he had worked hard today, and it was time for him to be a naive young aristocrat who was not at all aware of the attack. Yang went outside and looked for the young master throughout the palace grounds. But suddenly he saw that a young gentleman was sitting on a tree branch and resting, looking at the night sky. Yang looked at him in surprise and asked if the young gentleman had been here all this time. Ryle asked him why he was walking down the street at such a late time. Yang replied that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible and asked the young master to get down from the branch and go with him. Ryle pretended as if he didn't understand what happened and asked if some assassin had appeared in the castle again. He jumped from the tree and landed on his feet. Yang was surprised when he found out that the young gentleman knew about the attack, and now it became clear to him why Ryle had been hiding on a branch all this time. He put his hand on his chest and said that he felt much better, and if something had happened to the young master, he would not have been able to survive it. Ian closed his eyes and said that it is very dangerous to be around now, but this time he is forced to insist that the young master should not be left alone anymore. But Ryle asked why Ian is worried about him. Ian replied that he and his maid Sarah killed about 15 assassins tonight. Ryle saw how after this phrase, the old man began to slowly walk forward and decided to ask him what was happening to his mother now. Ian looked at him with his brother-in-law's gaze and thought that this guy is very worried about his mother. And people don't understand anything as they say that he is worthless because he is actually a very caring person. At that moment, Ryle stood and looked at the old man in surprise and did not understand what he wanted from him. Ryle didn't understand why this old man was looking at him with such a tender gaze. Ian said that his mother was being watched by Sarah and that there was a reliable, strong girl who could help her protect her. Ryle took a deep breath and said that in that case, he could trust her. They went to the estate to visit his mother and see if she was okay now. Young asked the young gentleman to stop in the corridor. He said that his sword warned him of danger, and this sword used to belong to Riley's father. But Riley thought that he had already cleared everything and there should be no opponents here. Yang turned her head back at the young master and said that he is the most defenseless member of the family, and therefore he will closely monitor him. Ryle scratched his floor, smiled, and thanked the old man for taking care of him. It was very funny to him that he was the strongest hero in the universe, and in this world he was weak and defenseless. Ryle suddenly asked Yang to stop because he had something to say. He put his hand in his pocket and said that he found something suspicious and wanted to show it to him. He pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and said that it might have something to do with aspen trees. Ian saw this piece of paper and realized that this could actually be a very, very important piece of evidence that would help them in this matter. Ryle waited for Ian to read this note and understand what it really meant. But Yang suddenly told the young master that this item smells very bad, and he has the feeling that someone wiped it with it after going to the toilet. Ryle got angry and shouted very loudly that even though he was lazy, it didn't mean he was dirty. He once again handed him this piece of paper and asked him to look at it carefully. Yang took this paper into his hand and said that it stinks terribly, and he will only do it because the young master asked him. He picked up this paper and began to carefully examine it. Suddenly, Ian exhaled and noticed something very interesting on this paper. There was an inscription written there that said that you need to put powder and locust leaves in the soup, then add moongrass and coca mushroom. Ian turned his attention to the handwriting in which this text was written and immediately realized that this handwriting was familiar to him. He once again carefully looked at the inscription that was written there and read that this recipe was supposed to be put in by the cook immediately before eating. Ian wrote a note and said it was impossible and he couldn't believe what he just read. Ian said that judging by this note, Lady Orley put the poison in Lady Iris's soup. He stood for several seconds and silently looked at this note. And all this time he tried to compare all the facts and understand how true this evidence was. At that moment, sounds of a fight were heard at the other end of the building. The gentleman wiped the blood from his mouth and said that this assassin runs just like the others to collect him, and they remind him of rats. The assassin was wounded and held his hand on the wounds that were on his other hand. He swung his weapon and said that no one would ever be able to defeat him. The assassin at that moment thought that this gentleman was pro, and if there were more of them here, they could cope with it. But he is alone here, and this will cause serious problems. He thought that he had already managed to get the dagger that he came here for, and now he just needs to retreat without a fight. He squinted his eyes and thought that the smoke bomb would light in 2 minutes if he managed to hold out the time. Then Lady Orley would be saved. But the gentleman was already incredibly angry, and his eyes began to radiate the cruelty of anger. He said that he would not spare his opponent, even if he begged him on his knees for mercy. The assassin realized that the way out was to be the first to talk, and therefore made a rapid leap forward. A fierce fight began between them, and each struck their best blows with weapons in order to kill the enemy. They moved very quickly around the room and struck each other with blows and then blocked them. The gentleman said that he was fighting as a coward who was incapable of fighting with dignity and constantly dodged blows. The assassin understood that he was in great danger, and he could have serious problems. The gentleman put his sword forward, and his sword radiated strong energy, and lightning scattered from it. He said that he would allow him to say his last words. But suddenly a man came into the room and turned to the gentleman and said that he had important news. The gentleman and the assassin at this moment pay attention to the person who entered the room and were distracted from the fight. Yang shouted very loudly that he had found out who tried to poison Lady Eris, and he wanted to inform Mr. He looked at his subject in surprise and did not understand what was happening here now. He saw that his subject and entered the room with Lady Orly and held her hand on the shoulder. Orly was very scared and did not understand what he would do now in this situation, how to act in this situation. The assassin understood that Lady Orly was now in serious danger and needed to be protected at all costs. Ian asked the gentleman, "Who is this man who is standing next to him in black clothes?" The gentleman replied that it was just a minor thing, and there was no need to worry about him because he could be killed at any moment. The assassin and Lady Orly looked at each other and realized that they needed to somehow get out of this situation. Ian handed over a note with a recipe on which Lady Orly's handwriting was written, and the gentleman began to carefully read this note. Orly heard the gentleman read aloud the secret recipe for poison that was in the note. The assassin also listened carefully as the gentleman read out all these ingredients, and understood that this was the very note that could serve as evidence. The gentleman read the note to the end and squeezed it in his hand because he was incredibly angry with what was written there. Anger overwhelmed him, and he could not believe that she was capable of poisoning his wife. Jan reported that the handwriting in which this recipe was written belongs to Lady Orly, and this is an indisputable fact. She grabbed her face with her hands and began to sob. She didn't understand what to do in this situation because she had been exposed and there was no way out. Ryle lay in his room and looked at the ceiling. He thought that Ian had most likely already given the note to his father. He was able to outwit this stupid Mrs. Orly, and now that he has proven her guilt, she will be punished for trying to kill his mother. Suddenly, his mother left the bed and asked Riley what was happening to him and why he was lying on the floor. Ryle said that he was comfortable here and that everything was fine with him. But his mother put her hand on his forehead and said that she didn't understand where all these assassins came from here. She said that she was very glad that everything was okay with him and reminded him that she loved him. And from these words, he melted. He hugged his mother and said that he was also very glad that she was not hurt and that her health was improving every day. At that moment, Sarah was standing in the corner of the room and she was very touched by the fact that Ryle was communicating so nicely with his mother. Suddenly, Yang knocked on the door and asked the young master and the lady if he could come into the room, and they allowed him to come in. Ryle asked him if he was able to tell his father about this note and how it all went. Ian stood silently for several seconds, and no one in the room understood what was happening here or what they were talking about. Sarah asked Mr. Yang where he had been all this time with the young master because he left suddenly and did not explain anything. Ian touched his nose with his fingers, closed his eyes, and stood silently for several seconds to explain everything. He slowly moved his lips and tried to explain that Lady Orly was not really who she said she was. The mistress and the maid did not understand what he was telling them now, and what he meant when he talked about Lady Orly. Ian clenched his fist and explained that Lady Iris's soup was actually poisoned, and they found the culprit and found out that it was Lady Orly who poisoned him. Iris looked at Mr. Yang in fear and couldn't believe that this girl actually poisoned her soup and wanted her dead. She asked him again whether he was joking now, or whether he was really saying all this. Ian told her that young Mr. Ryle had found a note, and on it was a recipe for poison, and the handwriting belonged to Lady Orly. After that, he let his head go down and stood silently for several seconds. Iris was upset when she heard and said that she didn't understand why this woman tried to poison her and what her motives were because they always communicated nicely. But suddenly our eyes opened wide and I felt some strange pain in my body. Iris fell to the floor, and the maid Sarah at the very last moment managed to praise her mistress not to let her hit her head on the floor. Iris said she started to feel really bad and she knew that Orly hated her, but she couldn't believe that this woman was thinking of poisoning her food. Ryle asked his subject where his father was now and what was happening to him now. Ian replied that the gentleman is now talking with Lady Orly, but the uninvited guest has not joined. And this guest also belongs to the clan of assassins who have been attacking the estate for the last few days. The assassin threw his mask to the floor and showed his face and pink beard. He took off the hood from his head and told Orly that it was all over. They took out a dagger but nevertheless failed the task. The gentleman surprised this man and said that he does not understand what is happening here and what this man is doing here. Each of them looked at each other, and the gentleman said that he now understands why this assassin did not strike and constantly dodged. But the gentleman said that he did not understand how it was possible to dishonor his daughter so terribly, and Orly clenched her fist. She started crying and her body was shaking, and she said that the only one who disgraced her was Mr. She said that she still couldn't get over the shame when he took another woman as his wife, and he couldn't even imagine how terrible she felt. Orly was a little closer to him and said that he had lost interest in her, and all his eyes were turned only to his new wife. He said that he didn't understand what this church was about and never needed him. She only needed his last name. He said that when they first got married, he actually married Tessa's manufactory, but it was immediately obvious to them that there was no love between them. All that worried their family was that they wanted to get a new surname, and at first this satisfied them. But now she decided to bring a gang of these dirty assassins here. She started to step back in fear because she saw how the gentleman was starting to get angry with her. He got angry at her and her family and said that after everything she had done in the last few days, they had the right to say that he was to blame for something. He ordered them both to get out of here immediately and never come into his sight again, or in a bad case, he would be forced to kill them. On this day, it was a clear night. Thanks to the moonlight, it was quite light outside. Orly walked forward along the forest path, stepping on the ground with her heels. She lowered her head down and in a frustrated voice told her father that all their dreams had collapsed and they had come to an end. She said that she wished it was just a dream and that she just woke up lying in her bed on the estate. He looked at her and understood that this judgment would happen sooner or later. But there was also relief in this, and at least Orly survived this blow. Someone threw a knife up and started spinning it in the air. The father began to calm his daughter down and explained to her that everything would be fine with her children, and she should not take this situation so seriously. But Orly saw some man who threw a knife and up. The father immediately reacted to the fact that besides them there was someone else in this forest. Ryle was sitting on a stone and holding a knife in his hand, and asked them if they really thought that all the fun was over, and he would just let me go and get out of here alive. Ryle was completely confident in his abilities, and turned to Father Orly said, "The fun is over." Orly's father, when he saw the young gentleman, asked him what he was doing here. He was at a loss because no one took Riley seriously. The young master replied that curiosity brought him here. He had that same wooden sword in his hands, and revenge for his mother also brought him here. The young gentleman turned to Madame Orly and asked what they would do next. Madame was perplexed by such impudence. She considered him a lousy brat and the most insignificant and lazy in the Ippolita family, so she never took him seriously. She came closer to the young gentleman and swung her hand to hit him, saying how dare he say such words and threaten her. Ripe asked Madame if she was going to hit him, and he was interested to know how his father would react if he returned beaten. The young master told Madame to stop and not do more stupid things, but she didn't understand how she could listen to this loser. Orly's father stood at the head of the assassins. He believed that the young master was an insolent puppy. He did not know where he got such confidence from, but he knew for sure that now he would be put in his place. He asked the young master why he was even sure that he could return home alive. Here everyone was thirsty for only one thing to kill him. He thought that it would be even better if he brought the young master as a hostage, then all the problems would be solved. Of course, Ripe told him that he could be free because they wouldn't be able to attack him this time. He wouldn't just leave unanswered what they had already done. And the young gentleman added that Lady Orly cannot hope for the same mercy. He will not be as generous to her. All this is due to the fact that she attempted to poison his mother's life, and then she sent the assassins to finally deal with it. The young master clenched his sword tightly in his hands because he understood that a double assassination attempt is not something that needs to be forgiven. He knew for sure that Madame Orly should pay for her crimes at that moment. Father Orly would strike the young master to kill him. But no one expected such a turn of events. Ryle told them not to try. They still won't be able to take revenge on him for today's defeat, and he immediately repelled this attack. Orly and her father were at a loss. They didn't understand how he could take such a strong blow and dodge. Orly decided that it was too much of a loser trying to insult her. She ordered the assassins to kill him or capture the bastard. She was furious and ordered very loudly, practically screaming that everyone should attack the young master now. She gave orders so that they would immediately wipe him off the face of the earth. The assassins carried out her orders. Orly could not calm down. She screamed for them to tear him apart. Ryle turned his head and looked in her direction. The young master even felt funny at the way she screamed and gave orders after orders. He understood that it was all because of helplessness. As soon as someone came closer to him and tried to strike him, he immediately blocked these blows. All this reminded him of his past life. The young master thought that everything was happening like in the good old days, and he had not forgotten at all how to handle a sword. Ryle remembered that in his past life he once pardoned the assassins only because he considered them people too. Now he won't make the same mistake. He remembered well what it led to and how it ended. Ryle remembered well how he held her in his arms and could not do anything because nothing depended on him. She was dead. He realized that then he was a naive altruist and a fool. This time he will not act like that, and he will not spare any of his enemies. He was completely confident in his abilities and said that he was ready for them. This would be completely legal self-defense. But if they decided that they were ready to engage in battle with him, then let him not complain later. The young master stood and waited for these hired killers to start attacking him. This time he was definitely not going to leave any of them alive. Assassins one by one. The young master said that, unfortunately for his opponents, he is not the same as he was in his previous life. He is absolutely ruthless towards them. Father Orley stood with a stony face. He did not know how to react to everything that he had just seen. He didn't understand how this could be. This guy had never trained in his life, although he said that it was just training with a sword. But in fact, the young gentleman fought with a wooden sword. But this did not stop him from very quickly dealing with all his opponents. Ryle approached Orley's father and said that he was wrong. He trained more than once and already twice, including today's fight. And he also added that the master had never been at our mercy, so he gives him a quick death. Ryle swung his sword to strike. The gentleman looked at Ryle with frightened eyes. The only thing he wanted to get was mercy. He understood now they would treat him the same way as everyone else. The gentleman turned to Ryle with the idea that he could kill him, but he asked him to sit Orley. He believed that she did not deserve to die. Thought he was, and he could not repeat the mistakes he made in his previous life. The gentleman said that he does not argue that his daughter acted very badly, but in fact she is a good person. He told the young master to believe him. She just fell under bad influence, so he asks him for mercy just for her. The gentleman did not stop and asked the young gentleman to at least spare her. But Ryle had already decided everything for himself, said in a clear voice that there would be no mercy for any of those people who wanted to kill him, and he carried out what he had to do. Despite the fact that it was a bloody massacre, he knew that now his mother was not in danger. Well, the gentleman thought that his body is completely different in this life, and he doesn't know how to treat it correctly. He thought that he had been resting from battles for 19 years, exactly as long as he had been in this body. The young master looked at his hand, which was all stained with blood, and knew for sure that he had done everything right. Clenching his hand into a fist, he thought that this is exactly how it would be from now on. He would never give in to emotions again. But one thought was still in his head. He didn't know if he wanted to return and become the person he was in a past life. In the house where he lived, there was a commotion. Everyone was looking for him. The loudest was running and screaming. Sarah, she said that everything was out of control. Sarah shouted to Monsieur Jean that she could not find the young master anywhere and wanted to know when he was last seen. The girl asked Messiah John if he had found the young master. Monsieur replied that he had not, and he did not know where he was. Sarah screamed loudly, "Really? Really?" The assassins kidnapped the young master. She couldn't calm down, and these words hurt Monsieur Yang very much. The girl kept wailing. Where did poor defenseless Mr. Ryle go? She couldn't even imagine what actually happened. Monsieur Yan told the girl not to be dramatic. Most likely the young gentleman is hiding somewhere so no one can find him. Sarah told Monsieur that this is not so. He is not here. Just recently he was in Lady Iris's room and then suddenly disappeared, after which no one can find him. Sarah knew very well how much he loved to play hide and seek, but now was not the right time for games. She was completely sure that it was the assassins who won him. After these words, Monsieur Yan held out and told the girl to stop chatting and to go and continue to look for the young gentleman. And he too will not remain idle and will go again and make a tour of the entire estate again. Sarah didn't wait long. She said that she would also go, and maybe she could find the young gentleman. There was a gentleman standing on the balcony. He called Sarah to him. The girl stopped, raised her eyes up, and looked at her owner. She didn't understand what he wanted from her. The owner felt awkward. He asked the servants why if Ryle disappeared. They still haven't told him. The gentleman could not calm down. He asked his servant several times how this could happen. Ryle disappeared and they didn't tell him. Monsieur, I turned to His Excellency. He thought that the young gentleman was already not honored for his laziness and lack of achievements, and if he also told about the fact that he had disappeared. It was unclear what the Count could do with him if Monsieur told him that the young gentleman had now also been kidnapped by assassins. His Excellency. When he heard the word kidnapped, he thought that it was some kind of shame. He decided that there was no need to look for him, and that he should go to waste. Ippolita's house did not need white-handed and lazy people like him. The servants were a little perplexed. They didn't understand how a father could talk like that about his own son. Monsieur Yan tried to justify himself. He began to talk about the fact that the young gentleman could hide somewhere. But suddenly the voice of the young master asked who called him. Everyone turned in his direction. Monsieur Yan hugged the young master and asked where he had been Ryle. He said that he had already arrived and heard what they were saying about him, so he decided to come over. Sarah told the young master that he couldn't even imagine how worried he and Monsieur Yan were about him. Rain then told her why only Monsieur Yan hugs him. At the same moment, the Lord called Riley. He wanted to find out what happened here and why the servants were so scared. Ryle looked at his father and said that he was listening to him carefully. He had always been an obedient son, and now he was also ready to obey him in everything. The father said that he went with him into the office. The young gentleman thought that now he had a serious conversation. The father was sitting at the table in his office. His eldest son was standing next to him. The father said that he was informed that it was he who found the note. The young gentleman replied that this was exactly the case. His older brother could not stand it, and shouted that his mother, Orly, ordered him to get out of the estate. Then it was unclear where he could have gotten this note from. Ryle pretended that he didn't understand anything, and what his brother's words meant to get out of the estate. He only understood one thing, that there would now be accusations against him. That's what happened. The older brother said that there was no need to pretend that he didn't know what we were talking about. His older brother said that he, Ryle, forged this note, and that he should now confess this to his father. The young gentleman was very indignant. He could not even think that he could be accused of such. Lloyd began to scream loudly and say that because of Ryle, his mother, and so he repeated several times, blaming his younger brother for everything. Lloyd wanted to know what game Ryle decided to play with them. The young master realized that his brother was very angry. And because of this, Ryle began to provoke the young master. He said that enough was enough, and he would not allow himself to be blamed unjustifiably. He got ready and clenched his fist. Lloyd still wanted to prove something to his father, but their father said that enough was enough and he wouldn't repeat it twice. The father was sitting at his table and holding his head with his hand. He said that it had already been proven that Orly poisoned Iris's soup and let the assassin into the house. The father turned to his youngest son. He said that this is not an interrogation. He just needs to know where this paper came from. It didn't fall from the sky. Ryle told his father that he might not believe him, but this is the real truth. He killed the same assassin who came for his mother. Lloyd even opened his mouth after hearing what he heard. Ryle continued to say that they probably already know that a couple of days ago he went down to the yard and practiced with the sword. Lloyd was sure that his younger brother didn't even know how to hold a sword correctly. Ryle will continue to say that immediately after this, the assassin caught him in the corridor, and he barely fought him off with the wooden sword that he had with him. The young master said that he somehow managed to escape, and when he returned, this assassin was already dead. There was just that very note in his hand, so the young gentleman, thinking for a long time, took this note from his hands to read. The father listened to his son's story and definitely had no doubt that Orly had let this assassin in. He was sad at this thought. Lloyd was not going to put up with what Ryle said. He was sure that his mother would never do that. His father said that he understands that it is difficult for him to believe it, but it is a fact. Orly let a killer into the house. He slammed his fist on the table and said that was why he had to drive her out of their house. And then the father said that it was late, and it was time for his sons to leave because it was time to sleep. Lloyd told his father that it was okay, but there was still anger in his eyes, and he couldn't come to terms with the fact that it was all his mother's fault. When the young master was leaving his father's office, his father told him to stay a few more minutes. Father told Ryle that he was coming to his office tomorrow and he needed to say something in private. Ryle stopped and didn't know how to react to his father's words. During all this time, his father never spoke to him alone. Therefore, Ryle told his father that he would come to his office tomorrow as he wanted. When Ryle left his father's office and closed the door behind him, he saw that another of his brothers was standing in the corridor. Ryle addressed Lion, but his brother ignored him. He did not want to talk to him. Lion also blamed Ryle for what happened to their mother. That's why he didn't talk to him. Ryle thought they looked alike, and this brother doesn't talk to me anymore. Well, okay, he didn't really need it. The young gentleman thought that these two Pantareses could behave as they thought necessary. He was not going to make excuses to them. Lloyd asked his brother Lion what he thought about all this. He thought Ryle was telling the truth. Lion answered him, if he's talking about their mother, then it's tragic. But there's nothing they can do about it. You can't succumb to emotions in such a complex matter. Lion didn't understand how she could come to such a thing, bring assassins into their house. To be honest, he was even grateful to Ryle that it all stopped. Lloyd didn't understand how he could talk like that about his mother. Lion, ask your brother where he is wrong. Of course she is their mother, but can she reverse murder? Lloyd didn't understand his brother. He was still on their mother's side. Lion then said that it was a contract killing. This is a crime and there is no excuse for it. After these words from his brother, Lloyd fell silent. He thought about his mother. Pity for her appeared in his eyes. After a few minutes of silence, Lloyd asked your brother if he really thinks their mother is a criminal. Lion stroked his head. He didn't know how to explain to him that everything their mother did was very bad. Lloyd. Despite the fact that his brother treated him very well, he still wanted to know the answer to the question of whether he really thought that their mother was a criminal. Lion told his brother not to be upset. They will leave it as it is for now, but they will never forget about it. He also added that very soon the time would come for the election of the heir to the house of Ippolita. Lloyd asked his brother what he meant when he said this. Lion said that when the heir is chosen, then they will be able to take revenge on this mother. Namely, when Lion wins the right to inherit the name of Ippolita, then everything will change for everyone in this estate. And it is from that moment that he will return order to this house, and Ryle is a couch potato and a sloth. Well, you still can't discount him. His father pins his hopes on him no matter what. That's when they will avenge their mother. But for now, they have to wait. Lloyd said that he understood everything, but still burst into tears. Lion looked at his brother very slyly and said that they need to trust each other, otherwise they won't succeed. The next morning, in the part of the estate where the young gentleman lived, there was again a commotion. Monsieur Jean was running and fussing as always. All this was due to the fact that the Count was calling the young gentleman for an audience, and he must prepare Ryle for this visit. Monsieur Jean was very nervous because the young gentleman did not tell him about this visit in advance, and he asked him to apologize for the fact that nothing was ready yet. A few minutes later, Monsieur Yang said that everything was done, and now the young gentleman looks 10 years younger. Ryle was a little surprised. Does he really look 10 years old now? Monsieur Yan told the young master that this could be his chance, and he should take advantage of this meeting. It is in the current circumstances, when Lady Orly has been expelled, that he can talk with his father on the topic of inheritance. Monsieur Yan believed that this was truly a fateful moment, and the young master should take advantage of this moment. Ryle said that it was time for him, and he would go to meet his father. Yang continued to say that the young master does not understand. Maybe His Excellency called him because he wants to see his skills and talents, because he always said that the young master is the most talented and outstanding of all his sons. The young master approached the office where the seigneur was supposed to be waiting for him, knocked on the door, and said that he had arrived. His father immediately told the young master to come in. Ryle still didn't know what would be discussed. When Ryle was already entering his father's room to start a conversation, Monsieur Yan called out to him. He wanted to tell his young master to keep his nose up and to let him know that he has his fingers crossed for him. When the young gentleman came in, his father was sitting very thoughtfully. Most likely, he made some decision and wanted to voice it. Father told Ryle to get ready for the road. He definitely did not expect such a decision. Therefore, he was a little upset and did not understand why his father was doing this. The Lord handed the letter and said that he gave this invitation to his youngest son, Riley. The young gentleman held this letter in his hands and asked his father where he suggested he go and what kind of letter it was. When Ryle picked up the invitation, he read that this invitation was for the 17th tournament, and it would take place in a month. Ryle thought that he perfectly understands that no one except him can participate in this tournament. But his father could simply say that you will participate in the tournament. The father began the conversation with the words, "Get ready for the road." This was too much. But Ryle treated his father very well. Therefore, he decided to listen to him to the end. Ryle exchanged money and asked his father what he should do. It was a very unexpected proposal, and he did not want to take the sword into his hands. The father told the young master that he knows very well what he will answer him. He needs experience in this tournament. He can prove himself. Ryle that he doesn't understand what kind of experience we are talking about and said that he absolutely doesn't need it. His father continued to say that his brothers have already been to such tournaments and now it's his turn. The young master said that it was very wonderful that his brothers had already been to such tournaments, in which case they could go again. The father said that the letter was addressed to him. Therefore, it is he who will have to go to this tournament. And he also added, "Didn't the young gentleman catch that this invitation is a declaration of love?" When father said about declaring his love, these words completely frightened the young master. He definitely didn't want any relationship now. Therefore, he said that he would not go anywhere. And if now he did not succeed, he would simply close his eyes and pay as he had always done before. The young gentleman said that he would not go, and he would not participate in the tournament. He did not know how to do anything. The father grabbed his head and told his son to beat his head as much as possible and that he should go and not test his patience. Ryle tried to explain to his father that he once decided to swing a wooden ball, after which his mother almost got hit. The young man clenched his fist and put it on his father's table. He told his father not to force him to do anything anyway. Nothing would work out for him. And most importantly, he asked his father not to force him to pick up a sword. The young gentleman remembered his past life well, so he did not want to repeat it. Ryle didn't want to say anything more to his father. He decided that now it was better to remain silent. But he didn't want to come to terms with the fact that his father was forcing him to take a sword in his hand. The senior was confident that his son would succeed, and if he participated in this tournament, he would be able to show good results. Ryle felt some kind of rush of blood to his head. He no longer understood what his father was asking him to do now. Before his eyes, there was a completely different reality. He heard only the words that he could do it, because he was a fighter, and also that it was his business, and he had to fight. He stood for several minutes and heard that they told him that he was a soldier, soldier, soldier. These words brought him back to his past life. In this whole story, the worst thing was when he saw her eyes and could not do anything. He held her in his arms and watched her die, and she looked at him like that. That he was scared, and you looked at that look. He wanted it not to happen again, and for her not to look at him like that again. The young master turned sharply and said that he would not participate in this tournament, and his father should not persuade him. Ryle and opened the office door. The father told his son that this time it would be impossible to refuse, and he would still have to participate in this tournament. His father tried to explain to him that he is no longer a boy, and he has responsibilities. Therefore, he has no choice. He will participate because he must protect whose family in this tournament. Ryle couldn't understand why he should defend the honor of the family. It was in this way that he sharply opened the door and hit Mr. Yang standing behind the door. Monsieur Yan told the young gentleman that he did not eavesdrop on their conversation at all. He was just cleaning up here. Ryle didn't listen to anyone and quickly headed down the corridor as far as possible from his father's office. Monsieur Yan asked the young gentleman where he was going. Following Ryle, the seigneur came out of the office and ordered Yang to immediately go after the young master. The senior was so upset by this conversation that he even shouted at Ian to immediately catch up with Ryle. The young master, as always, hid in the dressing room so that they could not find him, and there he could be alone with his thoughts. Ryle didn't understand why he remembered everything from his past life. It was very difficult for him, and he didn't want to experience it every time. He was tormented by the fact that he happened to be born in this life into a family of swordsmen, and there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't put his mind to it. Why was it that he understood perfectly well that he was the son of a master, and his father wanted to pass on his craft to him? But he didn't understand why in this estate, right down to the maids, absolutely everyone wields a sword. The young gentleman glorified himself for thinking that he had changed a lot. Just a couple of familiar phrases, and he was already in complete confusion. He thought only about one thing why it all went to him. The young master overheard a conversation his mother was asking the servants what she needed and why they weren't doing their work. Sarah answered Milady that she was looking for the young master. The lady asked if Ryle was hiding somewhere again. Sarah continued to tell Milady what she was doing. The fact that His Excellency did not finish speaking with Riley and the royal tournament was starting very soon. Milady was all clear. She knew that her son was hiding somewhere. Sir, His Excellency also hoped that the young master would agree to participate, but the young master simply ran away without explanation. Sarah continued to talk about the fact that Milady's son, as everyone says, will not be the heir. Doesn't she care at all? The lady answered, of course she cares, but she is sure that everything will be fine with them, just like the weather today. For some reason, the lady thought that her son sometimes looks at her in such a way that it makes her feel uncomfortable. He looks so sad and sad. At such moments, she repeatedly asked him what happened to him, but for some reason, he always just closed his eyes. Then he opened his eyes and pretended that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. That's when he told his mother never to worry. Everything would be fine. The lady understood that he had changed a lot lately. Of course, he had grown up, but he had become secretive, and the lady didn't understand him at all. But she is his mother, and she will do everything to understand him, even when everyone is tired of his inaction. She will continue to support and love him because she just wanted her son to be happy. Sarah looked at the mistress and could not say another word. She understood how much the mother loved her son. The lady looked at the servant and asked her if she was also tired of him with his laziness. Sarah replied that not at all, and how could she get tired of him? The lady asked the servant to help her because she wanted to move to another room. Sarah said that she was ready to help her. Then the mistress turned and walked to the dressing room door. She knew exactly where her son could be. She knocked on the door several times so that he could hear and called him, but there was not a single sound in response. The lady was sure that he was hiding here again, and most likely heard this whole conversation. When she opened the door, she saw a young gentleman hiding behind things. Ryle was still wondering what to do for a few minutes after his mother knocked on the door, but he realized that he had been discovered. Ryle decided that he shouldn't sit in the dressing room any longer. He opened the doors and said that he was here. He was very glad to see his mother. The young master said that he just wanted to be alone after a serious conversation with his father. The young master sat on the floor and asked his mother for forgiveness. He didn't want her to be upset because he loved her more than anyone. The mistress told her son that he must understand that this cannot be done, and that he cannot leave without finishing the conversation. She was interested to know where he was hiding when the assassins came, because they were all very worried and did not know where he was. Milady asked him why he wanted to be alone. Was it all because of the tournament that he received an invitation to from his father today? She couldn't understand why, and that's why she wanted to get an explanation from her son, who so stubbornly avoided answering. Ryle responded to his mother that even the thought of picking up a sword terrifies him. Now I asked my son if he would be accompanied by a beautiful lady, he would go. Ryle didn't even know how to react to this. His mom said she was ready to go with him to the tournament and he shouldn't worry about everything else. Monsieur Yam asked the lady if she had taken everything she needed because he had prepared the carriages for them to go to the tournament with their son. Milady replied that she had everything ready with the young gentleman, and the accompanying party had everything ready too. All that was left was to sit down and get going. Ian said that he doubted that his help would be enough for them. He suggested that they take someone else with them. Sarah said it would be appropriate to take at least 2 more. The young master said that, of course they have enough and don't need to take anyone else. He knows how smart they both are. Ian, as always, was dissatisfied with everything, and muttered to himself that the prince, of course, he is the prince. But this was too much, the gentleman's voice asked. Are they already leaving? Milady turned around and was very happy because she saw His Excellency who had come to see them off. The gentleman told her that it was not necessary to go with their son. Milady explained that they had already agreed on everything and there was no need to raise this issue again. She said that this was her first trip alone with her son. Therefore, there is no need for long goodbyes. Otherwise, you might inadvertently upset someone. The gentleman said that he would not say goodbye for a long time, but he wanted no one to upset him. Milady turned to her husband and said, "Is he really jealous of her own son?" The gentleman, of course, understood everything. My lady is going only because this is the only condition under which their son can definitely agree to participate in the tournament. Milady asked her husband Stein not to start talking about bad things. They agreed, and she also added that she was ready to give him advice. The gentleman looked at her carefully. He definitely didn't expect such a turn. The gentleman said goodbye to the servants. He understood that he was letting go of the most precious thing he had in this life with them. Therefore, he reminded Yang that the safety of his wife and son was in their hands, and if anything happened to them, they would not lose their heads. Yang swore with his life that he would protect the young master and lady to the last drop of blood. Milady and the young gentleman were already sitting in the carriage. All that was left was to get going, So Milady said goodbye to the gentleman and touched the carriage. The coachman accelerated so quickly, it seemed like he was late for somewhere. But they had everything ahead of them. Milady, when the carriage started, screamed Solalo very loudly. Then she told her son that she had not uttered this word for a very long time, and she was very glad to say it again. Ryle thought what a strange word. His mother explained that he doesn't know this word only because he is leaving the Solalo estate for the first time. That's what their estate is called. The young master couldn't even imagine that the estate had its own name. His mother said that this estate was built by her father and therefore it was named after her father. She asked, "Sir, was she born in this estate?" If yes, then in what area? The girl answered that yes, she was born here on the right side of this estate. For the young gentleman, this was another discovery. Sir tried to explain to him what parts the estate in which he lives consists of. The girl said that on the northern side of the estate, there is only the Solalo estate itself, and there is a wall protecting them from strangers. The young gentleman thought that this was very cool and they have a very large territory. Yes, of course, this estate was a whole kingdom in one city. In this kingdom, there is something similar to what he often mentioned. Sarah could not remember the name that the young master was talking about all the time. It was some kind of name consisting of 2 words. The girl was so delighted with this drink, it gave a pleasant tingling sensation on the tongue, and it tasted even better with ice. She called it a heavenly refreshing drink. The young gentleman didn't understand at all what she was talking about and got very angry. He needed details, and she beat around the bush. The girl said that the young master said that cola is very sweet, like wine, but it doesn't get you drunk. And he also swore that it was the drink of the gods. She continued to say that the color is the drink. This is its main feature. It is blacker than black. Ryle got even more angry. "What does this mean, cola?" The young master screamed very loudly because he really wanted to drink this cola that Sarah had told him so about. The next moment, he almost attacked the servant. It's good that his mother stopped him and didn't let him argue further. Sarah didn't understand, so she asked, "What happened to the young master?" Ryle asked, "Is this drink really on the estate?" The girl said if he means non-alcoholic wine, then it really is available. Milady, when she heard that it was about wine, she immediately asked the servants, were they really trying to teach him to drink? Yang intervened in the conversation. He said that my lady should not worry about this drink that the young gentleman is talking about. Even small children love it very much, Ryle thought. If this drink really exists in the part of the estate where they are going now, then he must definitely go there. Just his dream. He missed this taste so much and wanted to enjoy it again. The carriage jerked very strongly and everyone sitting inside almost fell. It was unclear why the coachman braked so sharply. Sarah automatically asked what happened and why they stopped. She approached my lady and did not leave her even a step. When she realized that this was an attack, her face immediately changed, and from a harmless girl she became very serious. She just needed to understand who her enemy was. She opened the door to the carriage and asked who attacked them. Now she needed to find out who their lord was. Yang looked around and saw the Koreans ahead of them, that there were attackers there. He said to Sarah, "There they are." In front of their crew were indeed those who attacked them. These were several goblins with large sticks who were thirsty for blood. Milady said, "If these are goblins, then Sarah will deal with them in 1 second." And he also added that they need to split up. They can try to surround the carriage, so I must defend the carriage. And she also added that the young master should trust his servant. They will do everything as it should be. He should not be afraid. While my lady was calming her son down, he was thinking about something completely different. He was watching how Sarah and Ian behaved with these goblins. Ryle saw things completely differently, and he didn't want his mother to get hurt somehow. He shouldn't have let that happen. The young master looked at Sarah as she behaved in battle, and he understood that she worked very slowly. She had very strong balance and powerful blows, but why did she do everything so slowly? He could not understand it. He caught himself thinking that he wanted to drink Coke as soon as possible, because maybe he really should have taken more people with him. Goblins one after another. But there were still quite a lot of them ahead of her, and it seemed that there were more and more of them. Ryle told her to be as careful as possible because the young master was rooting for her. But nothing happened, so he shouted very loudly that he had had enough and let everyone get out of the way. He would do everything himself. The girl turned her head and saw that there was a young gentleman next to her. She asked how he ended up here. It was very dangerous, and therefore he needed to return to the carriage. The next moment, something incomprehensible happened. The young master went forward to attack these goblins who blocked their way. Ryle told Sarah that she does not use her legs during the fight. The young gentleman was very disappointed because he had just had the chance to try Coca-Cola, and someone was trying to take this chance away from him. He was outraged that because of these freaks, they might be late and he wouldn't be able to buy it, so he went out to quickly settle things with them all. The young master explained to his servants that if you draw a circle and do not go beyond its limits, the movement will be intermittent and the battle may drag on. And the next moment, he took several steps forward. He swung and struck at one of these goblins, so that he did not have time to dodge, and the blow hit the target. Blood sprayed in all directions. The young gentleman also added that you need to keep your distance and hit the enemy with sudden and short attacks just like he just showed. He said if they didn't deal with them quickly, then he wouldn't have a shark to drink today. And this thought haunted him. So he didn't stop attacking one after another and destroying these goblins. He didn't like this turn of events at all. So the young man very quickly dealt with all these goblins. Within a few minutes, these goblins who were advancing and surrounding the carriage stopped and were afraid to take a step forward. Ryle is serious about ending this battle quickly. The goblins were no longer so confident in themselves and were ready to give up. The young master told his servants to watch carefully and learn how to take the initiative into their own hands in battle. The goblins were not going to be left without prey, so they decided to attack only one young man. All their forces were directed in his direction. The young master very quickly dealt with these goblins who were trying to step on him. He only had to hit the sides with his sword several times, and everything turned out very easily and simply for him. Sarah stood. You looked at the young master. She went with him on this trip in order to protect him. But just saw her, she was greatly impressed. And not only her, Monsieur Jean was also greatly impressed. He also stood and was silent. He did not think that his student had such abilities. He wanted to know what he had just seen. It was a big surprise and a big discovery for him. The young master turned and told his servant that they could now continue on their way. They couldn't be late because he wanted a Coca-Cola. When the servants, together with the young gentleman, got back into the carriage, Yang asked Milady, did she know that her son had such abilities? Milady didn't understand what exactly he was talking about now. I clarified that he was talking about the young master and his skills. Milady said that she doesn't understand what they are talking about now because she doesn't understand swords at all. She's just very glad that her son is okay and not injured. Her heart sank when he rushed to the goblins to get them out of their way. Ian asked Milady, does she really not appreciate this incident? The lady told him to keep it a secret. She asked the servants not to tell anyone in the estate, not even the count, about what just happened. Monsieur Jan didn't understand why he shouldn't tell everything that just happened to the count, because it was quite good on the part of the young master. Not only Dear Den asked Monsieur Jean about this, but the young gentleman himself also asked him not to tell anyone what kind of incident happened to them. After which, the carriage started moving, and they very quickly went to the place where they were supposed to arrive at the invitation to the tournament. When they left the forest, the weather was hot outside, and the young master wanted to drink Coca-Cola even more. Sarah said that they are welcome to Sodia. This is exactly the part of the estate in which she was born. She knew everything here well. Ryle said that she looked very joyful. Sarah replied that it was because she had not been to her homeland for a long time. For some reason, Milady wondered if they had treated Ian well. It seemed to her that it didn't work out very well with him. She was a little worried that they had to send him to the castle alone. Sarah answered her mistress that nothing bad happened. She believes that this is only for the better. If he had stayed with them now, he would have been buzzing all day long about what happened along the way. And now here it is necessary to respect local customs and rules. In other words, you need to eat, drink, and have fun. The young gentleman completely agreed with the opinion of his servant. The girl looked at him and asked where they would start. She didn't doubt his choice, but she had to ask. Naturally, the young gentleman's choice fell on Coca-Cola. That is, black sweet water. She called it non-alcoholic wine. The young gentleman looked around and thought that this is exactly how he imagined it to be. This is exactly how the place where the tournament was supposed to take place should have looked like. Sarah said that she knows everything here, and just nearby there is one cafe where she visited very often. She said that they probably sell what the young gentleman wants there, and at the same time they can hide from the sunlight there. A very unpleasant man stood and said that he saw their two goals. They had already arrived in the city. Then this man turned around and told the girl who had a large birthmark all over her face that it was time for her to earn her bread. She had to act. This girl looked like an ordinary beggar, so she was considered the trash of a magic tower. The girl with a spot on her face said that she was ready. In principle, she had no choice but to agree to such proposals from the gentleman. Time for a young gentleman with his mother and servants to come to the same cafe where Coca-Cola was supposed to be sold. He looked at this drink and said that he couldn't believe his eyes. Did this drink really exist here? The young gentleman had tears in his eyes. He didn't think that he would ever be able to taste this drink. He finally felt this fantastic coolness and still tingling foam, burning his throat. This was what he was missing. He understood that this was what he needed, and from this thought alone, he was already happy. He didn't remember himself for a long time. The young gentleman was very happy when he drank this drink. It seemed that something incredible had happened in his life, and it was a very important event for him. Milady and Sarah stood aside and watched the young master. They could not imagine why he would allow you to lead like this. Ryle was in such high spirits. He asked his mother if he could have another glass. She replied that he could drink as much as he wanted. It is unclear why Sir was in a bad mood. She looked at the gentleman and did not understand why he was acting like an elderly drunkard. A friend in the square heard some kind of mushroom. The same girl with a mark on her face was screaming. A man held her by the hand and said that she was a thief. The girl with tears in her eyes said that she did nothing. This girl cried so pitifully and asked for help. The gentleman who held her hand told her not to pay attention. They caught her stealing. Sarah saw such a picture. She thought that this gentleman who grabbed the girl, this girl cried so sincerely and said that she had not done anything, that she was ready to stand up for her. The young master grabbed his servant by the hand and told her not to interfere anywhere. The girl couldn't understand why he did this. Was he just chickening out or something worse? The young master held Sir's hand very tightly and did not let go. He said that there is no need to interfere in this performance because it is all a staged act. Therefore, she should relax and not pay attention to various nonsense. Sir asked the young master, "What is he even talking about?" Sarah couldn't understand what his words meant. Staged. They actually caught her and were ready to beat her right in the square, Ryle said once again to calm her down. Because these people were always looking at her sword, they were just waiting for her to stand up for this girl. The girl continued to break free from their hands and asked to let her go. One of these thugs pulled her and told her to come here, Ryle explained to his servants. If this girl needed help, she would look for the savior with her eyes and look in all directions. However, everything is not at all like that. All three of them show that they agreed a long time ago. Most likely they were at the same time. Therefore, if Sarah looks carefully, she may notice that their eyes are focused only on her sword. The young master asked his servant, "What does this mean?" The girl didn't know how to answer him. So the young gentleman told her that she needed to get involved in unnecessary problems, especially since they didn't concern them at all. In the evening of the same day, when Yang had already arrived at the estate, he came to report everything to his young master that he had returned. When Ryle saw his face, he immediately guessed that something had happened. Yang told the young master that he was to blame for him. To be honest, he wanted to do it his own way. Yang said if he had his way, he would have taken the right to participate in the duel instead of the young master. Then he took the cup standing on the table and drank it to the bottom because his throat was dry due to recent events. When he finished drinking, he slammed this cup very loudly on the table. He was obviously outraged by something. Monsieur Jean wanted to tell the gentleman about what happened to him today at the Solia castle. He found it very suspicious. Until the moment he arrived at the castle, he could not even suspect that this could happen to him. Dad came up and asked him to please give him 4 tickets to a fencing competition. The girl asked him for forgiveness and asked where they came from. Then Ian replied that they had arrived. And from the estate of Count Hippolyte, the girl reacted strangely to what she heard. She asked again if they really came from there. Yang said that this was exactly so, and showed the clan letter and the Count's seal. The girl said that she checked, and then asked again, "How many tickets do they need to participate in the competition?" It was a bit of a stupid question, but Ian again answered it to this girl. He asked to be given seats in the audience. Ian took the tickets not for participation but for the spectators, and this thought was unbearably painful for him. Ryle reacted very calmly to what Ian had just told him. Everything was clear to him, but he didn't know what to answer. In fact, this is not all that Ian had to tell him when he took these tickets. He heard that someone was addressing him, and this someone recognized him well. A young man approached him and joyfully said that he was glad to see the hero mercenary Ian because they had not seen each other for a long time. It was Schneider, and he was also glad to see him. Schneider asked Jan how he was doing and whether he came to us for a fencing competition himself or brought someone. He was interested in absolutely everything that related to Ian's life. He asked whether he was married or not. Ian answered that he was a simple butler on the Ippolita estate. After Schneider found out that he is a simple butler, he became interested in which of the 3 sons he serves. He even began to make some assumptions. At first, he thought that Yang could serve one of the eldest sons, the one who is the sharp sword of Lion, or the second of the brothers. This is the one that was the fast sword of Lloyd. The sniper even made the assumption that I could serve Count Stein himself. He thought so because at Ian's age, most likely the last option. When Ian asked the girl when he could get spectator tickets and he still needed to wait a long time for this, Schneider was surprised how it could be that he was asking for spectator tickets. The girl who provided the tickets also said not a word. She looked at the 2 gentlemen. Schneider asked Ian if he really came with the same 3rd child that the Count had. He specifically started talking about what he didn't understand. No, what was the name of this 3rd son of the Count? And thinking for a long time, he remembered that his name was Ryle when the girl gave 4 tickets. Ian took them. Schneider continued his monologue and he wanted to tease John even more, so he said that the Count's 3rd son seemed to be called Lazy Sword because of his lazy nature. I began to say that at that moment, when they started talking about the young master as the laziest, he was so ashamed that he was being humiliated in front of his old comrades. Yang was very upset and even burst into tears because his old comrade looked at him with such pity as the mercenary hero. Ian said that he couldn't help but keep his word to Mrs. Iris, so he didn't tell anyone. He continued to keep what happened yesterday a secret. If only she hadn't asked him to keep quiet about it all. After these words, Ian began to cry even more, and it seemed that he could no longer stop because it was a very great grief for him. For him, it was terribly unfair. He had never felt so humiliated and so defenseless. The next morning, Sir and Madam were already sitting at the table when the young gentleman came down to them and the girl asked how he slept. The young gentleman replied that he slept very badly. It seems he shouldn't have come to court at all. He doesn't like everything here. Sarah said that the competition that she had been waiting for so long begins tomorrow. This is her first time at such a tournament, and Ryle is very worried that everything is clear to him. He just wants to go home. Mrs. Iris told her son that their Ian was too sensitive. Ryle confirmed her words and said that he got drunk yesterday and repeated the same thing every half hour. I followed the young gentleman into the room. He greeted everyone. He didn't look like he had slept all night. The young gentleman, when they were sitting at the table, asked the girl where they should go today. Sarah replied that today they would go to the right Solia, answered there that on another day there would be no such opportunity. From tomorrow, the 3-day competition begins. Ryle also asked if they would go to the lower part. The girl thought for a while and then said that it was better for them not to go there. Ian intervened in their conversation. He said that the lower part is not exactly the place where you need to travel. It's unsafe and dirty. Sarah confirmed these words. Even though she lived here, the lower part is not the best place. The young master also had no particular desire to go there. Sarah left the house. She suggested that it was time for them to explore the city. So the lady said that she should show them the whole city. The girl tried to show them the most beautiful streets of the city and the most beautiful buildings in this city. When they walked along one of these streets, they saw an unusually beautiful temple. This was the Temple of Solia, a place where they worship the goddess Irenessa and receive blessings from her. In this temple, they heal the sick and wounded. And also in this temple, the goddess inspires the oracles to predict important events, positive or destructive. Lady Iris once suffered from a serious illness. Now she came to thank the priest to whom she owes her healing, and at the same time to see the city. Ryle. He stood in this temple and looked at it from all sides. He thought, is this temple really sacred and can it really heal? The young master thought that it is not very different from other places of the same temples that are located in other places. He wondered if the goddess really gives people the gift of prophecy. Someone is ready to spend their life on monasticism for the sake of this gift. This was incomprehensible to him. The priest was very glad to see Lady Iris. He said that her recovery was difficult for her. Well, she still managed. He congratulated her and then said that it seemed like the goddess Irenessa herself was protecting her. Mrs. Iris thanked the priest for such kind words. Rail did not stay long in this temple. He turned around and went to the exit. Sir asked the gentleman where he was going. Rail said that he thinks his mother will talk for a long time, so he will go and look around. Rail began to walk around the temple. He wanted to take a closer look at the local attractions and how exactly this temple differs from others. Of course, this temple had very beautiful architecture. Ian said that many come here from afar to look at this temple. The young master thought that in a past life he accidentally met a saint in such a temple. He was extracted that he was the chosen one of the sacred sword. It was from the moment he met her that his life began to change, and he will never forget this meeting. For some reason, this particular temple reminded him of his past life, how he met a saint in such a temple and pulled out a sacred sword. The young master walked along the corridor in front of him. He saw a girl who was praying. Everything was like last time. The girl returned and greeted them. She said that it was a great honor for her to meet someone who was gifted by the gods. When she turned around, her face was not visible at all. It was the nun who said that welcome to the temple of Soliu. I said hello to the lady. The young gentleman began to do this to me. He didn't understand why she was saying all this. Yang made a remark to the young master. He said that Ryle responded to the greeting. Ryle behaved defiantly and said that why should he answer? The young master told his servant if she wants him to greet her, then first of all she needs to open her face. Yang tried to explain to the young master that this was most likely a very important person. That's why her face was covered. The young master was stubborn and said that he was also a very important person. The lady did not argue. She told the young master that he was very funny and then lifted her veil. When everyone saw her face, they realized that St. Frisia was standing in front of them. That is why she hid her face. Ian was completely surprised. It was the first time he had seen the saint so close, and he was also surprised at how beautiful she was. I began to make excuses that it turned out very awkward and ask her for forgiveness because he did not recognize her. The young master stood nearby in silence. Yang told him to quickly say hello. There was a saint standing in front of them. And even more so, she was a saint of this city. She was the youngest of all the holy virgins. The young master thought about what was similar. Here, too, there are customs of worshipping living saints. I didn't understand what the young gentleman said very quietly, so he asked again what he wanted to say. Ryle replied that absolutely nothing. He was just talking to himself, and it had nothing to do with the temple and all the saints. In fact, the young master didn't particularly like the saints. On the contrary, one could say that he didn't like them, and even felt disgust for them. This was all after the time when the saint told him that the sacred sword had chosen him. And then she handed this sacred sword to him for him to take. She also told him to destroy the Demon King. Remembered very well what they told him in order to destroy the Demon King. This is only within the power of a warrior chosen by God. It was then that the same saint told him that he was their only hope and salvation. She then instilled confidence in him. He still doesn't understand why exactly that time he agreed like a fool and did everything she asked. This time he didn't want to get into the same situation. And so the young master turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Ian was very dissatisfied with his behavior. Yang went up to the young master and said that he needed to show his face so that she would remember him. Ryle said that he didn't need it. The more he looked at her, the more his appetite disappeared. The saint stood and did not understand yet. None of the people who came to this temple behaved like that with her. The young gentleman said that it was time for him to leave, and his mother had most likely finished the conversation. Yang tried to stop the young master. He wanted him to listen to him and still look at the saint. The girl was not at a loss in such a situation. She herself followed the young master. She had something to tell him. She asked the young master to stop. Ian stopped and turned around, but Ryle stopped. But he was in no hurry to turn around. He thought a little. He decided that he should listen to her, so he turned his head. The girl who was considered a saint tried to tell him something. The young master thought that she was going to tell him the same thing as last time, that he was unusual and made a good impression. He really hoped that she would not say that he needed to take the sacred sword and destroy the Demon King. The girl came closer to him and asked him to bend over, because she wanted to say it so that no one else would hear it. She said something very quietly in his ear, but these words hurt the young master very much. He didn't even know how to react correctly to these words of hers. The girl stood aside and watched him. The young master did not understand why such things might be asked. The holy girl said that judging by his face, it is so, and she understands everything because she thought so. These words angered the young master even more. He told this saint that he had no right to talk about such things at all. The saint said that she finally succeeded at the very beginning. He had such a sluggish reaction when he saw her. After all this, the young master said that she could not call herself a saint. As far as he knew, it was not typical for saints to say such nonsense. The girl replied that despite all this, she is still the youngest holy virgin of this city. It's natural to be proud of this. Ryle told her how great she is. And he also added that, let her think as she pleases. The girl was very indignant because the young gentleman addressed her as you. She demanded respect for herself. She is a saint, after all. Ryle didn't understand why he should treat her with respect, just because she was a saint. The young gentleman was very indignant. He asked the girl if she was a saint. Then he should fall on his knees in front of her and cry from morning to evening. He turned around and looked at Ian. I answered him that no, he shouldn't behave like that, but he wanted to tell him that he needs to behave with respect for her. Ryle fundamentally disagreed with him, and he was also very angry at everything that was happening now, and at everyone. He didn't want what happened in the past to be repeated in his life again. He asked her for forgiveness and said that he could not stand saints because he had a hard time because of one like her. He said that the way out of this situation would be for everyone to go their own way and not irritate each other. The girl stood and didn't know how to react. No one had ever talked to her like that. In all this time, she really always believed that she was a saint. Tears started flowing from her eyes. Someone offered her a handkerchief so that she could remove them. Ryle, ask her what happened. Is she really crying? But in fact, she was the one who started first. Then it's unclear why she's crying. The girl threw away her handkerchief and said that she didn't need anyone's sympathy. And she also said that she could manage without anyone's help. She was very surprised by this treatment of the saint, and she was not the only one. Everyone around her could not understand what was happening. The girl said that you can't behave like that with a saint, and that this is ordinary sacrilege, and she doesn't understand why he came to the temple if he has no respect. The young master said that he sees nothing wrong with his behavior because he has no religion. He also added that she was very funny. First started talking some nonsense, and now she made him look bad. The young master said that it was precisely because of her behavior and people like her that he did not want to come here, and told Yang that they had to go and were already leaving. The young master felt that they shouldn't stay here. They definitely needed to leave. So he turned around and headed towards the exit. The youngest saint stood in the middle of this temple and understood that she too was in a very unpleasant situation, but she could not do anything about it. She turned and looked at the saint. She thought that she should ask her what she should do next. She was very hurt by the words of the young master that he said he couldn't stand saints. Those present in the temple discussed whether there really are people who may not like the saints. They have never encountered such a thing. The girl became even more furious because this was no consolation for her. She felt disrespected. Other people who were in the temple said that they should not attach much importance to the words of this young gentleman. Someone else said that it was just some ill-mannered gentleman who came here and showed how ill-mannered he is. The saint asked if they, too, had ever thought about her like this gentleman. Everyone began to say that no, they couldn't think like that. Because she is the most holy person after the goddess Irenessa, they said that they think that she is the goddess herself in the flesh, and she should not take the words of this gentleman to heart. The girl agreed with their words. She thought, if this is really so, then okay, she really won't take these words seriously. But despite all this and the fact that they had been calming her down for so long, she was restless in her soul. She kept thinking about this young gentleman and about his words. She drove away thoughts about him and went to pray. When she approached and began her prayer, she felt the power of the holy sword, which surprised her very much. She immediately turned and looked after him. Then she moved to stop him again. She looked after him and realized that this couldn't happen. Is it really him? The saint did not know what to do in this case, but her doubts were very great. She could not believe what could happen. She also couldn't believe that it was him. She needed to somehow come to terms with this thought. When the young gentleman and Ian were already leaving the temple, I asked the gentleman what the saint said in his ear. The young master told his servant that the saint came up and asked in his ear whether he happened to be one of those who loves men. Therefore, this question outraged him very much. How could the saint ask what type he likes? I didn't understand what it could mean. The young master said that he didn't understand and it's not so important anymore because she annoys him very much, but he's kind and endured. Ryle believed that there was nothing good in contacting the saint. He was completely sure of this. When the young gentleman, together with Monsieur Yana, left the temple, Mrs. Iris and Sarah were already waiting for him. The mistress asked her son what happened to the temple. The young master replied that nothing special happened. He was even a little pleased that he visited this temple. His servant had a completely different opinion. Sarah said if the inspection of the temple is completed, then now they have the opportunity to go to the magic tower. Ryle was very happy because he had never been to the magic tower. Sarah approached the young master because he had previously said that he had an interest in magic. Ryle replied that he really wanted to learn how to move objects without using his hands. He thought it was very convenient. Messi Yan interrupted the young master and said that magic is not studied for such purposes. There have never been magicians in the Appellate family, and this is all fiction. But despite everything that Ian said, no one wanted to hear or listen to him. So it was decided that they would go see the Tower of Magicians. After some time, they stood near that same tower. The young gentleman was eager to see what was inside. Ryle looked at this tower and realized that the atmosphere here is slightly different than in the left Solia. If you come a little closer, you will notice that even the air here is different. There is such talk that this is due to the high content of pure mana that hovers in the air around this tower. Sarah pointed her hand towards the tower and she tried to explain that this very circle that they see is that same device. Ryle thought a little because this was the first time he had encountered something like this. He was very interested in looking at it all from the inside. For him, who very rarely heard about magic, such stories were very interesting. If we talk about an unusual ability in a past life, then all he had was a curse and a blessing. Namely, if we talk about the very sacred sword that he received, he thought that now he was much better than in that world where he was forcibly handed the time of duties that he did not even want. He needed to live the life of the chosen one, and this put pressure on him. Ryle thought that he definitely wouldn't want to experience the same thing again from the very beginning. What he went through. But with magic, everything should be different in this life that he lives. He can make his choice and determine his future. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist because he understood that everything was in his hands, or rather everything was in his fist. He needed to decide whether he could cope with the trauma from his past life if he took up magic. Sarah asked the young gentleman if he would like to try the very device that is located in the magic tower. It allows you to measure Manu. Anyone who wants to become a magician must go through this procedure. She tried to persuade him. If he had such a chance, then he should try. Ryle thought about her proposal. Everyone knew that Ippolit's first two sons, Lion and Lloyd, had already measured mana levels on this device. They did this only in order to free them, and they used the magic blade sword technique, and they measured mana several times. Lion got mana at the age of 12 and his brother Lloyd only at 14. Sarah told the young master that he was unable to measure mana for various reasons. Lady Iris asked her son to do it. Monsieur Yan believed that the time had finally come to show everyone the abilities of his student. He somewhere in the depths of his soul knew that he had these abilities. I always considered myself a mercenary hero, the best in combat magic during the Great War. But now he only thought about one thing about his student. He had long felt the potential of the young master. He really wanted everyone to finally know about the unusual abilities of the gentleman. Day has finally come when the young master can get rid of this ugly nickname, Lazy Sword. When they went inside, everything seemed very strange to them. Is this really that magic tower? It was quite spacious there. Sarah said that thanks to some special device, the inside is much wider than it seems from the outside. She didn't know any details, but that's exactly what they say to Ryle, that it's very surprising. It was also very strange for you to see that all the objects that were in this tower were in limbo and could move. Sarah correctly noted that after all, a tower is a tower, and other people look somehow special. She meant those people who were inside this tower. Their excursion was interrupted by a young man who wanted to know with what question the gentleman came to this magical tower. In front of them stood a young man with huge glasses who was dressed in a dark robe. He is ready. This young man is ready to show them everything in the magic tower. Yang said that they came to see the tower. This guy told them that not everyone can enter the magic tower and asked them to provide documents confirming their identity. Ian was not at a loss because he had such documents and he could provide them. The young man took them in his hands and read them. After that, he realized that they were from the Ippolit family, and he could give them permission to inspect the first floor, but go up to the second floor without permission or touching objects is strictly prohibited. Ryle didn't hear what this guy was telling Monsieur Ian. He walked up to one of the hanging air and objects and decided that he needed to try touching it. The guy in the robe ran up to the young master, grabbed him by the hand and said that he shouldn't touch it with his hands. He didn't explain anything else. Ryle apologized and said that he just wanted to touch it because he was interested, because this stone is so blue and doesn't look like anything. The guy in the robe said that even a gentleman from a count's family shouldn't touch it because he doesn't know what it is. Ryle asked this guy what kind of stone it is that you can't touch. The guy in the manta ray replied that he couldn't tell him because he didn't have such authority. He just said that there is a sign with objects that can be touched, so they must be very careful. All other objects cannot be touched, only you can look. Ryle didn't quite understand why you can touch some objects and only look at others, but he didn't want to argue. Mrs. Iris intervened in their conversation and asked this guy to show them everything on the first floor. After all, they didn't know this place. The mantle guy said that his name is Ferda, and he is ready to show them everything he can on the first floor. Ferda stood before them as a speaker and began to say that there are many types of magicians, wizards, sorcerers, alchemists. If you start listing their properties, then a whole day will not be enough. He talked about how most of these magicians write such magical books and showed the book that was in his hands. Then he led them to another exhibit. He showed that water can be poured into the flask, and when a certain time passes, it turns into ice. The principle is that the magic circle comes into contact with water. Ryle thought everything he says sounds like an ordinary refrigerator. Ferda heard the comment and asked the young gentleman for an unknown word. What does a refrigerator mean? Ryle told him that he just came up with this word and it means absolutely nothing. Ferda told the young gentleman that he could look around here. If he wants to go up to the second floor, he will have to go through a certain procedure. Ryle didn't yet know whether he wanted to go to the second floor or not, but he wanted to find out what he could see there. Ferda answered the young master that on the second floor he could see trainees practicing magic, such as throwing a fireball, which interested him so much. Ryle thought it was quite interesting, and he would like to go up to the second floor to look at the interns. Sira exclaimed joyfully. She called the gentleman, "Come to them." They stood near the ball and looked at it. Ryle asked them what it was. Sarah replied that it was a manometer and he wanted to try it, so they were all looking forward to it. Ryle once very hesitantly said that he wanted to try to measure it. Manayan was completely confident in his student. He was waiting for Ryle to do it. The young master was not sure if he wanted it, but he had no choice but to fulfill the request of Monsieur Yan and Mrs. Iris. It seemed that Yang wanted this most of all. He was burning with impatience to find out the whole truth about the young master. Ryle had no choice but to agree and said that he was ready to try, but most likely nothing like that would happen. Ryle. He approached the table. Where was this ball that measured mana? He didn't know how to use this ball correctly. Therefore, the young gentleman called Ferd and asked him how to use the mana meter. The guy said that there is nothing complicated here. You just need to raise your hands above this ball. After this, the ball will begin to glow and then fill with water, depending on the amount of mana that the master has. For Ryle, it was very strange. There was nothing complicated here. You just needed to raise your hands and this ball would begin to measure. Jan went up to Ferda and asked the young man what would happen if the amount of mana was too large. Monsieur Jean was only interested in one question. Would the balloon burst because of this? Ferda replied that this happens very rarely, but then such a person will definitely be invited to study at the tower or at another educational institution, especially if we are talking about a child. Ferda said that until now it has never burst. If it even cracks, then they are dealing with a genius. But if it bursts, this is hardly possible. Ferda laughed. He said, "After all, the gentleman is not some kind of dragon, and there is no need to worry about the safety of the ball." And he also added that the only one who caused the crack to appear was the great mage Astroya, who during the Great War defeated the famous mercenary hero. Ferd, I don't remember the name of this mercenary, but he remembers exactly that in general he defeated him. Mr. Yang coughed. Sarah turned to his side and asked if he expected much from the young master. Ryle was in front of this ball and understood that this was already inevitable. Now he needed not to disappoint everyone, so he decided that it was time to start. He decided that he couldn't hesitate any longer. raised his hand and put it on the ball. Now he just had to wait a little and the scarf really lit up. Then, as Ferda said, it began to fill with liquid. It was necessary to wait a few more moments so that the result was already known. The light from this ball was really bright, and therefore the young master had to block his eyes with his other hand. Ferda. He stood aside and watched everything that was happening. Today, he was on duty on the first floor and had to keep order. Sira and Mrs. Iris also wanted to know the result that Ryle will show now. But most of all, Monsieur Yang expected to see a good result. He was even sure that now the young gentleman would show extraordinary abilities. But nothing supernatural happened for some time. The young gentleman kept his hand on the ball so that the result would be accurate. After a while, he saw that everything had stopped. He realized that it was all over, so he took off the ball's hand. The young gentleman asked Ferd what happened there. They carefully came closer to the ball and looked at this ball. In fact, nothing like that happened, and the king showed the most ordinary result. Ferda on the ball and said that the young gentleman had an absolute standard, and he showed the most average level, the same as many others. Ferd again what he said. He knew for sure that this could not happen. What he says is normal for the young gentleman, and he has no excess. It was an error in the measurement. He knew that for sure. Ryle, on the contrary, was happy because he heard that he had an average level, so he wanted to become a real magician if no one bothered him. Ferda said that this is a good result, but he thinks the young master would be better off studying everyday magic. This is quite enough for magic. Ian couldn't come to his senses. What did the average level that this ball showed mean? It couldn't happen. Ferda asked Mr. Yang if he was okay. The guy didn't understand why Mr. Yang wasn't happy for his young master, because it was not a bad result at all. Mr. Yang walked up to this ball and grabbed it. He knew for sure that this couldn't happen, which means the ball showed an inaccurate result. Ferda signed to Jan and said that this is not the way to handle the ball. He tried to take the ball away from him, but nothing worked for him. Mr. Yan insisted that there was something wrong here. He was completely sure that some kind of error had occurred and the ball showed the wrong result. He wanted to make sure that everything happened absolutely right. Ryle was calm. This time he was able not to show his real abilities that Mr. Yang could guess about. The young master said that he was hungry and that he was very hungry. He asked that they would go to the right Solia for lunch. The lady said that Sarah had prepared everything. She had actually booked a table in the restaurant where they were going now. The young master said that Mr. Yang should stop, and it was time for him to join them because they were not leaving. But Yang could not come to terms with the fact that the ball gave such a result. Sarah looked at Mr. Yang and thought that he needed something to distract him, otherwise he would never calm down. Ferda tried to calm down Mr. Yang, but he was very bad at it, so he asked for help. Sarah thought that now was the time when she needed to intervene, otherwise they would be stuck here for a long time. Sarah turned to Mr. Yang. She tried to distract his attention, and she succeeded quite well. The girl told him to look behind him. Mr. used magic, and she wanted Mr. Yang to see it. Mr. Yang actually turned his head to look. Could it be that the young master directed his power to another object, he thought? He had enormous power, and it could go to any other place. At that time, Ferda took that same magic ball from Ian's hands. The next moment he realized that Sarah had simply distracted him to return this ball to its place. He didn't want to leave here, but Sarah said that it was time for them to go to dinner. She booked a table at a good restaurant. Mr. Yang thought that he couldn't just leave here without finding out how much strength his young master really had. He knew for sure that his young master had great talent, but for some reason he was hiding it. He no longer wanted to be called this bad nickname for a lazy sword. He perfectly remembered all these disappointed looks right now when the young master touched the ball. Everything should have fallen into place. But for some reason it didn't happen. He knew that this nickname was Lazy Swordsman. It was not given to him by right. His young master was completely different. Ferda put the ball in its place and thought that finally this crazy Mr. Yang had left, and now everything would be the same for him. He made sure that the ball was in its place and it was not damaged. It will remain here until the next visitor wants to measure his strength. It should remain unchanged, and this magical tower should also remain the same as it was before they arrived. Ferda decided that he needed to clean up a little after the gentleman arrived. For some reason, it turned out to be on the first floor. A lot of garbage. Ferda calmly exhaled. Everything was the same as before they arrived, and everything remained in its place. Ferda, he thought, where this old man could get so much strength. In fact, he couldn't even understand what kind of old man he was. Ferda would be a little surprised because that young gentleman touched everything on the first floor, and he had to keep an eye on everything. A guy who had just come down from the second floor asked Ferd if he was on duty on the first floor today, to which the young man replied that it was so. This guy looked at Ferd and asked him if something had happened because he looked very tired. Ferd tried to start explaining to him. Their conversation was interrupted by some incomprehensible noise. Several more magicians who were on probation had gathered at the end of the room and were discussing something very loudly. The guy who approached Ferda realized that something had happened there, so he said that he needed to come and look. After an incomprehensible noise, there was complete silence. All the trainees stood and looked in one direction, but no one could say a single word. What they saw in front of them, they didn't even know how to react to it correctly because none of them had the power to do it. Ferda. He stood aside and tried to clean up after the guests who had just been in the Tower of Magicians. He also had no idea what happened. Ferda became interested, so he went up to the crowd and asked what happened there, but no one could tell him anything clearly. One of the guys asked Ferd again. He was definitely on duty on the first floor today. Most likely it had some significance to what was happening. Ferda didn't understand what they were talking about, but he said that he was on duty today. But he wanted to find out what happened. Ferda asked several times what exactly happened, why they were all crowded here, but no one told him clearly. Then he decided that he needed to see for himself what was there and why there was such interest in his duty. Then he came closer. He saw that the very stone that was hanging in the air and which the young gentleman had touched was all cracked. Ferda didn't understand how this could happen. It's a stone that only great magicians use. He was only interested in one question. Who did it? The guy who stood next to Ferd, if he also doesn't know who did it, then this is a problem, and they need to find this person. Astroya found out about this. He would raise awareness of everyone here and make each of them guilty. Therefore, they understood perfectly well that they needed to find the culprit. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. One of the novice magicians said that this was the right decision. Otherwise, he might think that they did it, and then they would have troubles. They didn't understand how they could find this culprit because they had no evidence at all. Apparently, this was a completely unusual person. They just needed to know who was on the first floor today, and if there were witnesses. Ferda, he was on duty today, which means he must have seen some suspicious characters who were here on the first floor. After all the assumptions, they didn't have a single clue, and they didn't even know which direction to start looking for the culprit. What happened next? This stone, which had just cracked, crumbled into small fragments right before their eyes. Now they were all definitely in trouble. They didn't even imagine how much this could affect each of them. The crack of this stone was so loud that it could be heard even outside the magic tower. Mrs. Iris called her son. She wanted to talk to him alone. Lately, they had not been able to be alone. She asked her son how hard it was for him because he looked very tired and not at all talkative. They held each other's hands like in childhood. The young master said that he was not particularly tired, and he still had enough strength. The mistress understood that there was a lot of interesting things here, but she saw that all this did not particularly interest him, and he was bored here. The young master thought for a while and said that a lot had just happened today, and he had to digest it all. Today, he was in the temple for the first time in his life, and in addition, he also met a sacred maiden there whom he didn't particularly want to see. He was worried that she would give him an oracle, as it was in a past life. Then he was in the magic tower. There he collected mana in a slightly different way than before. He had to act carefully so that no one would notice or guess. The young master told his mother that in general it was good that nothing like that happened. Mrs. Iris did not understand what could happen because Ian and Sarah were with them. Jan and Sarah stopped on the square. The girl asked Mr. Jan to pull himself together. He couldn't come to his senses. He didn't understand how this was possible because he couldn't imagine it. The lady looked in their direction and said that it seemed to her that something serious had happened to Ian after they visited the magic tower. Ryle, ask your mother if she's disappointed in him because he's just an ordinary person and doesn't have any superpowers. The lady looked at her son, and he realized that she would never be disappointed in him. There was so much love in her eyes. She even laughed because, on the contrary, she liked it all. Now she can think with relief because she has a very ordinary son. Ryle, these words were very pleasant, but he did not know how sincere she was with him. The young master looked at his mother again and decided that he needed to ask again. Is it really true that she is happy for him? Sarah and Ian were either behind and watched as their young master and his mother walked through the streets of this city. The young master and his mother really treated each other with great love. After everything was said, the young master asked his mother, "Maybe they can look there now." Even at the same time, events were taking place in another part of the city that should have directly affected the young gentleman. Two guys who had just recently shown a performance in front of the young master were in a depressed state. One of them believed that if they continued, they might get caught. The second agreed with him and said that everything's secret will someday become clear, he is aware. But today everything has gone to waste. Therefore, we need to get down to business for real. Pavel with dark hair. Ask your friend, is he offering to go through pockets on the day of the festival? When is the tournament? The second one said that everything will be fine. It's not even midnight if they miss this chance. They will have a very hard time and wait for the next festival. Two of these petty thieves were trying to find their victim. One of them saw a guy walking down the street. He looked a little different and was dressed very well. You could tell that he was from a count's family. One of them ducked his head to look around. If anyone else could stand up for this gentleman of the count's family, but he saw that there were guards behind him, and that's why they were afraid to touch him. But he saw that there was someone else coming behind this gentleman and he approached them. They could easily deal with him. Therefore, he told his partner that an object suitable for them was walking down the street so that he would look at them. When the second one looked into the crowd, he saw that these were the same people who were in the cafe today and who drank a lot of cola. The second confirmed that these are the same visitors and they already met with them this morning. It was really just them who pretended not to notice how the girl was being attacked nearby and who did not stand up for her. One of them said that apparently among them there is one stupid young master, along with his mother and one maid. They will definitely not be able to resist them. And then he added that along with them, there was also an old servant who was completely defenseless. So there were only 4 of them. One of these guys said that you really need to choose them. He decided that such heartless people need to be punished, and they are not committing crimes, but punishment. And the goddess Irenessa will forgive them. The guy with dark hair thought for a few minutes, but he completely agreed with his partner. He thought that these people would not be able to resist them. And there shouldn't be any special problems. There were just 2 aristocrats and 2 servants. It seemed to him that it was as easy as shelling pears. But he caught himself thinking that he had some kind of bad feeling. But they were not in a position to choose. He needed to give an answer whether he agreed or not. He thought a little more. He said that he agreed, and then he needed to start. His partner was sure that they would succeed. Without thinking twice, he headed towards these aristocrats along with his partner. They needed to get as close to them as possible. They decided that they needed to split up and approach from different directions so that they were invisible in the crowd. Each of them, for his part, moved closer and closer to these gentlemen, and after a few minutes, they were very close. There was very little time left for this robber to get through the crowd and get very close to the young master of his mother and Mr. Jan and Sir. One of these bandits could not even imagine what could happen to them in a few minutes. He was completely confident in his impunity. The second one was the same. He believed that everything was going according to plan, and they could get their prey today. These bandits were separated from their goal by very little, and it would be correct to say a few steps. So one of them took the first step. The second one on the other side took the second step and got even closer to the goal. There was only a little bit left. It seemed to them that they were approaching so quietly and unnoticed that none of the gentlemen could even suspect them. And when they were already very close to the gentleman, one of them extended his hand to the young master. Yang noticed in time, turned his head, looked at these petty thieves, and realized that he needed to act immediately. He put out his elbow and struck one of these thieves. The blow was so powerful that this guy could not stand on his feet. The very next moment, he fell to the ground. He could not even imagine that this old man had such strength and could deliver any blow. Monsieur Yan was very upset. And now these 2 unfortunate thieves were the victims on whom he could take it out. He could not allow anyone to touch his young master and Mrs. Iris. And in the next second, this old man who seemed so defenseless became the very heroic mercenary who dealt several blows. So this bandit could not stand on his feet. The bandits fell to the ground and writhed in pain because Mr. Yang broke his leg and he could no longer get up. Mr. Yang asked these bandits who they were and where they came from. One of them tried to get up, but he couldn't do it well because his leg was injured. He couldn't answer him anything because he was writhing in pain and moaning very loudly in pain. Sarah, on the other hand, very quickly dealt with the second criminal. She twisted his hands and did not let him go. One of these bandits thought that he really had some kind of bad feeling before they went to carry out this plan. Mr. Yang told these bandits that they thought that they would most likely get away with it if they dared to touch young Mr. Ippolit. One of the bandits could not believe that it was young Ippolita. This is the same aristocrat who received the status of count thanks to the ball. Sarah looked at these two and said that she understood where she had seen them before. They were from yesterday's gang, and her young master was right. Sarah wanted to know where they came from. They couldn't have just appeared here and caught their eye for the second time. Most likely someone sent them, the girl thought. Not one of the bandits wanted or could say anything. They behaved as if they had taken water into their mouths. Sarah, without thinking twice, said that these two were most likely from Lower Solia, because they smell very strongly of slop. One of these bandits said that this could not be, and she could not smell the smell of slop because he sprayed perfume on himself. Sarah answered him if he thinks that the smell of a commoner can be drowned out by perfume, then this is not the case here. Her homeland is why she leaves them alive. But in return, they will have to pay for the fact that they tried to harm her young master. And she lifted the hem of her skirt and put her foot right on his hand. Her heel was right on the palm of this bandit. She pressed on his palm with all her might, so this bandit began to ask her for mercy. The girl said that next time he will need to carefully choose his target. Her master doesn't like being bothered. The lady asked Ian where Sarah was. For some reason, she had not seen her for a long time. Mr. Ian replied that she had gone to the restroom and would be there very soon. Ian asked the gentleman if he wanted to leave. Ryle shook his head and answered Mr. Yang that he was not particularly eager to leave. He wanted to be with his mother. And then he added that since they had already taken up this matter, let them finish it to the end and do it properly. Mr. Yang didn't understand what he meant. Ryle replied that he didn't mean anything at all and told his mom that he had some very tasty food that looked delicious. Mrs. Iris told her son that everything was fine with them, and before he started eating, she wanted him to wipe his mouth at the same moment something very bright and spectacular happened. Ryle even opened his mouth in surprise. Since it was a pre-holiday day, fireworks were launched in the city every time before the tournament. They were unusually beautiful. Ryle and Mrs. Iris stood and looked at this spectacle. Indeed, this day ended very beautifully. Sarah, when she saw the fireworks, she said that the spectacle had finally begun. Mrs. Iris asked her to come because she could not hear what she was saying. The girl looked at the lady and said that she was talking about a fencing competition that would start tomorrow. The day has finally arrived. It was the day when the fencing tournament opens. There were always a lot of people in this place. Everyone was arguing about who was stronger and who would be the winner. Ryle, with Mrs. Aris and Mr. Yang and Sarah, took their places in the audience box in anticipation of the incredible spectacle. The young master asked Sarah to bring food and drinks. Within a few seconds, the girl said that everything was ready. In her hands, there was a whole tray of food and cola. Mr. Yang said that this time there will be good participants in the tournament, and the young master should watch them. Ryle didn't really want to attend this tournament, so he was interested in eating and drinking Coke. Mr. Yang said that he looked at the competition program. It was at the entrance. Ryle told him that he had not looked closely and was not interested at all. Mr. Yang was very upset by his answer. Sarah said that according to the program that was published today, there will be 3 competitions, and she thinks that everything will be over before dinner. Mr. Yang said that the participants, although outstanding, are not so-so by appellate standards, but still they should watch them. Mrs. Iris looked around and saw that there were very few people sitting in the stands. Much more people were outside. This surprised not only the lady, but also the youngest gentleman. He didn't think that only he and a few other people would be sitting in the stands. Sarah also noticed and told the lady that there weren't very many people. She didn't expect to see such an empty hall because she thought that everything here would be packed. Usually, it's very difficult for people to come here. In order for ordinary people to come here, commoners need to receive an invitation letter because this competition is held between the descendants of aristocratic families. The lady asked the girl again. It turns out that ordinary people will not be able to watch the competition. Sarah answered that this is not entirely true. She stretched out her hand and pointed into the sky. In this stadium, there was a huge crystal hanging. Most likely, it was magical because exactly the same crystals were in the Tower of Magicians. The lady asked the girl what it was. Sarah replied that with the help of this thing, it would be possible to see what was happening here outside. Ryle was flying somewhere in the clouds. He thought that surely some nobleman would do something stupid and disgrace himself in this competition. Sarah said that this will not happen because there is a time difference. They see what happens a day earlier than everyone else. It turns out that this is something like a broadcast with a delay. The Magic Tower is responsible for this video. If you ask them, they can cut out unnecessary frames. The young master thought that after all, this Magic Tower is quite a curious place here. Although it is a different era, but as in a past life, all amenities are arranged with the help of magic. Mrs. Airy said that the tournament was starting. Ryle decided that he should also look at everything that would happen now. Sounds began to come from different directions. It was not even clear what was happening. From somewhere, a voice was heard that he asked not to shout so loudly. Someone simply shouted for everyone to shut up, and another voice said that his son was now coming out and asked for silence. Mr. Yang said that this aristocrat has a very loud voice. None of those present could understand why they were all so excited. Ryle didn't understand what was happening at all. Mr. Yang tried to explain to him. If he had gone out, he would have screamed the loudest and jumped. He would have told everyone to shut up because his master was coming out. In fact, Mr. Yang said that 2 participants are coming out now, one of whom is from the Boyron clan and the other from the Dries clan. Both of these clans are known for their skill with the ball, although not as much as Ippolita, so it will not be a special spectacle. The judge raised his hand, and the 2 gentlemen waited for him to give the sign so they could start fencing. Sarah really loved such spectacles, so she was most glad that this tournament had begun. Mrs. Iris also watched this competition with excitement. The only one who was not interested in all this was the young master. He knew how much the people who were there were not very good at wielding a sword. From the very first minutes, these 2 fighters from aristocratic families crossed their swords. Neither of them was going to yield to the other. These 2 rivals took turns striking each other and repelling them. Each of them was quite good at wielding a sword. Immediately after someone struck and attacked another, they changed and his opponent had already struck, and at this pace the entire fight went on. These 2 aristocrats who were now fighting did not show any supernatural abilities. Everything was ordinary and predictable. Ryle pretended that he was watching this fight. He even commented that in general there was nothing like fighting and he was interested in watching. Mr. Yang looked at the young master and asked if he was really interested in watching this fight. The young gentleman replied that he could see techniques that he had not seen before, and he closed his eyes and practically fell asleep. He thought that in fact there were no techniques in the world that he did not know. Well, then he saw a new technique. It was unusual, and he also added, if you didn't consider this martial arts, you would think that it was like cute children playing with toys, no matter how strange it may sound. But the young gentleman had exactly that impression about this fight. He thought it was a little boring and at the same time interesting. It looked cute. Sarah couldn't resist and said that their young master could even kill goblins in one fell swoop. To all this criticism, Mr. Yang said that in this case, the young master would be better off taking part in one of these battles himself. Ryle replied that he was too lazy. Mr. Yang didn't understand how it could be laziness. He was outraged that his student was behaving this way. The young master said that he really liked his nickname, the lazy swordsman, and it was the true truth. He didn't want to pick up the sword just like that. Mr. Yang looked at the young master and realized that what he was saying was not a joke. He didn't understand why he was behaving this way. He knew for sure that his student had talent, but for some reason he didn't want to show it. Monsieur Yan looked at the young master and wondered why he had such a tired expression on his face. He knew for sure that the young master was hiding his abilities and his real face under the mask he was wearing. He was trying to be completely different from who he really was. Mr. Yang wanted to know the answer to only one question. Why does the young master go around with this terrible nickname, Lazy Swordsman? He was interested in the reason for this behavior. Mrs. Iris turned to Ian with a very unusual request. Even Ian himself did not expect to hear such a thing. The lady said that she thought that in order for their young master to have a more interesting life and to feel more confident, he needed to find a bride here. When the young gentleman heard what they were talking about, he almost choked on the coke he was drinking. His indignation knew no bounds. Ryle turned to his mother. He asked if she was seriously thinking about what he needed to find a bride here. Mistress Iris replied that of course she was joking. Ian just had such a concentrated expression on her face that she couldn't help herself. Ryle did not want to participate in such a conversation. He said that he wanted to move away, so he would leave them for a while. Mrs. Iris told her son that he can go away, they will wait impatiently, and then they will tell everything if he misses something. The young master realized that he had not been taken by surprise for a very long time. He did not understand what all this talk about the bride was and why his mother needed it. When the young master was walking along the corridor with Mr. Yang, someone called out to them. It was a completely unfamiliar man with a girl. This gentleman allowed himself to speak very rudely to Ryle. He said that the young gentleman had just allowed himself to speak rather impudently. Ryle couldn't understand what he said that this gentleman called impudent. Mr. Yang intervened in the conversation and said that it seemed to him that the gentleman was also rude now. This gentleman was very serious. He said that all this looks like children's jokes. Maybe the young gentleman is not aware of how much effort the participants of the competition put into preparation. It was the gentleman who insisted that, judging by the appearance of the young man, he does not even know a small part of what is needed for this competition. If he took back his words, he would forgive him. Ryle very calmly told him, "I'm sorry," because he was wrong. After which the young gentleman turned around and told Mr. Yang that it was time for them to go, because they were probably already tired of waiting for them and the competition had begun. The gentleman couldn't calm down and told Ryle to wait. He clearly didn't like how the young man apologized. He began to tell the young master that his apology was not sincere, so he could not accept this apology. The gentleman remained indignant for a long time and said that there was no sincerity in his words. It did not look like a real apology. But Ryle no longer wanted to listen to him. Ryle looked at this gentleman. He didn't understand what else he wanted from him. Yes, he didn't speak appropriately about the participants in this competition, but he already asked him for forgiveness. Mr. Ryle became enraged by this behavior and began shouting that his name was Aplock, and he was the eldest son of the Arenzium clan, and that on behalf of all the participants in the competition, he would teach him a lesson. This gentleman shouted, "If a young man is present here at these competitions, then most likely he also has a family." He wanted to know what family the young gentleman belonged to. It seemed to him that this was very important. Ryle. I thought that he shouldn't have said that. He should have behaved quietly. This was his problem back in his previous life. Mr. Yang looked at him with a questioning look. He wanted to clarify what the young master would do in such a situation. Ryle looked around, and to Mr. Yan's question, he already knew the answer. This is not a very good situation, but he was not going to give himself away. Decided for himself that he needed to run away now, and he didn't want to run into these people as quickly as possible. The gentleman and his companions certainly did not expect such a turn, so they shouted after him where he was running away. Mr. Yang stood in their way and stopped them. He did not allow these gentlemen to pursue his ward. This gentleman tried to hit Mr. Yang because he wanted to catch up with Ryle and punish him, but Mr. Yang avoided the blow. The gentleman said that for an old man, he had a good level of skill and a good reaction. He felt sorry that 2 against 1 he couldn't cope. Ryle had almost run away, but this gentleman's hand pushed him from behind, and he managed to catch up with him. This gentleman wanted to punish Ryle for the fact that he does not respect the honor of the nobility. He not only speaks out, but also behaves inappropriately. Ryle definitely didn't like these words. He didn't want to react to this gentleman at first, but the gentleman himself provoked him. Ryle grabbed this gentleman's hand and squeezed it very tightly. He didn't want any conflict, but this gentleman asked for it himself. Ryle explained the Gabs one, but that he apologized to him and they don't understand why continue this conflict. He raised his hand up and squeezed with such force that the gentleman was no longer glad that he had contacted him. Ryle squeezed his hand harder and harder. The master didn't show it, but he began to mustard in pain. The gentleman didn't understand what was going on. Why was this guy so strong? Just a few minutes ago, he wanted to run away from him. The master thought, even though this young master is so strong, everything is pointless against his mana. Subsequent events showed that everything was completely wrong. Ryle held his hand and squeezed it to such force that his opponent could no longer resist. Even after he used mana, it was all useless. Ryle was much stronger than this gentleman. The girl who accompanied this gentleman decided that she needed to come to his aid. One understood that he overestimated his strength, but he did not understand what kind of young man he was, why he was here and who he was. The gentleman realized that this brat who was holding his hand did not use mana at all. Well, then it's unclear how he did it. Ryle asked the gentleman why he pestered him. The gentleman could not answer anything because his hand was very painful. The girl hurried to come to his aid. Ryle didn't even fight. He struck this gentleman. So he was thrown aside and he said that he wanted to live in peace. After the first blow, the young gentleman dealt several more blows to this boring gentleman so that he would definitely not bother him again. The gentleman and his assistant flew to the side and none of them could resist this force of impact. Ryle and Mr. Yam in the corridor for a few seconds. In such a situation, there was nothing to comment on. The gentleman and his assistant flew straight into the wall from such a strong blow, leaving a dent on it. Ryle. I approached this gentleman and said that he seemed to introduce himself, and his name was Aplock. He wanted to tell him again, but now he must listen carefully. The young gentleman began to say that Aplock should take pills because he stinks very strongly. Mr. Yang stood aside. He did not want to interfere in the conversation of his ward. He saw him once again and was convinced of his strength. Ryle told the gentleman if he doesn't want to be found out, he should be quiet. He should understand this. Aplock agreed with him. And the young man also added that if he wants to tell someone about what just happened, no matter who it is, no matter what family he is from, then he will find him and save the earth. Mr. Yang looked at the young master. He was interested to know what he said. Aplock understood that he could say that the man no longer requires an apology, and completely agrees. Ryle. He walked up to Mr. Yang and put his hand on his shoulder. He knew that I would always help him. This time the young master came to him with a very ordinary request, but Mr. Yang could not refuse him. Ryle told Mr. Yang to figure it out. Here, if anyone asks, they will have to say that he did it. Mr. Yang was a little perplexed. The young master said that he will take responsibility, but he asks for his only service. After all, he is the hero mercenary. Mr. Yang remained standing next to this gentleman and his accompanying people. They still could not get up and get away from the blow that Ryle dealt them. Ryle went to his seats in the auditorium where Mrs. Iris and Sarah were waiting for him. They noticed that for some reason, he had not been there for a very long time. And Sarah also asked why Mr. is alone and where he left Mr. Yang and why they are not together. The young gentleman replied that it looked like he had left for a long time. He waited for him for a while but then left, because it seemed to him that he was stuck there for a long time. Sarah asked the young gentleman. When he came out, he didn't hear anything similar to the sound of the explosion just now. Ryle replied that he doesn't even know what to tell her. He didn't hear anything. But maybe it was Mr. Yang. He was surprised that Sir had hearing. Ryle drank a little more Coke because his throat was dry. But he didn't want to let anyone know that something had happened there. The young gentleman, on the contrary, admired the cola and said that it was cool. Now he could watch the upcoming battle with renewed vigor. Ryle said that the battle had already begun. He wanted to know what the trick was in this competition. Sarah answered him that everyone is saying that one of the parties is a candidate for the championship, so it is in this battle that she is showing special interest. Many expect a high result from this representative, including her. Ryle? I thought that it would be very interesting for him to look at this candidate for the championship. Is he really that good? Sarah told the young master that he looked at the man who was with 2 swords. This gentleman is the very candidate. There was a really young man standing on the battlefield who had 2 balls. He looked quite confident. Ryle also thought he looked good. His older brother Lloyd looked about the same at that age. Sarah told the young master to look at him carefully, because he is the only one in this competition who uses 2 swords. That is why she expects a good match. This man was from Zhenya's family, and according to rumors, this was his first competition. Ryle said if this is his first competition, and he is already claiming first place, it looks like he is quite famous. Aren't they all overestimating him? Sarah answered the young master so that he would understand, because at the secret competition between the participants that took place quite recently, they say there he showed me the usual technique. And one more thing, Sarah said that they are saying that he is superior even to the Ippolita clan in his technique. That's exactly what was written on the ticket. Ryle couldn't believe that this could happen. Is this guy really superior to their kind in technology? The young master thought that, after all, when it comes to the sword, the clan to which he belongs comes first, so it was not profitable for them to expect a good result from him. Sarah didn't understand why the young master was so worried about this guy. She thought that it was still nice to look at his courage and audacity. Ryle agreed with her last statement. He decided that he also needed to look carefully at this guy. Before the fight, the judge spoke about the rules of this competition, that the fight continues until one of the participants is thrown out of the field, or until the termination of the action they were allowed to use mana. For threatening the life of an opponent, disqualification follows. When the rules of the competition were explained, the players were asked if they understood all the rules, because this could decide their fate. The first answer was the same guy on whom everyone was betting. He said that he was ready. Nobody even looked at the second guy or paid attention, but he also said that he was ready for this fight, Sarah exclaimed. She was interested in watching this fight. She was rooting for the very guy whom she considered the winner. Ryle looked at the battlefield and realized that this time victory was already predetermined by the guy who fought with 2 swords. He looked much stronger than the second. His opponent was much weaker, and he held one sword with both hands. Indeed, the fight was predetermined. Despite the fact that his opponent looked so unpromising, he was still ready to enter the battle and fight for victory. Ryle looked at both of them, assessed them, and said he doesn't even know how this competition could end. The young master turned and asked Sir. He wanted to know in more detail about each of the opponents who were now fighting. Or rather, he wanted to know more about the guy who was the favorite's opponent. Sarah couldn't understand why he was interested in the opponent. He looked completely weak and didn't show any hope. He couldn't win this fight. The girl said that she didn't exactly remember his last name. She didn't even try to remember it. The judge waved his hand. This meant that the buoy had begun. Now everything depended on each of the opponents. Sarah suddenly jumped up and said that she remembered, this is a guy from the Arenzium family. He, in my opinion, is the youngest in their family. This fight ended very quickly because immediately from the first seconds, the guy on whom everyone was betting had 2 balls knocked out of his hands, and he became unarmed. Sir and Mrs. Iris were very surprised. None of those present in the hall could even imagine that this fight would end so quickly, that the guy who was confident in his victory couldn't guess. He stood with all his hands raised, but there were no balls in them. The only sword that was in his hands, it was the sword of his opponent. It was very unexpected. The guy who was with 2 swords tried to attack his opponent without a weapon, but he didn't succeed because he defended himself from him with a sword and did not let him approach. Ryle thought that Arenzium, he had already heard this name today, and it seemed to him that it was very strange. He remembered that this man who stopped him in the corridor introduced himself as Aplock, the eldest son of the Arenzium clan. Now everything has become more or less clear to the young master, which means both brothers used the same thing. At this time, the winner stood on the battlefield of the competition and said that he had succeeded. The judge walked up to the winner and took him by the hand. This only meant one thing: now he would be declared the real winner of this competition. A second later, the judge said that this was their new winner, the second son of the Arenzium family. Aplion and he raised his hand. The guy from the Arenzium family was very happy. He shouted that he was able to win and he is a real winner. The young master looked at this guy and thought that if you compare him with his brother, the smell of pills from him is not so strong, but he definitely won not on his own. And he also thought, why is Mr. Yang fiddling around for so long? Is there some kind of problem there? Sarah was very upset by the results of this competition and could not believe that her favorite lost. Ryle doesn't understand why Mr. Yang hasn't come back yet. He thought maybe something happened. He should be here by now. Sarah remembered that she had brought a whole delivery of food, so she suggested that the hostess and the young master should eat something. You are also in the corridor at the same time. Mr. Yang was trying to lift up the girl who accompanied the eldest brother of the Arenzium family. She asked him to help her master. Mr. Yang said that thanks to protection from mana, he has less internal damage. First of all, he needs help with her. When Mr. Yang picked up this girl, he decided to take her to a safe place. But the young master's words kept playing in his head. Mr. Yang thought about what his master said, that he just wants to live in peace while he has very great power, and he delivers quite strong blows to the enemy. This was visible not only here but also when he entered into battle with the goblins. Mr. Yang thought that this Aplock is also quite strong and has good abilities, but his strength was not enough to resist the young master. Mr. Yang thought that no, he doesn't care now how talented everyone else is. Who takes part in these competitions? Because his master has shown himself. The young master has shown such a level of his skill that none of those who compete for victory in this tournament are worthy of him. Mr. Yang thought that then most likely the young master, when measuring mana, deliberately released only a small amount of his power into the towers of magicians. For some reason, this thought made him unbearable, because he thought that his master could be a dragon descended to earth. Dragons are supreme beings. Their lifespan is 10,000 years, Sometimes they'd turn into people for fun. Mr. Yang thought that he could not give another explanation for such enormous power, given that he was still too young. These thoughts made Mr. Yang feel uneasy. He didn't even know how he would now need to deal with the young master. He decided that this couldn't be, and that everything he had just imagined was just his fantasy. In fact, he was there at the moment of his birth and saw everything with his own eyes. He was one of the first who took him in his arms, and until today he was always with him. Mr. Yang thought that the dragon was most likely not the young master but the mistress, in which case everything would fall into place. If this assumption is correct, then it is clear where the young master has abnormally enormous strength, but this cannot be either. Because last time she spat blood when she was poisoned by the majestic dragon, she can never recover from any poison. Mr. Yang got confused in his thoughts. He closed his eyes and said that he needs to come to his senses and wake up. It's all nonsense. Mr. Yang helped the injured girl walk. He wanted to take her to a safe place so that she could receive first aid. While Mr. Yang was helping these two, he caught himself thinking that his young master was not what everyone said about him. When Mr. Yang took the girl away, he returned to help his elder brother from the Arenzium family. He also needed to be taken to this place. Mr. Yang realized that as he thought, his young master turned out to be the greatest man, and of course he was simply magnificent. He was very proud of his master. Mr. Yang helped these two walk, and he himself was thinking about something completely different. In his head there were thoughts only about the young master. He walked and thought. If he thought about it, he had already guessed about this a long time ago, and he was confident in the young master's abilities. He remembered how Mrs. Iris looked at him and asked him to keep it all a secret. He remembered this right now because they had agreed before to keep it all a secret. Only now did he realize that he had known this all along, that his young master had such abilities. Mr. Yang's thoughts were interrupted by some noise that was behind him. He stopped and turned his head. To his surprise, there were a lot of monks from the temple standing behind him. It was very unexpected to see them here. Mr. Yang looked at them questioningly. He asked what they needed from him. After all, they had come to him. The people from the temple came as close as possible to Mr. Yang. They clearly had some business with him, and most likely it was urgent. Mr. Yang saw that among all these people there was the same saint with whom the young gentleman did not want to communicate. It was Saint Frisia. The saint turned to Mr. Yang with a request. She knew that this is where the guest was who came to them in the temple, so they reported to her. Mr. Yang did not know how to react to what Saint Frisia asked him because the young master did not really want to communicate with her. Mr. Yang thought that the saint really came here because of the young master's antics in the temple yesterday. He had no other reason why they could be looking for him, and nothing else came into his head. When the saint came very close to Mr. Yang, she began to talk about what he probably knows. Mr. Yang looked into her eyes. Saint Frisia asked him he knew about it too. Sarah stretched. It seemed like she was very bored here. She definitely didn't expect what could happen. The girl said that she had some kind of strange feeling. She was taken aback by the fact that her favorite, for whom she was rooting so much, lost in just 1 second. Mrs. Iris asked if there would be additional competitions. Sarah was aware and said that most likely no, according to the tournament rules, this is prohibited. Mrs. Iris decided that in this case, it turns out that today the competition is over. It went much faster than she expected. Sir, that there are much fewer participants than last year today. They held the opening ceremony, so tomorrow we can see more competitions. And she also added that most likely the day after tomorrow the semifinals will take place, and then the finals. The girl thought a little and said that she did not expect such a result, but for a member of the Arenzium family it was very unexpected. This guy who represented the family Arenzium made one blow, but he was so good, most likely the force of his blow can be compared with the blow of Mr. Lion. Mistress Iris asked Sir what she thought was the strength of this blow compared to Riley's strength. The girl thought a little. She needed to compare with Mr. Riley. She had never done this. She thought if she didn't know about Mr. S' real abilities, she would say that Mr. Ryle is no comparison to the winner. She was very surprised that time when the gentleman fought with the goblins. Although surprised is the wrong word, she was amazed. The girl said that unlike the second son of the Arenzium family, the young master never doubted his blows for a second. He behaved confidently. Well, what surprised her most of all was his cool, imperturbable look. She paid attention to him when he turned and looked at her. Sarah did not discuss anyone. She said that she cannot say who is stronger. They will not know until they fight. Mrs. Iris decided to find out Mr. Yang's opinion, what he thinks on this issue. He was gone for a very long time, so she decided to go get him. Sarah said that she also noticed that Mr. Yang had been gone for a long time and she didn't know what to think. And the most interesting thing the girl thought about was the news that the young master was walking alone. She needed to warn Mr. Yang about this when he returned. Mrs. Iris, she said, that maybe the young gentleman is not only looking for Mr. Yang. Maybe he also decided to find himself a bride. For the second time today, Sarah heard from the mistress that the young master needs a bride. Is she really not joking? Sarah asked the lady. Does she really want the young master to settle down and find a mate? The tournament was over for today. Therefore, there were no people left in the hall. Sarah and Mrs. Iris also left the hall. When Sarah and Mrs. Iris left the hall, they saw many people in the hall. All these people gathered in one place. Most likely, they thought something had happened there. They hurried to look. Mrs. Ari told her servants that it looked like something had happened here. She thought that someone was blocking the way. She looked closer and saw that it was Yang. Sarah hurried to make sure. She pushed the people aside and looked at what was really going on there. To her surprise, the lady was right. Indeed, people could not pass due to the fact that Mr. Yang blocked the road. He was supporting 2 more people. Sarah was very surprised. Indeed, it was him. Why was he standing there? She couldn't understand. And most of all, she was surprised that Mr. Yang was not with the young master. And it was also surprising why so many people from the temple had gathered here. These people asked for forgiveness to those present for so unceremoniously blocking their way out. Saint Frisia asked them for forgiveness and said that now they would leave. They needed to find people from the Ippolit clan. Ryle had already left the building a long time ago. He was waiting for Mrs. Iris and the servants on the street around the corner of this building. He did not want to be seen by the saint. The young gentleman looked at the thing he was holding in his hands and thought that it was not in vain that he bought it yesterday. It was an ordinary mask, but he was more worried about the idiot from the Arenzium family. He hoped that he would keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, things would take a serious turn. He didn't want that. The young master believed that everything should go as it had gone before, and he did not want to change anything at all. Ryle was even a little angry over the past few days. He had already shown his strength 3 times, and each time more and more people found out about it. The young master thought that Yang had apparently just now sent the people of the Arenzium family home, but it was very strange because he believed that Lower Soliu was located in that direction. Ryle decided to look out the window. It seemed to him that it was far enough from here to Lower Solia. Ryle saw a very unusual picture. He realized that these were the same scoundrels that he encountered today. But he warned them, and they did not listen to him. They immediately went back to pumping themselves up with pills. It was clear how the scoundrels from the Arenzium family get a victory. At the same time, in another part of the city where everything was much simpler, where various rabble gathered, one of the bandits who tried to attack the Ippolita family sat and thought that it was good that he was alive. I just couldn't believe that these 4 people they chose from the crowd would turn out to be from the Ippolit family. Of course he was unlucky. But maybe on the contrary, he was lucky because he survived. The only thing that calmed him down was that morning would soon come. Although it was also light now because of the lanterns, he wanted the next day. He didn't understand how it could be that they came here yesterday evening and now he wakes up and it's evening again. Did he sleep the whole day? Although this is not at all surprising. He heard the voice of his partner who asked the young man if he was alive because he brought him here in his arms and almost tore himself. His partner swore and cursed very loudly. He blamed it all on this girl who entered into a fight. The guy stood up and went up to his partner. He wanted to know if he was okay, but he didn't say anything. His partner turned around and shouted with all the power he still had that it looked like he was okay. He held onto his hand. Now it became clear to his friend why he was silent and why he was so upset. This guy only said that his arm was broken. It was some kind of curse. It was all over for him. His friend tried to calm him down. He said that nothing had ended. He only went to the temple once to see a doctor, and that was the end of it. The guy doubted that these noble upstarts would treat a man from Lower Solia. He even felt a little funny. His friend told him to calm down and not make hasty conclusions. It might not be so bad after all. This guy was very upset because his arm was broken and he couldn't come to terms with what they did to him. The guy jumped up and went to the exit. He said that he had to take revenge on them for this. His partner did not understand what he wanted to do and where he was going. He asked his friend if he was going to go to this girl and deal with her for breaking his arm. The guy said that yes, he would use the scum from the magic tower. His friend told him to stop right away and not even think about it. He needed to leave this idea. The guy approached the woman sleeping on the floor and told her to get up immediately. A plan arose in his head. Now he needed to correctly decide how exactly he would use the dregs from the magic tower. The girl was sleeping very soundly and was not going to get up. Then he shouted for her to get up immediately and tore off the blanket from her. When the girl woke up, she asked the guy what happened and why he demanded that she wake up. The guy said that he had a request for her without her. There was no way he could carry out one plan. The girl looked at him and asked if he really couldn't live without her. The guy said that it wouldn't be possible to do this without her participation. He added that he really believes in her. So they asked for one favor. After such words, she said without hesitation that she was ready to help him. He had no other choice. After she said that she was ready to help, she wanted to find out what kind of business she would have to participate in. Nini struggled to her feet and stood unsteadily on the ground. He smiled and said that he was counting on her and hoped that she would not let him down. The carriage drove along the street and picked up speed as if it wanted to get to its destination as quickly as possible. Aplian told his brother, who was sitting opposite him, that during the battle he attacked his opponent and knocked the sword out of his hands with one blow. When he realized that something strange was happening to his brother, he approached him, put his hands on his shoulders, and asked what happened to him. But his brother said that nothing had happened. Aplian did not believe him and said that his facial expression indicated that something had happened to him and he could tell about everything. Aplian said that his brother was never nervous even in competitions. But when the brother heard this, he swung his hand with all his might, pushed his younger brother away, and shouted that he was all right. The girl heard a loud sound inside the carriage and turned her head to see what was happening there. The brother said that he was actually fine and there was no need to worry about him, but his body was shaking. Ryle put on his mask for the first time and climbed onto the roof of the carriage and went unnoticed. He smiled because this guy knows how to hold his tongue with his teeth. Ryle rode on the roof of the carriage and said that this guy was great, and he didn't say anything despite the fact that he was ready to burst into the carriage and guide him on the path of truth if he began to hesitate. He adjusted his mask and said that it was time for him to return. But at that moment, some strange sensation appeared in his body, as if he had been struck by lightning. He turned his head to the side and warily began to look at everything around him to see who could have done this. He saw that in front of the carriage there were two people who blocked the path and did not allow the carriage to pass. Ryle opened his eyes wide and looked at these people in surprise. He thought that this was the same guy that Mr. was talking about. The guy scratched his face and said that this guy on the roof of the carriage looked different before, and he didn't understand why he was sitting on the roof of another family's carriage, a Nini. She answered that she doesn't know why he's sitting on the roof of the carriage and doesn't understand why he's without security. But one thing she's sure of is that he's the one they need. The coachman ordered the two guys to immediately move out of the way and let the carriage pass on. Nini asked Beth what she should do next, and he replied that she should kill them because she does it best. Ryle smiled and said that these guys are very funny and their self-confidence amuses him. Nini raised her hand up and magical streams and drops of water began to appear around her hand. She put her hand forward and used a spell called Lightning Strike, and black and purple lightning began to appear around her fingers. A large number of lightning struck the carriage, and the driver girl did not expect such a turn of events and received severe damage which shocked her. They fell out of the carriage and fell to the ground, and the carriage itself overturned. Ryle anticipated this attack and therefore jumped away from the carriage in time and did not take damage. He stopped on the roof of the house and thought that this was an incredible, powerful attack, and he had never seen such magical skills even in his previous life. Nini was surprised because she didn't understand how this guy in the mask was able to evade such a strong magical attack. Ryle stood on the roof and listened as the brothers began to scream in fear that this girl was using black magic, and it scared them very much. Ryle looked at her in surprise and thought that he had already seen this girl somewhere, but he couldn't remember where exactly. He looked carefully at her face and saw that half of her face was disfigured. He remembered that he saw this girl when he arrived in Solia, and then some guys attacked her. Nini smiled like a real psychopath and said that Beta entrusted her with this matter for a reason and allowed her to deal with this problem herself. Beta looked at her with a surprised look and waited for her to finally deal with these idiots. Ryle didn't take any action and just waited for her to use her next attack. Nini activated her magical ability again and turquoise wind streams began to appear around her. After a few seconds, the magical flows turned into black magic, and she said that she could not let him down. Ryle noticed that large clots of black energy were appearing around him, and he realized that the situation was heating up, and this could be very dangerous for him. The maid said in an awkward voice that he was sitting here with them, and after that she didn't see him. The priest asked in a surprised voice if he was sitting right here. She said that she needed to find out where he was now, and she would be grateful if the maid would help her with this. The maid understood that she needed to come up with some kind of answer, and said that he went to the toilet. Yang was shocked when he heard this stupid answer from the maid, and he felt uneasy. But the maid looked at him with a dissatisfied look, and remembered that the master said that he would go look for old man Yang, so he should be grateful to her that she was covering for him. Saint Frisia thought that she knew that she should take more people with her, and the girl asked what she was going to do, and would she really wait for him here? Frisia approached the seat on which there were 2 glasses. She took one of the glasses and raised it up. Jan carefully watched Saint Frisia and tried to understand what she was doing now, but the girl carefully examined the glass and tried to do something with it. They thought that Saint Frisia was using the powers that the goddess Irenessa gave her to find the master. But suddenly the expression on Frisia's face changed, and she was clearly dissatisfied with something. Ian didn't understand what was happening, and this made him scared and creepy because he didn't understand what this lady was capable of. Frisia got angry and squeezed the glass in her hand with all her might and broke it into a few small pieces. Her assistant did not understand what was happening and was very frightened by the behavior of his mistress and wanted to understand what was happening to her. Frisia raised her head up, looked forward, and brought up something very important. She turned her head towards the girl and asked her to repeat once again what she had just said. She felt embarrassed and covered her mouth with her hand, and she was very excited, and there were drops of sweat running down her face. She looked at the fragments of broken cups that lay on the floor and drops of water that flowed down. Yang was very scared and suddenly realized that she had come here in connection with yesterday's incident. He remembered the young gentleman who was very angry, and most likely he attracted the attention of Saint Frisia. Yang began to think that he was sure that she was still offended because of this, and the master would be better off avoiding meeting the saint. Suddenly, one of the clergy burst into the room and addressed the holy lady. He was breathing very heavily and was tired because he had to run a lot, and Saint Frisia asked him what happened. He replied that she had received word from the central region that something terrible was happening there, and there was a possibility that someone was using black magic in that place. They immediately sent to this place to see with their own eyes what happened there. When they went outside, they saw a bright light and froze in place because they wanted to figure out what was happening here. A large black clot of energy struck the roof of the house and broke it. People were very scared. They didn't understand what was happening on the street, and they ran in panic in different directions. Ryle continued to stand on the roof and listen. He was shocked by everything that was happening here. He understood that this was a real disaster, and he had only read something like this in books or had already heard the stories of other people. But in his life, he saw this for the first time. Nini continued to accumulate black magic in her fingers and said that she was doing all this only for the sake of Beta, Ryle. He saw that she threw another magical explosion at him and was easily able to dodge it and jump to another roof of the neighboring house. They looked into each other's eyes and understood that they were now facing a serious battle because none of them was going to lose. But the forces that they possess were incredibly great. Ryle, who doesn't do damage with her magic, didn't understand how she did it because she was still just a baby, and he didn't believe that at that age it was possible to wield black magic so masterfully. City guards appeared on the city street and took out their balls. They ordered her to stop immediately and tell who she was, or else they would be forced to kill her. But Nini did not allow them to finish their line and destroyed them with the help of her black magic. Ryle watched as she destroyed the guard and came up with the idea that the maid could not be called Sarah, but Yang could be useful to him here, or otherwise he could use the Arenzium brothers as allies. He looked down and saw that they were now lying on the ground and were not even going to get up. He grabbed his head with both hands and began screaming that they were now lying like logs, despite the fact that he needed their help. Ryle. He understood that no one could help him now, and now he would have to intervene himself, despite the fact that he would not want to do this. Nini used her magic again and began to gather energy to use a fireball. Ryle took a fighting stance and was ready to dodge her black magic at any moment because she could kill him with one touch. He ran away from the explosions that flew at him across the roofs of houses and saw how her magic destroys everything it touches. Ryle couldn't believe that this young girl could use black magic so easily and use it in large quantities. Ryle saw that she was casting a new spell, and he had a few seconds to rest and resume breathing. He looked at his sword and said that it looks a little easier than sword art where you need to use physical strength. Ryle touched his lips with his palm to think about further actions, and realized that in addition to various techniques with magic, possible teleportation. While he was thinking about his actions, Nini had already created a large magical block she called an ice spear, and was ready to throw his opponent. Ryle stood on the roof of the house and watched as these people, an ice spear created from black magic, flew towards him at incredible speed. He grabbed it with his hand and tried to pull it out of its sheath as quickly as possible. With one hit of his ball, he would cut the icy corners into two parts, and asked this girl if she still didn't understand who she was messing with. Nini looked at him and couldn't believe that he managed to cut her magic spell with an ordinary sword. Ryle stood and looked down on her. He wanted her to be afraid of him and understand that he had penetrated in front of her worthy. Beta was very angry and shouted at Nini that she was useless and could not kill this weakling and ordered her to speed up and finish him off as quickly as possible. Ryle looked carefully at the face of this guy and remembered that he saw this guy in a crowd of people. He didn't feel well then and seemed to be very ill, and thereby attracted Riley's attention. Beta grabbed the girl by the shoulder and swung his hand to hit her, but she looked at him with a frightened look. Ryle was thinking that if they had finished with this guy back then, this wouldn't have happened. But there's nothing you can do, and if it all turned out like this, you'll have to deal with it yourself. She was very scared and did not understand what was happening, so she used her black magic to create a fireball again. Riley put his sword forward and said that if they do not want to resolve everything peacefully, they will have to intervene in this conflict and deal with them himself. Once the gentleman said that he immediately wants a criminal to be brought to him who broke a precious instrument for measuring mana before Master Astroya noticed the disappearance. The frightened servant was cowardly with fear and hoped that the master would finally stop shouting at him and would no longer be angry. He left the office and slowly walked along the corridor, constantly thinking about the order of Mr. He held his hands over his eyes and said that if he doesn't find the criminal, he will be kicked out of the magic tower. But he doesn't know anything about him and has no idea who did it. He adjusted his glasses and tried to calm down and think about it all with a cold mind. He suddenly remembered one guy who had a strange aura and realized that this guy was his first suspect. He tried to remember his name and suddenly remembered that his name was Riley, and he was from the Epaulet family, the same guy whom they call the lazy swordsman. However, he didn't have much and there was nothing remarkable about him. He continued to walk forward and said that it was impossible, and it couldn't be him because he was too weak. Even the Grand Master could not break off even a piece of stone from this magic meter. And this slacker, who is called Lazy, the sword touched it once, and it split into pieces. He didn't understand what was happening, and couldn't believe that it all fell on his shoulders. He understood that if he told someone the story, no one would believe him. He walked forward and thought that he needed to look for the criminal, but instead he came up with all sorts of nonsense, and at that moment he saw an explosion on one of the roofs of the houses. He raised his head up and looked at this building with squinted eyes in order to understand what happened there. But when he looked better, he saw that someone used fire magic and a ball and set the buildings on fire. He sat down and touched the ground with his fingers to feel what kind of magic it was. Magicians began to appear in exchange flows around him, and he realized that this crackling and explosion that he had just seen was actually a fireball. Frightened people ran towards him, shouting that he needed to save himself before it was too late, and the wizard in the center of the city had gone crazy, and soon everything there would be destroyed. He didn't understand what kind of crazy woman dared to use magic to attack without permission, and even in the central square of the city. He got angry and realized that you must immediately stop this wizard before it's too late and save the inhabitants of the city. He immediately began to run forward and did not want to waste time. There was real chaos in the city at that moment because they were exploding, and a fire started in the city due to the explosions. He finally ran to the central square and tried to understand what was happening here. He saw a girl who uses black magic and did not understand what she was doing here. He thought that this girl should have been kicked out of the tower, but for some reason she was still here. Nini at this moment again used his black magic and summoned a spell called Fireball. She wanted to burn this city to the ground and destroy her enemy so that Beta could be proud of her. He turned his head to the sides and couldn't believe that he was now seeing all this with his own eyes. They see it would be absolutely, absolutely. Ryle stood on the roof of the building and held a sword in his hands. He was preparing and repelling the blows of the fireballs that flew towards him. He was an experienced warrior and knew at what moment he needed to repel the enemy's blows, and he easily managed to defend himself. He made no special effort to block these blows, but nevertheless constantly kept her in his field of vision in order to know when she would next attack him. The wizard did not understand how this guy was able to repel such a powerful magical blow with a sword. Her next attack was repulsed with ease. He was ready to repel her attacks. He did not see her as a strong opponent. In contrast to his calmness, she was full of rage. She didn't know how he was able to repel her attack again. She was sure that it was just a steel sword. She believed that this steel sword repelled all her attacks, and therefore she could not succeed. She decided that theoretically it was possible, but why he did it with such ease? She did not understand why he did not make any effort to repel her attacks. Nini felt pain in her chest and coughed several times. She covered her mouth with her hand. When she removed her hand from her face and looked at her palm, she realized that she was starting to bleed. Nini, I thought that if only not now she needed to help her friend because he trusted her. She had to justify his trust. She had to endure everything. Therefore, she thought and decided that instead of putting a lot of magical power into one powerful blow, she did not have enough strength. She decided that she could continuously attack him with small blows and at the same time save energy. Her solution was to inflict many blows with magical arrows which she directed towards her opponent. But despite the fact that she changed the tactics of striking, her strength was not enough. The blood from her mouth continued to flow. Nini directed all the magic arrows towards the enemy. She tried with all her might. She needed to somehow defeat him. Despite her and how much energy and strength she spends in order to attack him, her opponent calmly coped with these attacks. He realized that she was now using a different technique. Despite the fact that there were a lot of arrows, he easily dealt with them. He thought that her new tactics were so-so, and before that, it was very easy for him to dodge the blow. But now, they have become completely weak. After the attack with arrows, he stood and waited for what would happen next. He looked at her and thought whether she was aiming or something was wrong with her. Nini really stood for several minutes and gathered her strength. She realized that she couldn't do anything. Her strength was not enough to defeat him. Her friend came up and asked Nini if she could defeat him or if it was impossible for her. He was so angry that he even started shouting at her. He wanted her to answer. Will she be able to defeat him or will it all be in vain? The girl replied that yes. She told him to trust her. She was ready to fulfill his request at all costs. After all, it was the request of her only friend. Nini thought a little and said that she was ready to fulfill it even if it cost her life. Ryle looked at her and at this whole situation and realized that there was something wrong here. The color of her mana was very rare. He still couldn't fully draw a conclusion, but he assumed that maybe this was some very special type of mana that she possessed. He wanted to understand why her mana had such a special color, and it seemed to him that he had already encountered such. He remembered that in a past life he had already encountered such mana, and it meant the unique abilities that its owner had. But despite all the conclusions he had just come to, something still bothered him. He knew for sure that usually purple-black color means that a person uses powerful black magic. But this is mana. It seems to be unstable and carries danger. And he knew for sure that she couldn't even control her abilities. That's why she had problems. Nini stood and wiped away the blood that was now oozing not only from types, but from other parts of her face. She definitely could not control this power. Ryle looked at her and realized that she was definitely not herself. There was something wrong with her. It was impossible. It was impossible to let it take its course. Some thoughts from a past life constantly crawled into his head. He constantly remembered and compared everything that happened to him then and now. He also compared the people he met then and now and their abilities. He did not want to harm anyone. A crowd of people gathered around them. Someone shouted that they had entered into battle, and there was no need to run away. Someone else was sure that this guy would be able to deal with this magician. The most important thought was that they were saved and are now safe. These words gave Ryle certain strength and confidence that he was doing everything right. But on the other hand, he remembered his past life when they told him that he was a warrior, and he was here then too. Everyone shouted hooray to him and rejoiced that they would live. Then, too, people met him and were fully confident that the warrior would save them. He then knew that he must definitely win. He had no other chance. The idea that a warrior would completely figure it out was stuck in his head, and this was, as a rule, he needed to figure it all out, because he was a warrior. And now I remember all this. He understood that he, as a warrior, had to completely figure it out. He shouldn't have made a mistake. Naini stood defenseless. She understood perfectly well that her opponent was stronger than her, and she would not be able to defeat him. So she told her friend to run away from here as quickly as possible. He has nothing else to do here. Naini asked him to believe her that this man would kill everyone here. She wanted to stop him, and he had to get out of here as quickly as possible. The only way he could survive. Her friend did not agree with her opinion. He was not going to leave anywhere, and told her that she should not dare to die because she was useless in every way. He could not restrain himself and almost hit her. Her friend shouted that she didn't dare die because she hadn't killed him yet, and until she finished him off, she had to live. If she died now, she would become a pile of garbage with bones. Naini very timidly told her friend that she thought that he trusted her, and that's why she wanted to warn him. But her friend continued to shout at her and said that they let her ragamuffin in and fed her, and she must earn her bread. He shouted that he was taking her ugly one to his hall and he was sick of her. It was disgusting to look at her. That's why she was sold from the magic tower. Ryle stood for a while and looked at their showdown among themselves, but he really didn't like how this bastard mocked the girl. The next moment, this bastard felt a blow with such force that he even fell to the ground. Ryle decided that that was all, and the show should be over. He wanted to find out from this pallet. How could he say that she was trash? He couldn't listen to him anymore. He was sick of his words. This guy was so scared that he no longer knew what to do. And he thought that it was in vain that he did not listen to Naini and ran away. Directly, all the insults that he said towards Naini, she was still on his side. And to protect her friend, she sent a fireball towards her opponent. But her blow was so weak that the young master was able to destroy this fire chair without the slightest effort. It was enough for him to make one blow with his sword, and the fire chair was destroyed. It had no power. Naini told him not to approach her friend. Ryle thought that even after this, she was still on his side. It was some kind of tomfoolery on her part. She's even stupider than he was when he was a warrior and protected people. Naini told her friend to run. Ryle walked up to her and hit her on the neck with his hand so that she would quiet down a little because she was too noisy. She needed to rest a little. He had complaints, not against her, but against her friend for this kind. Naini was already lying on the ground in a second, and she was absolutely harmless on the ground, and her friend was sitting nearby who was scared to death. Ryle told him that he was not so kind, and if he had been attacked, he would not have gotten away with a broken arm. Ryle didn't want to stand on ceremony with him for a long time, so he told him that he asked for it. He was very determined towards this bastard. He didn't want to waste time on him and said that he had enough. He swung his hand to strike him. This guy covered his head with his hands. He was dying of fear. Ryle turned his head towards him. He was overcome by some incomprehensible feeling. He understood that something was wrong here. He saw that above him and above this entire place was a man who was most likely a magician if he had such capabilities. This man asked Ryle who he was and why he was here and why he was wearing a mask. Ripe. I realized that this was not very good. He was stalling for too long and a man came with a very strong mother. The energies are collected from the left solia and even from the fortress. This energy is different from usually. This is not a guard here, is a different level. And he didn't look like the man from the temple either. This man told Ryle if he doesn't deign to say right now who he is, then there's only one way out, he'll use force. This man introduced himself. He said that he was the Grand Master of Astroya, and if he did not want to answer who he was, he would personally deal with him. Ferda asked the Great Master Astroya himself to go to the central square there for him. There is a matter that he must solve. The master turned to Ferda. He told him that he should be called only on some very important matters. In other cases, he asks not to be disturbed. If he asks him to come because of some drug addicts or similar bastards, there is no need to do this before. His greatest master, representing Solia, should not be disturbed on various trifles because of some merchants and the like. The master was sure that this time, Ferd would be called for the same occasion, so he was in no hurry. Ferda tried to explain to him that now there are no drugs at all, and not even the sale of these drugs. He said that there in the square, one of their experimental subjects was rowdy and was expelled from the tower. The master was very surprised by this. He definitely didn't expect it. He thought that all these test subjects had died a long time ago. It was strange to hear from Ferd that some of them survived and still allowed themselves to rage. The master said if Ferda was telling the truth, then he really should go and see it would be good entertainment for him. Ferda interrupted the master because he had something else to say, to tell him that there is another person there. He is fighting with their former test subject, and he is strong enough. Then the master was already on the square. He looked at Ryle, quickly interested in only one question. It was the same one Ferda told him about. But despite everything, the master was very upset. He said Ryle, who doesn't know where he came from here, however. He had no right to create unrest on the territory of Grandmaster Astra, so he won't let him get away with it. Ryle did not want to listen to all these threats, and so he answered him that he calls himself the Grand Master, and in his opinion, it is simply disgusting. The people who were around were very worried, some that it was very dangerous to be here. Others tried to leave quickly so that they would not hurt them. The third were sure that there was no danger because Master Astroya was there, and he did not allow himself to do this. They believed him. Ryle looked at this master again and decided that it was time to test his skills. He was interested to see how powerful he was. The master was confident in his abilities and thought that it was impossible to cope with him. He said that he would not succeed and he would not be able to do anything because he would personally put him in prison. Ryle was not particularly affected by these words and was ready to enter into battle with the so-called greatest master. Ryle readied his sword. He needed to choose the right tactics. He knew that now the master would begin his attack. That's how it all happened. The master attacked him with a huge fireball. Ryle, I thought that this master has 3 places where he can hit. Then, he needed to deal with this ball first. He needed to divide the fire into 3 parts. For this, he struck with his sword. When he divided the fire into 3 parts, the first part of his plan was completed. He needed to move on to the next stage. The next thing he needed to do was send those 3 pieces of fireball back towards the Grand Master, which he did. These actions of Ryle made the master very angry. He even shouted that he was most likely crazy for treating him like this. To repel this fiery triple attack, the master was forced to use a water ball that would stop the fire and not hit him. When 2 balls collided with great force, it was fire and water until a strong explosion occurred. Well, really, no one was hurt. Smoke appeared around this area, which made it impossible to see anything. The master was very surprised and could not believe that this dead man was able to repel magical blows. Magi stood and everything around him was in smoke. He dressed only to know where this puppy was who dared to dare him in such a way. The master was sure that he was hiding somewhere on purpose and was very much afraid of him. He was still convinced that he was the greatest master. What happened in the next second? The master froze only because he felt a sword being pressed to the back of his head. The Grand Master realized that he was in danger, so he decided that he would need to use a barrier so that this guy could not reach him. Imagine his surprise when Ryle easily broke this barrier, and the greatest master could not do anything about it. The next moment, the sword reached its target. It struck directly on the master's shoulder, so that blood splashed in all directions. The master was even more angry with Ryle. He shouted with all his might that he was an impudent person, and he had no right to touch him. The master had no choice but to accept that he had lost. And as quickly as possible, he needed to disappear from there. What did she do? Everyone around did not understand what had happened, and most of all, they were interested in the question, where did he disappear? When the fog cleared, it was clear that the same blonde guy who started everything was lying on Earth. At the same time, along the street, the saint with her retinue, if the knights who accompanied her on such campaigns, everyone noticed that something was approaching them and that something was heading towards them. The saint said that they should all move away and stand behind her. She had to take this blow so that no one would get hurt. She placed a divine barrier to deflect attacks from those closest to them. All this time she held the divine barrier so that no one would get hurt. She had enough strength to hold it. One of her accompanying people said that it seemed to be the magic of Mr. Astroy. And someone else added, how could the master from the tower attack the saint? It was a complete disgrace. The saint looked at Master Astro and saw that he was not looking in her direction at all. And this meant that he did not attack her at all. His gaze was fixed on the central square, which means something is happening there. The saint said that first they need to leave here as soon as possible. According to the prophecy of the goddess Irenessa, she must first find him as soon as possible. In fact, more important things arose at the same time. Where the tournament was recently held, Mrs. Iris and her servants could not find the young master. Sarah was sure that everyone left here too quickly, and the saint, including Mrs. Iris, was concerned. She was worried that something bad would happen. Sarah was very interested in why the saint was looking for the young master and asked Jan about it. Maybe he knows something. She was also interested in one question: why was I here almost while the tournament was going on? Maybe it had something to do with the disappearance of the young master. Unexpectedly for everyone, a young gentleman appeared in front of them. He was absolutely calm as always. Ian was the first to ask who he was and why he had been missing for so long, and they couldn't find him. The young master answered Ian that his mother told him that he was in the toilet and he went to look for him. Mrs. Iris intervened in their conversation and said that they probably missed each other because there is more than one toilet here. Monsieur Jean thought most likely the young gentleman saw that the saint was looking for him, and that's why he ran away and didn't want to communicate with her again. Sarah was very happy that the young master had returned. Now they could move on. Here there was nothing holding them back. They went out and walked down the street of this city. Mrs. Iris and Sarah were in a very good mood and were constantly talking about something. The young gentleman turned to Monsieur Jean. He asked him if he had figured out the matter that he had entrusted to him. Monsieur Jean replied if he was talking about people from the Arenzium clan, then yes. Halfway they encountered the saint, and then their fate was unknown to him. The young master praised Ian for doing his job well, and now no one will know what he is capable of. But he was tormented by another question. He kept thinking about that girl with a spot on her face who was all in rags. He thought that he needed to visit her. Since then, when he was a warrior, he has had this bad habit of checking on everyone. The guard who stood at the entrance to the city asked the same question, but several times already. Why did they go to Lower Solia? The younger brother of the Arenzium family answered him that they needed to meet with one person. The guard wanted to know who this person was. The younger brother replied that they were not obligated to report to him, and why the hell was he interrogating them at all? He should stop this questioning. Assistant to elder brother of the Arenzium family, she said that he already knows very well that they have nothing to do with this case. The guard thought how many of them he could still interrogate. These gentlemen are generally busy people, but he couldn't let them go so easily. The younger brother noticed that something incomprehensible was happening to his older brother. It seemed that he was afraid of something. The younger brother had never seen him like this before. The girl's assistant to her older brother tried to explain that all this Morocco happened because of the magicians. They were respected people, and the guard agreed with her. She tried to prove to him that respected people from the Arenzium clan who are masters of the sword cannot in any way be involved in the matter with magic. This was not in her head. The security guard listened carefully to what she told him, but he stood there and did his job. The girl was very annoyed with him. Then she decided to use the desperate plan. She said that they were also victims, and they also suffered. One of their accompanying people died in this disaster. The guard told them to calm down first. If they write statements later, they will need to come to the station again, so they had to do it now. The assistant looked at him and said that he was very meticulous about this piece of paper and returned to the side of her lords. When she approached them, she asked them to apologize for the wait and said that today it would be better to go back, and she offered them a hearty meal. The younger brother said that it was good. He wanted them to go as quickly as possible because his older brother was getting worse and worse. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. The security guard thought that this assistant was a very two-faced creature, and the gentlemen for whom she worked were the same as her. Night had fallen. This very long day had finally ended. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. It was full moon. Nini opened her eyes and stood up. She didn't understand where she was. And what kind of place was this? The last thing that reminded her was that she was in the square with her friend. And now she is in a place unknown to her, and she herself wanted to find out what happened to her. She remembered how she said the words to her friend that everything would be fine even if she died. He shouted at her and said that she should not dare to die, a useless creature because she has not killed yet, so she does not dare to die until she kills him. And if she dies now, she will become a mountaineer bones. She realized that she was abandoned again. For some reason, this thought made her feel so much pain, even more painful than if she had been beaten. It was an unbearable pain for her. She wanted to feel sorry for herself because it was very painful for her. These words that she was a useless creature constantly sounded in her head. And she couldn't forget when he told her that it was disgusting to look at her, and it was because of this that she was kicked out of the magic tower. She was hurt by the fact that she never wanted to be alone, which is why she did everything she was told, as she thought her friends, the door of the room where she was opened. Nini was even more upset and scared. She tried to take cover and hide behind her cape. She could no longer trust anyone. Ryle Howie decided he came to check on her and see what condition she was in now. The girl was very scared and asked why he was here. Ryle replied that she still didn't wake up. He even thought at some point that she had died. The first thing she asked was what happened to her friend. Ryle replied that he had no idea what happened to him. Nini calmed down and thought Ryle. He said that he wouldn't beat around the bush and they would ask him directly. This is important to him. He was interested in the question of how she attacked him, that even his friends couldn't do this. But she could. Nini turned away and didn't want to talk to him. She said that she didn't have to tell him anything. Ryle told her if she didn't want to communicate with him, then let her answer him what kind of creature she was. He also said that she was not just a sorceress. It was just like that. The color of her mana was completely different. Most likely, this is an idiosyncrasy. Increased painful sensitivity of the body to products, drugs, or a certain influence, or a sharp rejection of something. The girl asked why he needed such information. Ryle tried to explain to her that she didn't seem to fully understand the situation they were in. He tried to put even more pressure on her by pulling out his sword. He put it on her shoulder and said that there was no other way out. He also added that he hates it when a wimp like her wastes his precious time. The girl thought that in the end, she would die like this. She remembered that wonderful time when she lived with her family in the house, and how the first snow began to fall outside the window. He was as white as she was. Her hair was beautiful, she was beautiful, and her parents were proud of her. She then considered herself a beloved daughter. She was very similar to her mother. These were the most wonderful days of her life. One day her mother came to her with a conversation. She told Nini to believe her because she really hopes for her. Her mother said that she needed to participate in a research experiment in the mage's tower, after which they would live without worries. Nini believed every word of her mother. She thought that she would become a Grand Master if she participated in these studies. But everything turned out to be completely different from what she wanted, and thought she was imprisoned in some kind of basement and was not allowed out. It was very difficult for her, and she could not come to terms with it. One day they came to her and handed her a capsule. Without explanation, they told her that now it was her turn, and she should take this capsule. She tried to be strong and thought that she could withstand all this. She did not know what was in this capsule and what would happen to her after she took it. This man who told her to take this capsule insisted that if she did not do this, her family would not receive the money. This person who came to her then was the Grand Master Astroya. It was he who told her that she had given this moment here. She needed to try very hard. She had no other choice but to do what they asked. After that, she felt very bad, and she was ready to be killed instead. The next day, the magic tower was very restless because everyone was waiting for the result of this experiment. The masters walked and rejoiced that everything worked out for them, and it seemed to them at that time a great success. The success was that mana now does not evaporate but remains in the body. Everyone rejoiced at this success. Their experiment was a success. Finally, with such a result, they will get mages of the highest level. The experiment really finally ended, and instead of a very beautiful girl, there was the very creature that no one needed now. She was immediately kicked out of the magic tower and told that it was all over, and she could now go home. Nini was very happy. She wanted to know if she should take another medicine. The people with the magic tower said that she did her best. They no longer needed her, and she no longer needed to take any medicine. She thought that finally everything was over for her and she would be able to meet her mother. She was in a hurry to return home. When she knocked on the door of her house, they asked her who she was. The girl replied that it was her daughter Nini, and she returned. The girl tried to explain that this is her daughter with snow-white hair, the same as the snow that fell from the sky. But no one opened the door. She remained on her knees for a long time near the threshold of her house, but she never waited for anyone to open the door for her. Nini still couldn't understand what she should have done, or what she did wrong because she listened to her mother. Nini wanted all this time to find out what was her fault, because she did everything in order not to disappoint anyone. So why did she end up so unhappy and useless to anyone? Ryle listened carefully to her entire story. He was deeply touched by this girl. Indeed, this girl had a difficult fate and no one gave her a choice. The only thing he understood was that this is exactly how it is, happily and not to become. He removed his sword from her shoulder, and he told her that she was mistaken in the way from the very beginning. She needed to act differently. She made the same mistakes that he once made. Ryle looked at the girl who was crammed in the corner of this room and said, "If she wants, he can help her." Nini was very surprised. Is there still at least one person left in this world who says that he can help her? She very much doubted that she would be able to start over with a clean slate. She now had such a face and a very ugly body, she didn't know how to help her. Ryle tried to explain to her that he just didn't really want to help her, so he offered to make a deal. The girl didn't understand and asked him what kind. He tried to explain that her life was ruined by useless expectations and hopes. It was very difficult for her to live with this, and now she was looking again for someone to rely on, to forget everything that happened to her and start her life again. But she didn't know how to do this and who she could trust. She understood perfectly well that her life was no longer worth anything, and if this had already happened, then she was ready to say yes to him. Ryle said if she agrees, then he will tell her the answer to her question and help her start her life from scratch. This time he extended his hand to her. She was still afraid of him and wanted to know why he was helping her. Why did an aristocrat like him suddenly extend a helping hand to her? He didn't want to tell her the whole truth, so he said that he had no special reasons for this. But when he looks at her, she very much reminds him of him in the past. That's exactly how he was. At the same time, there was a whole commotion in the magic tower. The Grand Master demanded that they find that guy in the mask. He believed that his subordinates had no excuse. They apologized to him for missing him. The Grand Master was very angry that they did not find that criminal. He did not understand how he managed to escape unnoticed. He shouted at them, "Why haven't they found that freak yet?" And that one of his subordinates split the stone. He said that they have a couple of suspects, but there is no direct evidence of communion. The Grand Master's anger was so great that he was ready to punish his subordinates instead of the criminals. The Grand Master told them that stop making excuses if they haven't found it, then say so directly, otherwise he will burn them to hell. His subordinates began to apologize because they were very afraid of the Grand Master and even more afraid of his anger. The Grand Master was really so upset that he was forced to punish his assistant. He hit him so that the assistant fell. The Grand Master shouted at them that they had completely gone wild. They had to pull themselves together and start thinking with their heads. He shouted at them that they were thick-headed wimps and struck blows. He could not calm down in any way due to the fact that his assistants missed the man in the mask and the bastard who split the stone, for which he hit them in turn in the face. And he was also angry because of that girl who they threw out of the tower. He didn't understand how they could have missed her. He had no words. He took out all his anger on his subordinates. The Grand Master admitted that it was very difficult to catch that masked man, and they have no evidence of who exactly split the stone, as they say. But he didn't understand how they couldn't find that garbage of the magic tower. They put seals, and these seals had to remain. The Grand Master wondered if the seal they had placed could disappear. He certainly could not understand this. His assistant explained that there was no seal and the Grand Master did not want to hear him. He believed that he was talking some kind of nonsense. She could not just disappear. His assistant A said that it was true. The seal that they put on the experimental subjects was erased. If the Grand Master doesn't believe it, then he can check it himself. He asked his assistants what they were saying. Arenzium's assistant began to answer something vaguely like what happened last night. They were very exhausted and did not want to explain anything. The Grand Master said that he was very sorry yesterday was the last day to pick up the goods. Now we can't expect good marks at the fencing competition. The Grand Master also wanted to know what happened with those types from Lower Solia. He wanted to clarify whether they were being kept under control. His assistant replied that yes. The Grand Master said that they are very pathetic assholes and he doesn't want to see them anymore. He turned around and left. The assistant asked where he was going. The master stopped and looked at his assistants. He didn't want to tell them anything. They themselves guessed that he was now going to the basement again. One of his assistants asked the master if it was time to stop and they would stop doing experiments. And he also added, "Isn't it enough for the Grand Master that now the medicine allows the magician to reach the 7th circle? When they kicked this unfortunate woman out of the tower, then they were able to create a medicine for the magicians of the 6th circle. It was no longer a passion for science, but just an experiment." Think he could hear such words from his assistant, and he didn't want to hear them. He thought only about himself. At the same time, Niney tried to find out from Ryle in what sense she resembles him in the past. It was not like they experimented on him too. Ryle stopped at these words. It was hard for him to remember his whole past life, and now he didn't want to tell anyone about it. He went to the drawers and opened one of them. The girl asked what he was going to do. When he opened one of these boxes, he saw a lot of grass in it. He felt that there was something smelling here, and this smell was coming from these boxes. Herb in his hands, he crushed it and felt the smell even more. It was very surprising for him. Could it be that these are narcotic substances? He immediately had a question. Why are these narcotic substances in the magic tower and in such quantities? The greatest master went down to the basement and saw a situation that he never expected to see here. He saw in front of him the very one that they kicked out of the tower, and which they could not find yet a guy. Ryle turned his head and saw that the master was standing in the doorway. He most likely came down here for this herb. The first thing the greatest master said were words towards the girl. He said that she was trash and had no right to be here. The greatest master was delighted because, unexpectedly for himself, they gave him a gift. He wanted to grab her and said that now she had become more difficult to find. He asked why she had erased the seal. Ryle didn't want to show his true face, so he immediately put on a mask so no one could recognize him, and he could feel calm. Ryle took a step forward and said towards the master, "Wasn't he the one who accidentally boasted yesterday that he is the greatest master of Astro?" The master was surprised that there was someone else here besides this girl, Ryle, that he was his old acquaintance, and let him look more closely to recognize the mask. Ryle held narcotic grass in his hands and asked the greatest magician that they were not bored at all in the magic tower and were doing drugs. He wanted to know only one thing in Solia. This is prohibited by law because he remembered everything correctly. The Grand Master could not say a word now his secret was revealed. Ryle, he said that he just wanted to find something connected with this girl and he managed to catch a big fish. If people find out about this, then this will happen. They've turned everything upside down here, haven't they? He asked the master. The master did not want to listen to him anymore, so he concentrated his power in the fire and was going to strike him with a fireball. The next moment, he immediately threw this ball straight at Ryle and Niney. He believed that they were an abomination who did not deserve the right to life. Niney was very frightened this time. She knew what this greatest master could be capable of and how he treated people. Ryle hid it behind his back and told her not to stick out when this fireball was already very close to them. He broke it. Ryle told the Grand Master that he was acting very rudely. He abandoned a man and behaved like a brute. This is not the behavior of the Grand Master at all. The Grand Master concentrated another scarf in his hands and was ready to release it into them. He didn't understand what kind of person he was, but he was like a splinter. Ryle tried to explain to him that if he was wondering who he was just a retired warrior passing by. The great magician concentrated and threw another fireball. He said that they were just a bunch of pathetic scum, and they didn't dare talk to him like that. Ryle places are more on ceremony with him and listened to insults in his direction. He swung and struck a blow. So the Grand Master could not resist him. This blow was so accurate that it wounded the master. The master stood and watched as blood splashed from his body in all directions. He was scared and understood that the enemy was much stronger than him. Ryle was much more determined this time, and he simply did not want to let this Grand Master get away with impunity. After the last blow struck, Ryle Grand Master clenched his teeth and screamed in pain. He did not think that there was anyone much stronger than him. Then he screamed very loudly. He grabbed his shoulder because he didn't have a hand there. Ryle cut off her hand. It was lying on the floor. He shouted where his hand Niney covered her genus with her palm in order not to make any sounds. She was also scared. The Grand Master shouted where his hands were. He was very angry at this guy who had done such a thing. Ryle looked at him very calmly and said that he should go and hook it back. Otherwise, he will live with one hand. The Grand Master began to shout at him that he was carrying his anger, and hatred knew no bounds, and he no longer seemed kind, the greatest master. Ryle told him that he had cut his largest blood vessel. If he left it like that and didn't put his hand back on right away, he would die like a dog. The master thought that he was too wealthy, and this all led to this turn of events. Ryle said that he would no longer disturb him, so he could teleport, hid his hand so that she was as close to him as possible and let him leave from here. He added that they should continue their search. He said that it must be somewhere nearby. The master thought what kind of search he might have here in the basement. Ryle said that he is sure that somewhere here There is a staircase that leads to another basement in which he wants to get. The master couldn't even imagine such a great thing. Does he know about the basement? Who could tell him about it? Ryle struck the floor with his sword, causing cracks to appear in all directions. The Grand Master could not have imagined that right before his eyes, they would now find the entrance to the basement. Ryle was very pleased that he was able to do it with one blow. He asked the Grand Master if it was true that he found it right here. This was the entrance to the basement where the Grand Master set up experiments on humans. Nini froze in fear. The Master told her that she was trash and that she had betrayed them. They gave her such a chance, taught her magic, and she stuck a knife in his back. Ryle interrupted the Master. He didn't want to hear all this nonsense because he was confused. Is it possible that what they did to her is called training? The girl replied that they didn't teach her anything. They used it and threw it out onto the street as an unnecessary thing. And if someone taught her something, it was Ferda's teacher and not he. Ryle thought, what else could this Ferda do? Nini answered the Master that now for her the words of the Grand Master are just an empty sound. She clenched her fist. She also added that this man told her that he would help her start a new life. First, she extended her hand forward. Then she concentrated all her power and directed it towards the Master. She said that he no longer dares to disturb her. The Master looked at her and at the man in the mask. He realized that now he did not have the strength to protect himself. These two were determined, and they knew a lot about him, so he decided to accept his loss. The Master said that they would regret it and teleported from the basement. The next moment, there was not even a trace left of him. Nini and Ryle stayed there in the basement. They had to reach the end. They still had a lot to do. Ryle couldn't understand. He cut off his hand. And this Master sharpened his sword for so long. Well, he's a wizard. He'll figure it out somehow. Nini asked him what he thought and why he cut off his hand. Because he could have killed him. Ryle answered her if she was thinking of sending it. Otherwise, don't worry. He needed the full picture, and he got it. Ryle hit the floor a few more times and saw that the stairs to the basement really appeared in front of him. When they didn't go down to the basement, Nini asked Ryle, what does the full picture mean? He told her it's when you want to live in peace. And then suddenly something phenomenal happens. He asked the girl what she would do in his place without receiving an answer. He himself answered his own question that in such cases, he takes a step back and stays away from everything. Nini still didn't understand that she should take a step back, but she knew that this was the right decision. Ryle. He went up to the big door and said that it was at such a moment that at least the whole world would collapse, or Satan himself would rise when something like this happens. And he also added that before someone detonates a bomb, he comes up from behind and lights the fuse himself to speed up the process, and then just watches from the side. Ryle pushed the door and it opened. He turned his head to the girl and said, even if he doesn't know anything, that behind this door he will still go there. Now when they open this door, they do about the same thing as an explosion. They need to get to the end. Nini asked him why he needed all this and why he decided to help her. She was afraid to cross the threshold of this basement again. Ryle said that in this case he would go there first. Nini stood for some time and could not go inside. Before her eyes was the nightmare that she experienced when she was in this basement. She remembered what they did to her. She closed her eyes and thought that she didn't want to live like this anymore. If this person said that he could help her, then she would follow him. And she decided she wanted to change her life and become the same so that she would be treated the same as before. Not a freak. Ryle asked the girl what medicine was used in the experiment, if it was here on the table. She replied that she herself did not know what kind of medicine they used. Ryle asked her yesterday in the square. To find out his location, she didn't use magic. Nini replied that it wasn't magic if she imagines clothes or what a person looks like. She can find out his location. Ryle. I realized that her skills were very similar to an ordinary radar, and with the help of her skills she could perform the same functions. Nini did not know such a word, and did not understand what he meant when he said radar. Ryle laughed and said that he was just talking to himself and came up with such a word. He thought that she was already a black magician, and that she was taught the skills of detecting an enemy right here. These were all the results of an experiment. Somewhere very far away, very faint sounds were heard. Someone was asking for help. Ryle told her that it was very good that he had such skills. Now she just needed to be directed in the right direction. Ryle used his sword to cut through all the locks that were on the bars. This had to be done so that she could feel free. Ryle told her that he had already said that before he detonates a bomb, He sets it on fire. He handed her a coin and said that now it was time for her to step aside and watch. When he tossed the coin up, he said that now it was free. Naini still didn't fully understand what was happening. She asked him what he was talking about and in what sense. She was already free. The coin fell right at her feet. She didn't understand what these words meant. She's free. Is it all because of this coin that just fell? The girl thought. The next day, they sat and watched the tournament as usual. Today, there were two new opponents. Mrs. Iris tried to wake up her son. She wanted to say that the competition was starting and he should wake up. Ryle opened his eyes with difficulty. The mistress said that not everyone gets to see this, so you need to look. Ryle was very interesting to me. He, of course, wanted to be an obedient son and tried to open his eyes. He inquired about whether this member of the Arenzium clan was already performing, and was told that this younger son of the Arenzium clan. Apparently, he would be the last to perform. Mr. Yang told Sarah that he heard that this one from the Arenzium family also fought yesterday. The girl replied that it was so. He defeated his opponent. To smithereens, this is the one for whom she was rooting for, the participant with two short blades. She is still offended that the fight ended incredibly quickly, and her favorite could not show what he is capable of. Mr. Yang asked the two blades, "This is Jinye." She answered yes. Mr. Yang asked, "Sir, she didn't notice anything strange yesterday." When the youngest son, Arenzium, was fighting, the girl looked at him and said that she didn't even know. Was there anything strange? And he asked Sir if there was a smell when he performed. She didn't know how to answer because she didn't remember. The judge said that the start would be in 3 seconds. Sen thought a little and said that, by the way, about the smell, it really has changed and now it smells completely different. The judge scolded 3-2. Sarah was very excited about this. She realized that something was happening here at all. The judge said the last number 1. All eyes were focused on the opponent. Now a fight was about to begin between two of them. One of them had to win. In fact, this fight was quite short. After the judge allowed them to start the competition, immediately in the first second, one of them had his sword knocked out of his hands, and he fell to the ground face down in disgrace. He did not resist his opponent in any way. The battle was over. After some time, the estate of the aristocratic Arenzium family was very turbulent. Everything that had happened to them recently had a strong impact on their lives. The eldest son of this aristocratic family was sitting in his office and was very indignant. He was indignant at why this could happen. He constantly repeated the same thing, that they should have given it yesterday. Did something really happen? His assistant tried to calm him down. He said that he cannot calm down in this situation. His younger brother lost in the tournament, and this is a great shame for their family. The assistant tried to explain the situation they are in now. She said that this morning they went to Lower Solia, and she also said that the people they met refused to supply them with any more goods. From these words, the elder brother was even more angry. He could not understand how these slugs from Lower Solia could refuse him. They actually betrayed him. The assistant answered him that it seemed to her that this was exactly the case. She tried to blackmail them. However, they did not fall for it. The older brother was in despair. He shouted, "How dare they?" He couldn't even imagine that these little people from Lower Solia could betray him like that in one moment. At that moment, he remembered how at the tournament, when a young gentleman from his family approached him, Ippolita, what he told him to listen to him once and very carefully. This was the first person who said that he stinks for a kilometer. No one had ever said such words to him or humiliated him like that. And this young gentleman told him to stop using dirty tricks and stop using all sorts of rubbish. He felt that he somehow felt uneasy and looked at his hand because there was something wrong with it. He grabbed his head and started screaming, "How dare they? Who do they take him for? He is a man from a noble family. They have no right to do this to him." All these disturbances were due to the fact that he had new sensations. He had never had such sensations before. It seemed to him that an insect was running under his skin. All this was because of that drug. If you don't take it, there will be a side effect, and he got it. He said if he wasn't given it voluntarily, then he will take this drug himself. Without thinking twice, he walked up and took his sword. The gentleman was serious. He wanted, no matter what, to get the very drug that always calmed him down. He no longer looked like a noble aristocrat. His thoughts were not at all noble. He thought that of course he could cope with a couple of idiots, and from Lower Solia he convinced himself that he was from the Arenzium family and everything was allowed to him. The assistant tried to stop him. She wanted to know when her master was getting ready to go, but he couldn't answer her because he had completely different thoughts. The assistant tried to stop the gentleman and explained to him that his younger brother needed help and support after yesterday's loss. After him master several more times, but he didn't hear her at all. He had a different goal and he followed her. The next morning came. Finally, the fencing competition was over and all the guests could leave for their estates. Sarah was very pleased because today they could explore more local sites and tomorrow they could return home. Mrs. Iris told her that in fact, it's even a pity that they are already returning. Ryle, his thoughts were about something completely different. He wanted to know if Nini had already reached the temple and what happened to her now. When they said goodbye, he explained to her in detail what she needed to do. He said that in 10 minutes, no, he specified. 20 minutes after the end of the competition, she had to go to the temple. Nini, of course, listened to him very carefully, but she did not understand why she should go there and how it could help her. Then he tried to explain to her that about the bomb, she should set it on fire with her own hands and tell her about what happened to her. She must hate the person who completely ruined her life, so she needs to be told what is happening in the magic tower. This old man is an imposter. There can be no master of him. He was disgusted even to hear about it. Nini was afraid. After all, he had great power. And she was also scared that even her mother had renounced her. She thought that the people from the temple wouldn't listen to her either. Ryle tried to calm her down. He said that everything would be fine. She just had to do what he told her, and she was not alone now. She really was not alone now. She was one of them all. They were all very similar. They were the same freaks as she. Moment came when it was necessary to go to the temple, and now it was necessary to throw bait. Just a bait in such that they cannot pass by it. Only then the job will be done. Nini, I thought that she could definitely handle this. She took into her hands the very herb that they found in the basement and went to the temple. All her friends took hands and walked with her. The pain they went through cannot happen again, and many more people suffered. Of them thought that he did not want to go through this again, and they hated the person who took their life from them. Nini. I realized that she had a lot of support and she could cope with everything. Now they just had to get to the temple. They had to tightly grasp this chance by hook or by crook and never let go because they need to start living again. She asked her new friends if they were ready to go with her. They looked at her and everyone was ready to follow her. When they arrived at the door of the Nini temple, she said that they needed to take the last step. They were almost at the goal and told them to follow her. When they went inside, one of the monks told them to stop, and he asked who they were and why they came to this temple. He was interested in what they were doing and why they were in such a terrible condition. They were all in bad clothes and none of them had shoes. Nini remembered Ryle's words all the time he said that they should go specifically to the temple or to some castle there. They should definitely be listened to. This man from the temple said that judging by their clothes, they were all from Lower Solia, and therefore he asked them to leave. Nini didn't want to give up so easily. She had to finish this job to the end. Despite the fact that no one accepted her right away. She had no intention of going out with her friends. Despite the fact that they were surrounded by the knights who guarded this temple, Nini asked them to wait and not kick her out along with her new friends. They can't do this only because she is one of the Lower Solia and everyone else was from the left and someone from the right Solia, and they all barely survived. The man from the temple thought about her words because he couldn't kick out people who once belonged to noble families. Nini, she said that she needed to tell the people at the temple something. This was very important to her. She came to tell me that in the magic tower they were conducting brutal experiments on people. She wanted to tell what they were doing there, and showed the grass that was in her hands. When the man with the temple saw this grass, he realized that this is the grass with which drugs are made. All these people wanted to be listened to. Nini heard someone else's voice. This voice asked what her name was. She raised her head and saw that the saint was approaching her. The man who served in this temple turned his head to the side and saw that the saint was descending towards them. Nini stood and was afraid to move in her hands. It was the same grass she wanted only one thing, to be listened to. She was even more scared because the saint was coming to talk to her. They were so different. The saint who was dressed all in white and was so clean, and these people who came with beads on their feet and were in dirty, torn clothes. The girl was not at a loss, and she said that her name is Nini, and she came here to tell the whole truth. The saint came so close to her and said it was she then there in the square. The saint also wanted to know if she was the Estill girl and replied that it was she who was there in the square. Then the saint turned and asked her subordinates how many free people they have in the temple now. At this time, the eldest son of the aristocratic family Arenzium was walking along the city street in the direction of the very people who refused him. He walked and did not notice the people around him, pushing them away with his shoulder. He believed that they were all bothering him here. He was out of his mind because he offended passers-by. He believed that they all had to give way to him because none of them were worthy of him. He didn't understand how they dared to abandon him. After all, they came from the noble Arenzium family. He thought that no one should do this to them. He walked down the street and thought only about one thing: he would kill all these bastards who abandoned him. Behind him he heard laughter, and someone's voice said what kind of people were walking along the streets of this city. He turned his head to see who it was. Behind him stood the greatest master of Astroya. He pointed his finger at him and said that it was him he was looking for, and he also called him an arrogant asshole. The eldest son of the Arenzium family was very surprised that he saw Astro here, but he thought that it was even for the better. The gentleman said that they really met on time, because he, Astroya, ordered the people from Lower Solia not to give them the goods. He attacked the master, loudly shouting that he told them not to sell him that very herb, and because of this stupid herb, he feels bad. Astro did not listen and struck him with a blow so that he would come to his senses. The master told him to shut up immediately and not shout throughout the street. He also had questions and wanted to ask them. The master said that he wanted to ask him something. He needed to find out. The master answered what exactly he wanted to know. Master Astroya raised his hand, in which he held some of the same herb that was found in the basement today. He said that he gave him everything no matter what he asked for, and he repaid him like this and betrayed him. The eldest son of the aristocratic family, Arenzium, did not know how to react to him and what to answer, because he really framed the master, but he didn't understand what we were talking about and what this herb had to do with it. He didn't even know how to correctly answer the master to his accusation. The master held this herb in his hands and shook it. He said that the master really wanted to get this herb, so he ran away in a mask like a vile rat. The gentleman could not object to anything because he knew for sure that it was not him, but he did not have a single excuse. The master said if he nods his head, it means that he completely agrees, in which case he has nothing more to say. He clenched his fist and crushed all this grass. However, there was nothing to be done. The master took out the badge of the Arenzium family and said that he had lost it in his basement. The master could not object to anything. Everything that the master was telling him now seemed to him like some kind of madness, because he knew for sure that he was not there. The gentleman looked at his jacket and realized that he really was missing that badge that was always pinned on. But how did he end up there? Master Astroya told the gentleman to stop making a joke. He already understood everything and drew conclusions for himself. And it was still very late. The master decided that with the help of a fireball he could teach this idiot a lesson. The master burned all the grass that was in his hands and threw the ashes towards the master. When the ashes of this grass fell to the ground, the gentleman fell to his knees and began to collect this grass. He was very upset. He knelt down and cried about the fact that it was not necessary. No, it was not necessary. Please do not destroy it. Magister Astroya looked at him and realized that something was wrong here. This whole situation was very strange. The master even thought that he was most likely going crazy. Was he really so weak that he was holding on to this grass? While Master Astroya was thinking about what happened yesterday and what happened today, people from the temple approached him completely unnoticed. It was the saint with her assistants. She came here to talk with him because they recently received information that he was involved in a crime. The saint said that she came here so that he would answer her a couple of questions. Master Astroya turned his head and asked what the saint was doing here. The saint did not stand on ceremony for long, and immediately got down to business. She asked what kind of inhuman experience this was in public. She was also interested in the issue of drug production and their illegal sale. This is all that the greatest master of Astroya did. The saint stood and looked at the master. She was waiting for an answer to the question of whether they were involved in this. The master laughed. He said that he would talk to her later and decided that he urgently needed to teleport from here. But for some reason it didn't work out for him. He tried again, but he again had the spell canceled. The masters looked at his hand and didn't understand how this could be the first time in his life it was canceled by a spell. It only meant one thing, that she was a magician of the 7th circle. Among the sweaters there was a saint and Naini. She immediately told the master where he was going. He wouldn't succeed. The saint said that Niney and other people who were experimental subjects told her all this information. The saint wanted to know that these drugs and these experiments were carried out on these people. Is it true that he did all this? Sarah was walking down the street at that time and witnessed everything that was happening. She thought that there would now be a serious trial here. As always, Mr. Yang was with her. And young Mr. Yang said that it seemed to him that things here were quite complicated. Ryle was pleased with what was happening. He thought that Niney still managed to come to an agreement with the people from the temple and even convince the saint. Now he could only observe what was happening. He could no longer influence the course of events. The master laughed and said that the saint had mixed something up, and they don't have any drugs in the magic tower. They don't even give medicinal baths. The native looked at the master and said that then let him answer only one question to her. She asked him to swear in the name of the goddess Irenessa that he did not conduct experiments on people and was not involved in drugs and their sales. Master Astroya looked into her eyes and began to say something very incomprehensible from afar. He was clearly disingenuous. The saint stood and looked at him. She did not take her eyes off him for a second. One could assume that she was walking around with a lie detector in her eyes. Ryle. I thought no matter how she looked, I would have talked to her. He definitely didn't. The greatest master of Astroya did not say a word. The saint asked him again whether he would answer her. She wanted to know about the drugs and experiments that Niney was talking about. Everything she asked what he did. Master Astroya. He had nothing to answer her, and he knew that everything she said was true, but he couldn't admit it. He had already turned and was about to leave. Then he stopped and laughed loudly. Most likely, he changed his mind. The master turned and said that yes, it was him, and he really is everything they talk about. The master said that in the basement of the magician's tower, he made drugs and sold them to the aristocrat. With this money, he covered the costs of the experiments, very modest experiments. The saint turned to Master Astroya. She wanted to clarify something else with him. The master did not understand what was the matter and what the problem was. As it seemed to him, he had not done anything criminal for which he could be convicted. These words of the master infuriated her. She understood that he was absolutely lying and only wanted to justify himself. The girl clenched her fists very tightly because she understood that all these modest experiments that he was talking about were experiments on living people. She couldn't stand it and screamed very loudly that he was an asshole and that everything he did to them would also happen to him. Niney turned and looked back. Someone was shouting louder than her in the direction of Master Astroya. Mr. Yang screamed even louder. He couldn't come to terms with the fact that this master could do such a thing, and also that he was manufacturing drugs. Mr. was so angry that he was ready to tear this greatest master with his own hands. He was burning with anger. Mr. Yang couldn't figure out if he had gone completely crazy, and the Great War had started because of these fucking drugs. He wanted to ask this master if he knew how many tears and blood were shed in this war, and how he dared to do this. Mr. Yang said that for a long time he did not like these wizards who sat in the Tower of Magicians. He clenched his fist and was ready to fight with this master. And Mr. Yang also said that he especially doesn't like assholes like this greatest Master Astroya, who is ready to make money from people's lives. Ryle thought that in this situation we won't even have to do anything. The saint told the master that while in Solia he was engaged in the production of drugs there, and he also treated people cruelly. Therefore, she asked him to go with them to the ministry of Solia. The master could not resist in any way because the saint was with her knights. Magister Astroya tried to create a fog. He wanted to somehow get out of this situation, but he didn't have a plan yet. The master asked the saint, does she really want to arrest him right here and immediately put him in jail? The master cast another spell and said that she had probably forgotten that she was dealing with a magician of the seventh circle. The magistra looked at her and said that she should not become his enemy, and it was better for her not to cross his path. The saint said that she really shouldn't have crossed paths with him. The master thought that she had calmed down and given up. That's why he said that the trash that stands next to the saint is his mistake, and he suggested that he would sort it out himself. Niney was very indignant at his words, but the saint said that God's revelation had recently descended on her, and she would do as she deemed necessary. The master did not understand what she was talking about and what she would do in relation to him now. The saint said that she had a revelation from God, which said that the one who would save them all had arrived in this world. The next thing the saint did, she ordered her knights to do, was to arrest Master Astroya. She was determined. Master Astroya did not expect this. He decided that now was the time to use magic. He told her to leave, that it was just self-defense. The Magister used a spell that summoned the sands of Greece, and they were supposed to block the opportunity to arrest him. The knights in their armor felt that they could not move. It was difficult for them to take at least a step forward. The Master did not stop. He cast another spell, and this spell was connected with the swamp. Now the feet of all these knights were immersed in a swamp, or rather in a quagmire, and none of them could move. They stood and could not understand what was wrong with their legs when they realized that it was spoiling them, and then decided that they needed to leave quickly. Contacted him, many people would die. Saint Frisia looked at him, but she had already made her choice, and she was not going to step back. Healing spell on her knights, and they were all able to get back on their feet. After this, she told her knights that they must evacuate all residents in this city and in the surrounding area. She said if here and now she doesn't stop Master Astroya, then many more innocent people could die. The knights said that they had accepted the order and were ready to carry it out immediately. They also added that the saint would take care of herself. Master of Astroya realized that his plan did not work and that the saint would leave. Until the end, he decided that he should cast a fire spell. He told her to take a risk and come to him. Ryle. He stood aside. He watched everything that was happening. He felt like a spectator. He was interested in watching this battle. The Master collected a magical fireball above his head. He directed it towards the people who were there. He wanted them all to go to hell, and at the same time, blame their saint. This time he decided that he would use the meteorite spell. It was one of the very powerful spells, and was subject only to magicians of the 7th degree. Master Astroya threw this meteorite to the side where the saint and all the retinue that came with her were. Saint Frisia also possessed a certain magical power, and therefore she used a sanctuary spell that was supposed to protect them from the meteorite. When these two forces crossed, a very strong explosion occurred. These forces actually smashed one another. The knights managed to cover themselves with shields and cover their saint with a shield so that the fragments of this force would not injure her. The saint stood with her head down. She was not going to give up and wanted to see this matter through to the end. She knew what she was getting into. After his attack was repulsed, the Master said to the saint that it turns out that she was not amiss at all, but he was preparing another attack for her. This time he fired thousands of arrows towards her. He told her to be careful because death was very close. He wanted to see if they would be able to repel the attack this time. The saint heard that everyone was turning to her and telling them to leave him, and they need to request reinforcements from the castle of Solia. Many arrows flew towards where Saint Frisia and her retinue stood. Just a few more seconds, and they will be able to reach their goal. The saint cast the following spell, and it was a barrier. All these arrows will have to break against this barrier. There were so many arrows that it became clear that the barrier would not last long. It was slowly cracking. Saint Frisia asked Nini to cancel the spell that was cast by the Master. This had to be done because the protective barrier had already cracked. Nini immediately got to work. It took her some time to concentrate and undo the spell of the person she hated the most. Nini raised her hands and canceled the spell. But for some reason, she didn't do it very well. Apparently, the powers were unequal. One of these arrows flew very close to the face of Saint Frisia and touched him. Blood sprayed. Mr. Yang, when he saw that the saint was wounded, was ready to take out his sword. The saint said that she was fine. Therefore, we must not stop. We must continue until reinforcements arrive. Mr. Yang came to the defense of Saint Frisia. He was always ready to come to the rescue, and in this case, he had to help the saint. The saint saw Mr. Yang. She was a little surprised and asked him if she had seen him at the fencing competition. Mr. Yang didn't have any time to answer these questions. He managed to use his sword to beat off one arrow after another so that they would no longer hit any target. Mr. Yang acted with such speed and such skill that all those arrows that were supposed to hit the saint and her entourage were repelled. Master Astroya was very surprised how it was possible. This man could cut all the arrows he sent. Ryle. I thought it was very good that Mr. Yang finally could not stand it and intervened. Sir called the young master. She wanted to say that now it was time to run. Ryle told her that she should see his mother off first, and he wants to watch for another 5 minutes. Magister Astroya rose above the square and said that he found it very funny and laughed out loud. There are so many good specialists in this city, but he seems to have met the worst. And he also added that if they had already decided to contact him, then the warm-up was over. Now there will be an adult game. Saint Frisia answered him now he does not dress with a simple arrest. He will have to answer for everything he has done. The master said that she really thinks so. Won't he become innocent if he kills all the witnesses to the crime? And laughed loudly. This time, the master decided that he really had to use one of the most terrible spells he owned. This spell is the underworld. Nini was very scared when she saw that he was going to use this spell. Will he just go to him like that? She was also scared because it was impossible to cancel these spells. However, in order for her to start a new life, the master must die. She thought the same as Ryle now. The most important thing is that everything works out for them, and they are able to reach the end. Ryle felt that for some reason her legs didn't obey her, but he tried to help her somehow. Now she just needed to take her last step, and everything should have worked out for her. Ryle thought if he had time for this now, Nini and Ryle. They had one thought between them. They were thinking about whether they wanted to die so stupidly right now and at this very moment. Ryle walked and thought that the heroes who were destined to save this world and that he wanted to start a new life. In the end, he would have to pass the test that befell them. So just like last time, he took out a mask and put it on his face. Nini turned her head. She wanted to know where she heard this voice from. Mr. Yang asked what this spell was from the underworld. He wanted to clarify with the saint what they should do now. The saint said that she did not know that Master Astroya had such enormous magical power. She did not understand why he was doing this. The master could not calm down and was ready to destroy them all. He told the saint to say hello to the goddess Irenessa. Then he concentrated all his strength in and there, a magic spell about the underworld. He only had to direct it. This is exactly what he did. The next moment, the saint and everyone who was near her stood and did not know how they could resist this spell. Nini shouted for everyone to save themselves. This spell is unbearable to cancel, and there is no protection from it. Nini, she said that she would try to stop him somehow so that they would have time to get out of here. The girl convinced herself that she could, that she had the strength to stop this spell, at least for a while. She just needed to do it. She thought that maybe for this day she lived her whole life, she tried her best. She thought that even if the moment she had been waiting for so long had disappointed her and deprived her of hope, she remembered how she came home and talked about her mother, that she was her daughter, with hair as blonde as snow. And she also remembered this man who said that he could help her when she was completely desperate and no longer believed in anyone at all. It was this man who showed her that there is still hope, and if she wants, she can start all over again. She decided that if she died now, she would not regret it, because her life was not only about bad people. Nini felt that someone was helping her, and this someone said that she was talking some nonsense. She shouldn't even think about it. All his efforts will be in vain if she dies now, and this is where Ryle came here to help her. Nini realized how much power he had if he could break this spell about the underworld with one blow of his sword. Mr. Yang was also surprised no less than everyone else. He thought how to break the underworld spell with one blow. Saint Frisia was also surprised. She understood that this is the very person who is in this city and must save them all. The only one who was shocked was Master Astroya. He used the most powerful spell that was in his capabilities, and it was broken. When he saw the man in the mask again, he shouted that it was again the same idiot he saw in his basement. Ryle looked to the side and said, "Why is Sarah so slow? It doesn't fit into any framework. If you're saving yourself, you need to move your legs faster." Ryle told the so-called greatest master that he really pisses him off, and now more than usual. Ryle turned to the saint and asked her that she had some kind of divine power, and couldn't she stop? He was actually surprised because it seemed like she didn't have much of this power. So he said that this is a spell about the underworld, or whatever they call it. He removed it. So the saint had to take his assistance and get out as quickly as possible. Saint Frisia, on the one hand, was glad that she was alive, and she also understood that most likely this was the very person who should save them. Therefore, she had no choice but to take a break and really get out of here as soon as possible. While she was sitting, she cast a healing spell. This was necessary in order to gain strength again. Nini asked Ryle why he was here and why he helped her. She wanted to know the answers to these questions. The girl asked him because he said that he would not interfere in everything that would happen. Ryle replied that he remembered everything he said well, and he did not plan to interfere at all. Master Astroya was surprised. He also wanted to find out from the man in the mask why it was so easy for him to dispel the spell in the underwear. Ryle answered the master that he had been busy for a long time, and he was tired of watching all this circus that was happening here. Ryle replied that she was busy for a long time, and he was tired of watching all this circus that was happening here. Nini. She was surprised by his answer. What does long mean? After all, she had a strong enough opponent. The master was outraged by the way they talked to him and behaved. He considered himself the master of the seventh circle and believed that there was no one stronger than him. Ryle repeated to him once again that, in his opinion, everything here takes a very long time to be decided. His mother almost got hurt, and now he himself will quickly figure it out completely. The master looked at him and wondered if he was very confident in himself and whether he really couldn't cope with him. Nini stood silently. She thought that she always knew that he was a completely unusual guy. But if he cast Astoria's spell in one go, then who is he anyway? He put his hand on her shoulder from behind, and Ryle told her that it was time to finish what they had started, and they couldn't stop. He said that now is the time to finish, and they will think about the rest a little later when there is time for it. Ryle turned and told Mr. Yang to come too. Mr. Yang said that he understood everything. When they were all standing together and were ready to end it all, Ryle told the girl to take a deep breath now. She didn't understand what he was up to and wanted to know. Ryle wasn't going to explain anything. He said that enough talking and fooling around should be done with this. He ordered Mr. Yang to shoot as many arrows as possible. Mr. Yang said that he understood everything. Master Astroya was completely confident in his abilities and had no intention of giving up. He wanted to show his advantage over everyone. When he saw that the master's attack was starting against him, he laughed and asked if they really decided to go against him. The master said that this was great. He was still going to find this guy in the mask and tear him to pieces. Ryle told him that he should do whatever his heart desires and see if he can do it. Master Astroya did not waste time for a long time and applied the next spell he was capable of. It was Firewall. Ryle told Mr. Yang that he would deal with this spell and he had to continue to hold it back. They all needed to trust him. Mr. Yang said that he understood and continued to shoot arrows one after another towards the master. One of these arrows hit his face. The master became even more angry. Therefore, the next spell with which the master wanted to inflict damage on his opponent was Poisonous Fog. This poisonous fog fell lower and lower. In addition, it thickened and intensified. A little more and it will fall so low that it can destroy them all. St. Frisia. She said that she couldn't stay on the sidelines in such a situation and wanted to make her contribution too. Ryle and Mr. Yang turned their heads in her direction. They were a little surprised that she wanted to take part in this too. She only needed to rest and stand aside. But St. Frisia did not think so. She had done her job and believed that in such cases they should say thank you to her. Master Astroya was very disappointed with everything that happened to him. All his spells that he tried to use in this battle were either dispelled or canceled or stopped. Not one of them was completed. He didn't want to admit defeat and said that he didn't have time for such small sushi as they were. After all, in his eyes, they were only losers. The master thought that in his case there was now about half of the total mana left. But he thought that this would be enough, and he clenched his fist in order to deliver a fatal blow. The next thing he said was the words that they should all die. He had no choice but to use all his strength in this last blow. His next spell was a blizzard spell. He thought that with this spell he could definitely destroy them all. Ryle said that this Master Astroya is the most ordinary evil old man. You can see it if you look into his eyes. Ryle looked at Naini and asked her if she had caught her breath, and if she had enough strength. The girl replied that she was ready. Ryle explained to her that now she needs to hit him once. But Naini said very strongly that she was ready. Ryle was pleased because he had not fought like an adult for a long time. He told the girl to aim for the heart. Now they would need to hit at the same time. Ryle turned to Mr. Yang and said that his task now would be to destroy ice icicles from afar. Mr. Yang did not argue. He completely trusted. Master Astroya was already finishing his spell and sent huge ice icicles towards Ryle. They resembled arrows that were just as strong. The master shouted for these icicles to pierce his enemies through. Ryle told Naini to concentrate on only one blow and not think about anything else. A lot depended on this blow, including her life. Naini was worried that the master's spell might somehow harm her. Ryle told her that Mr. Yang would worry about everything else. Ryle held on. He decided to joke a little. If they don't succeed, then they have an almighty saint. Master Astroya was completely confident that he could defeat a bunch of what seemed to him to be losers. He would have enough strength so that they would never stand in his way again. All the ice arrows that were aimed towards Ryle and everyone else did not reach their target. Mr. Yang very cleverly destroyed them. There were not only a lot of these ice arrows, there was a whole hail of them. But Mr. Yang dealt with them, and not a single one of them reached its goal. Mr. Yang was very skillful with a bow. He launched one arrow after another with such speed that it seemed that it was not a person doing it, but an automatic machine. Each of his arrows reached the target and knocked down the ice icicles so that they broke into small pieces and fell down. As soon as these ice icicles came closer to them, they were immediately destroyed by Mr. Yang. The ice icicles became less and less, and after some time it seemed that there was not a single ice icicle that was intact and that reached the goal. St. Frisia did not want to stay on the sidelines. She decided that she could help, and she also cast a spell and put up a barrier. The saint wanted to help Naini so that she could complete her task. The girl needed just a little more, and then the job would be done. Naini was concentrated and directed all her strength towards her enemy. She needed to destroy him with one blow. Ryle told St. Frisia to look at the ground. Right in the middle of the square, you could see a crack appearing. The master's attack did not stop, he only intensified it. Ryle managed to warn the saint to be careful. The ground under his feet began to crack and disperse. Ryle was very dissatisfied and even cursed because they were putting on a show here with their attacks. Ryle managed to grab St. Frisia in time so that she would not fall into the abyss and stumble upon one of the ice blocks. She opened her eyes and asked if the young master was alive and answered that yes. The mask that covered Ryle's face flew off to the side. He asked the saint if she was okay. St. Frisia saw his face and was very surprised. She said to the young master, "Was it really him last time too?" Ryle looked towards Naini and asked her if she was ready. The girl replied that she was ready. The saint thought that she was sure that she was talking about this guy in the temple of the goddess Irenessa. Naini was ready and she was waiting for the command. The young master said that as soon as he gave the signal, she would have to open fire. The girl did not understand what kind of fire she should open. He tried to explain to her that when he gives the command, she must hit the master of her magic. This is called fire. Naini looked at the young master. She thought that now she would have to use the last remnants of mana that she had, but she did not want to let him down. Thought that she was able to live up to this moment thanks to the common efforts. And she also thought that maybe she would not be able to kill Master Astro herself. Astro once again and realized that she was doing everything right. Now the moment of truth had to come for her. She understood that after this blow, she would not have a single drop of regret left, and she gathered all her strength and struck this blow. After Ryle gave the command to fire, they had to act as a team. The result depended on each of them. Naini did not just strike. She dealt a super blow that should have caused maximum damage to Master Astroya. Naini concentrated and held this blow with all her might. Her mana became less and less, but she could not give up. The girl thought that her body could now be torn into pieces. This blow was so hard for her. The master looked at her and laughed. He said that he was not at all afraid of her blow, and all this was for the chickens to laugh. The greatest master immediately cast a spell and tried to parry the blow that Naini was delivering. It was very difficult for her to withstand the blow. At some point, she even despaired. She thought that this was not enough at all, and she would not be able to cope with the enemy. She thought that she didn't have a single drop of regret left, that she was now do it. But she was hoping for some miracle. Ryle said that everything would work if he launched his sword right now. The master did not expect such a turn of events. He thought that the attack would only come from Naini. The efforts of Ryle and Naini were crowned with success. They achieved their goal when they combined their powers. The master received a very strong blow right in the heart. The master did not immediately understand what had happened to him for some time. He tried to resist everything that was happening to him. But the very next moment, his strength was so small, and he had no mana left to recover and resist. Therefore, there was a very loud explosion from the greatest Master Astroya. Nothing was left. It was only thanks to the strength and perseverance of Naini, and thanks to Ryle. And you, this greatest master, were left with only snowflakes that fell to the ground. It looked like the snow that fell in the summer. Well, when the sun came out after dark, all these snowflakes melted in the air. Some still fell to the ground, but it was not for long. All this snow, the snowflakes should have melted in a matter of seconds, and not a trace of them should remain. This white snow fell on Naini's head when she was licking on the earth, completely exhausted. She still didn't understand that it was all over and she won this fight. This snow that was falling now was in honor of her. Naini lay there for some time. She didn't have the strength to even open her eyes and see that it was all over. Naini became the winner in this battle, but she didn't know anything about it yet. She continued to lie exhausted on the earth. To the side, not far from her, There was the body of the master. It was pierced through in the area of the heart. The blood spread in all directions. He was no longer so terrible and majestic. Mr. Yang and Saint Frisia walked towards where Naini was. They wanted to find out what was wrong with her. The saint approached the girl and tried to bring her to her senses, but for some reason it didn't work. Mr. Yang asked the saint if she was okay. The saint looked at the girl and cried loudly. She said that she couldn't just die now. Naini was lying on the ground and did not react in any way to her words. The saint asked her to please open her eyes. This went on for some time. The girl lay on the ground and did not react in any way to the fact that her name was Saint. She asked only one thing, that she open her eyes. The saint decided that she should help her somehow. So she moved her body to the temple where she led the service and lived. She laid her on the bed and did not leave her for a single second. The saint hoped for a miracle. She wanted Naini to survive. The saint understood that Naini used all the power she had to destroy the man who had brought a lot of grief to everyone. The saint also thought about Ryle. She wanted to know where he disappeared. Mr. Yang said that he saw that wizard fall from the tower, and after that, he didn't see this guy anymore. He was far away, so he didn't even notice that he disappeared. The saint thought he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and disappeared again in the same way. She didn't even have time to talk to him. Mr. Yang said if it weren't for that guy, they wouldn't have been able to stop Master Astroya. The saint completely agreed with him. Saint Frisia, when they almost brought Naini to the temple, asked Mr. Yan that she, in my opinion, saw him last time in the temple. This was true. After some time, a miracle happened. Naini opened her eyes, and when she saw that the saint was sitting next to her, she asked what was wrong with her. The saint was very glad that the girl came to her senses, and Naini wanted to know where she was and what happened. The saint explained that she was in the temple, and she was very glad that now everything was okay with her. Naini asked again what okay means. The saint asked the girl for forgiveness, looked at her, and she needed to explain something. Therefore, the saint said that she did everything she could, and even more to save her life. And she also added that her condition is worse than she expected, and this is all due to the fact that they experimented on her. That magic that accumulated in her after the experiment in the tower led to some changes in her body, and therefore she began to develop a mutation. Most likely this will lead to her life being much shorter. The saint said that the verse of the experiments that were carried out for days had passed a lot of time, so she threw up her hands. The girl realized that nothing could be corrected. The saint did not know what to answer, because she already knew the whole truth and understood that now she would have to live with it. Therefore, she did not pretend and told Naini that nothing really could be done, and it was true. The saint said that the girl mustered all her courage and told the master, but she really couldn't help her, so she asked her for forgiveness. Naini smiled and said that everything was fine, and the saint should not worry about this topic because she was ready for it. Saint Frisia. She said that she didn't even know how to thank her and how to ask her for forgiveness for not being able to help her. She was grateful to Naini for the fact that she managed to stop Master Astro, and he would no longer be able to sell drugs and conduct experiments. Naini replied that everything was fine. In fact, she didn't really help as much as she thought. But Naini is tormented by one question, despite the fact that she understood everything perfectly well what was connected with her and her life. So she asked the saint how long she had to live. She wanted to know the whole truth about herself. This was not a very simple question, even for Saint Frisia. She did not know how to answer this question correctly. For a few more minutes she sat and was silent. She only thought about how to tell this girl who just saved them all how long she has left to live. Therefore, the saint said that it is impossible to cure her illness at midnight, but they can slightly increase her life expectancy. In the worst case, she has time until the end of summer, and if they succeed, she can live all winter. The saint said that the most realistic forecast would be that this would happen at the end of autumn. Naini thought that she would have to live until autumn, and so the girl thought, "It's autumn. It's quite a long time." She decided that this time would be enough for her. She tried to get out of bed and thought that she was concentrating too much on one place. She needed to go. When she sat opposite the saint, she said that she was grateful to her for everything that happened in her life. The saint told her that there was no need to thank her, and tears flowed from her eyes. These tears were due to the fact that she could not do anything for this girl, so she cannot look her in the eyes after this. Naini told her that in this case they need to agree that her feat never happened officially. The saint asked the girl what she was talking about. Nini said that there was no need to tell anyone that she had uncovered his crime and then killed this master. She who did all this, but another person, the one who was wearing a mask. Nini, she said that if someone should receive glory and honor for a feat, it's the person who helped her in everything. And the girl also added that if the saint wants to do something for her, then let him fulfill the wish of that man. The saint asked who she meant. And does she really know who he is? Nini answered sacredly that she really knows who this person is. At the mere mention of him, she glowed with happiness. The next day, the decisive battle of the tournament took place where the winner of this year's tournament was to be determined. The fighters became finalists, suggested good results in fencing, and each of them hoped that he would become the winner. Ryle watched the fencing competition today and tried to comment on everything that was happening. He said to Sarah if she saw them fighting with swords. Sarah was not in the mood at all today. She answered the young master about what she saw. But all this did not make any impression on her. The young master didn't understand. Did she really not like something? Sarah said that one of the fighter's legs weren't working at all. The young master looked at her and said, "Did she really understand? Did she really notice that the fighter doesn't use his legs at all? He only waves his arms, which means he can't win." Mrs. Iris looked at her son, and she was pleased to see him so enthusiastic. He had never been so enthusiastic lately. The lady noticed that Mr. Yang looked very bad today. She asked if everything was okay with him. Mr. Yang replied that he felt that his body was not as strong as it was before, and that he did not have such strength. Mrs. Iris told him not to be upset because she could not do anything at all in this situation. Mr. Yang said that it was good that she remained alive and unharmed. Sarah was most happy today that the competition was over, and the young master was thinking about how he would have to return home. He looked at the fighters who had just finished the fight. They bowed to each other and went their separate ways. Sarah said that it was very good that the young master returned so quickly and was not hurt at all. Ryle said that he just looked at the spectacle and quickly returned. The girl said that the award ceremony would begin soon, and the main award would be presented by Prince Solia. Sarah wanted to ask the young master why he went there because it was dangerous there. A young man came on stage. He said his name was Daniel before presenting the award. He wanted to say something. Daniel said that recently one person revealed a terrible crime that happened in the Tower of Mages, and this is a member of a family of aristocrats. This young man also said that the person they are talking about is here today as a spectator. Mrs. Iris asked who it is. Daniel said that this man from the Ippolita family, the young master, did not expect such a turn of events. He could not even imagine it. Mr. Yang, Sarah, and Mrs. Iris did not understand what was happening. Now their last name was pronounced. A young man stood on the stage. He said that today this gentleman is present at the competition. He knows for sure. He asked him to give a sign where he is sitting. Mr. Yam guessed that we were talking about his young lord, but he didn't know how to react correctly. Sarah told the young master that Prince Daniel was talking about him. She turned her head and saw that he was not in his place. Everyone was looking for the young master, but he decided that he needed to get out of there very quickly, and he didn't understand one more thing. How did it happen that they all knew who he was and how they could find out? Ryle sat and remembered how the prince said that he had uncovered the atrocities that were happening in the tower, and he helped Ramu and averted the danger, and most importantly, that they figured out that he was from the Ippolit family. He hid for so long and didn't want everyone to know who he was. Did he really think it would all end like this? The young gentleman couldn't understand how they could recognize him because he was wearing a mask and had a cloak on. It seemed to him that he was well disguised and even changed his voice. He did everything impeccably. He even calculated the force so that the sword would melt from Nini's magic, so that no one would have evidence. There was only one thing he didn't understand. Then why did everyone find out about it? The people who found him were standing outside the door of the restroom where he was hiding. Ryle didn't make a sound. These people were sure that he was behind these doors. One of them asked if they were really sure that he was there, and if so, then you just need to open the door. And it was Nini. The girl didn't wait long and told the doors to open. For this, she used a little force that she had. Ryle couldn't understand why she was here. And was she really crazy about opening the door to the restroom without permission? St. Frisia closed her eyes in shame. She was not ready to look at him, but Nini was sure that they had something to talk about. Ryle looked at the fact that he would sue them for sexual harassment if they didn't close the door right now. He had no reason to interrupt their communication. Ryle asked the girl how they could even find him and why they needed him. Naini said that she used her eye that can see through. Ryle was very upset. He completely forgot that she had this eye. He didn't want to be public. He just wanted to live. He remembered that when they first met, when he asked how she was using something other than magic, the girl replied that it really wasn't magic, and if she remembered the person's face, she could find out his whereabouts. Ryle was very angry because it was unfair to use the radar as he told Naini. I asked what radar is, and he also yelled at the saint. He said that the saint walks through the men's restrooms as if it were her own room and she has no shame at all. And he also added that it seemed to him that there were no more saints left in the world. Saint Frisia answered him that he should remember that he himself said that she was not his type. Ryle stayed in the toilet and came out. He asked what they needed from him. The saint said that it was a little embarrassing to talk about such a men's toilet, so they needed to leave. Saint Frisia, she said when they left. She wanted to say something else about the fact that he was blessed by the goddess Irenessa, thought to himself that he had already heard all this before, that the sacred sword had chosen him. He was no longer going to buy into this. The saint did not stop and continued to say that this is why Mr. Ryle, the young master, told her to stop and not say anything more. He wanted to clarify with her that she wasn't trying to tell him that he had to destroy some kind of evil or something like that. Saint Frisia asked him what he was talking about, and she could not understand how he knew that she wanted to say exactly this. Now he understood that everything was repeating itself again, and he had the same fate that would repeat itself one after another. He didn't want this to happen to him again. He didn't want to be a sword warrior. All this had already happened in his past life. He understood that they were all now trying to make a knight out of him again, and nothing more. Saint Frisia said that according to Revelation, the Lord received power, and the person who has such power received it because of the dragon. Ryle thought that all of her coloring books that she is now saying are all in order to whack someone else or expose some other villain. But he didn't understand why she said that all his strength was because of the dragon. Is this really so? The saint said that very soon a dragon will appear because of which not only Solia, but also the whole world will be in trouble. It will be a catastrophe. Ryle did not understand what now. Naini intervened in the conversation. She said, as has already been said, that the goddess Irenessa made her prediction. She said the person who would have to catch the dragon, this person must be a Ryle, was very indignant. Ryle thought if she said that this is Irenessa the goddess, isn't she all-powerful, then why can't she stop this dragon? And he also thought that there are so many planets in the universe, and it is the goddess who has clung to this stupid earth and makes her own predictions all the time. Moreover, they force him to strain just to save a couple of provincial towns. Ryle was silent for a bit, and then said, do they know what he was called? If they don't know, then he's ready to tell them he's called a lazy sword. The main word here is lazy. He said that for the rest of his life he planned to live in a high and do nothing. He did not understand why they came to him with this question, asking him to catch some dragon. By the way, he looked at the saint and told her to remember what she told him last time. If she forgot, then he is ready to remind her she called him gay. Well, just for a second. Naini did not understand how this could be Saint Frisia, who seemed to her to be a very good person and called him gay. The saint said that it was better for her not to know this. Ryle turned around and began to leave for the last time. He said that after such words he should not cooperate. It's unrealistic. Let her look for another fool. The saint told him to stop because she wasn't finished, but he didn't want to listen to her and hear. He decided that their conversation was already over, and he no longer had anything to do with them. The saint had no chance to stop him, so she decided to try to stop him in any way. She screamed with all her might. Astroya. This name really sobered up the young master a little, and he stopped. The saint tried to explain to him that she knew that in fact it was he who stopped the master. Ryle never thought that she could guess this, and she knows it. The saint tried with all her might to say that she had heard that he found out all this about drugs and experiments in the Tower of Magicians. Ryle was very indignant that she had guessed, or maybe someone had told her, so he asked who could have told her that. He was only interested in one question: who told him all this nonsense. He turned and looked towards Naini. She stood silently. He looked at the girl. He only wanted to get an answer to one single question that tormented him most of all. Was it she who was silent? The young gentleman told the girl that he asked her not to tell anyone what really happened. He had almost left them. The saint screamed for him to stop, but he didn't want to hear her, and he was very tired of listening to them. He thought that they should both get out of the way and not disturb him. He lived a wonderful life on them. Therefore, the young master decided that their conversation was already over, and he could leave these two beautiful ladies. But before leaving, he approached Nini and put his hand on her shoulder. He wanted to say goodbye to her, the fact that she did not treat him very well, and that she betrayed him. The saint lowered her head down, closed her eyes, and said in a sad voice that there was no need to worry because Nini only told her about it. Ryle asked in an indignant voice what Prince Daniel was talking about then, and the saint replied that she had not told anyone about his power. Holy, I said that she just mentioned that Ryle made a big contribution to the victory over Astroya and Nini until the last time there was other stuff and didn't want anyone to tell this secret. The saint said that in any case, only one thing is clear. His strength is simply incredibly great, and Royal proudly raised his head up and asked what to do next. The saint asked him to catch the dragon, as the revelation says, but he put his hands behind his head and said that he did not want to do this. Sveta got angry and said that he had already defeated Astra, and he had the power that would help him kill the dragon. Ryle waved his hand and asked to leave him alone. He said that he wanted to rest. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. He turned his head at her and looked at Nini. She looked at him in fear and waited for his verdict on what he wanted to do to her. Ryle began to laugh and asked her to go outside together, and because he wanted to talk to her. It was already light outside and clouds were floating across the sky, and the sun's rays illuminated the building. The gentleman was carefully reading the newspaper sitting in his office, and was suddenly surprised when he saw something strange in this newspaper. It was written there that last evening a large batch of prohibited goods was found in the Tower of Magicians. Last evening, a warehouse with boxes was discovered in the Tower of Magicians in the right Solia. It turned out that inside these boxes there was a large batch of banned hallucinogenic herb. The news that the 7th level Astroya turned out to be the owner of this party shocked the residents of Solia. A young gentleman from a family of aristocrats helped uncover the terrifying truth. Prince Daniel presented the medal to the third son of Count Ippolita. The gentleman was shocked when he read all this and did not know how to react. He crumpled the newspaper in his hands. After that, a terrible smile appeared on his face, and thus he tried to restrain his anger. He shouted very loudly that he must immediately send a letter to Iris, and his scream could be heard even on the street and in the courtyard of the building. Kyle and his entourage were leaving the building, and you heard Ian start crying. Iris asked Riley where he went recently, and he scratched the back of his head, and then said that he went to the toilet for a while. Young continued to sob loudly, and could not believe that the saint only learned the truth about Astro thanks to the young master. People on the street were talking about the fact that this was a young gentleman from the Ippolita family, but this was starting to make him angry, and he didn't like that people started recognizing him on the street because he wanted to stay in the shadows. He was upset and thought that he just waved the ball once, and everyone began to admire and be surprised at him. The lady said in a satisfied voice that the father was probably beside himself with happiness, but Ryle didn't care about it. But nevertheless, he said that he just needed to come to terms with it. She smiled and looked at him with an admiring look. She noticed that a girl was walking during the day and decided to ask what kind of girl was walking behind him. Ryle lowered his head, frowned, and thought that this would be hard to explain. Yang and the maid were waiting for an explanation from him, but they didn't understand why he was taking so long to collect his thoughts. Ryle scratched his head and said that the fact is that while he was going to the toilet, he saw this girl and decided to take her with him. Sarah approached the mistress and said in a whisper that the girls had a problem with one eye and she probably couldn't see anything with her right eye. Ryle said he saw this girl use magic yesterday and it was just amazing. He looked at the lady and said that after they measured his mana in the tower, he also wanted to learn magic. But the lady asked what he was going to do with it. Ryle explained that he thinks that during the rest, another extra maid will definitely not hurt him. Learning magic will not hurt him. But at that moment, Ian ran up to him and told the gentleman that he was talking some nonsense because this girl was not who she said she was. But Ryle replied that he knew everything and she suffered. It was an experiment in the tower. He said that he knows what situation she's in, he can't just leave her, and besides, why did he receive medals then ask to remind him? Ian immediately fell silent and didn't know what to answer. But the lady smiled. I said that she wouldn't mind if this girl went with them. Mrs. Iris said that for the first time Riley chose something on his own, and she was ready to support his choice, and I asked the others to respect his choice too. Ian clenched his fist and said with force that if the lady agrees, he won't mind either. Riley pushed him closer to the guys and asked them to say hello to him. He said that these people serve his family. She bowed and said hello in a submissive voice, then said that her name was Nini. Sarah narrowed her gaze and assumed that Nini was from Lower Solia, because it was not clear that she had no noble manners. Sarah came closer, pointed her finger at her, and said that she had been to Lower Solia, and she knew what she was talking about, and would personally take charge of teaching Nini proper manners. Riley watched it all from the side and smiled. He remembered their dialogue in the evening when he asked her to go out and chat together. He suggested that I want to go with him to Ipoleta County and added that in this way he was a holy deliverer and would keep this girl nearby to keep an eye on him. But the saint shielded Nini with her back and said that he was talking some nonsense. Riley raised his hand up and said that if she had kept her mouth shut, he wouldn't have had to take her away, and he didn't need to put on a show here now. Riley looked at this girl again and asked her what she thought about this. If she didn't want to, then they'd just end it here and now. Nini replied that she would go with him. She still had some matters with him that needed to be settled. She remembered the moment when he extended his hand to her, and for the first time decided to help her. She thought that she had not yet heard an answer from him. She said that if she was around, she could find out how I could start living a clean slate, and her path would become at least a little clearer. Sarah happily began to clap her hands and smile. She asked everyone if they were ready to go back to the county. She looked into the distance and said that a letter had recently arrived saying that the Count wanted to see each other as soon as possible. Ian suggested that the Count had probably read the newspaper, and that's why they needed to return. The sun slowly began to slide down and closer to the horizon, and evening came. Nini lowered her head to Misha and asked if she would now have to call him master, but after that she said that in any case, she was grateful to him. Riley looked at her in surprise and didn't even know what to answer. Nini smiled in a joyful voice and said that she didn't even imagine that she could leave this terrible place. Riley started laughing and said that she was very funny and he didn't expect her to be so funny. They left the city, and Riley said that if someone heard their dialogue now, this person would think that he was saving her. Suddenly, the whole group stopped when they saw a man in front of them. The lady smiled and greeted Bishop Rivos joyfully. Rivos greeted Mrs. Iris and said that he was pleased to see her again. Iris asked why the bishop showed up here, and he replied that he was looking for something. Ryle and Nini became wary when they heard his words and wondered what he was going to find here. Rivos smiled and said that his search was related to a recent incident that occurred in the city. Rivos said that these two noble people forgot their things in storage, but Ryle and his new companion looked at the bishop incredulously. They extended their hands and greeted them. Nini will also extend my hand to greet them. But at that moment, the services gave them some things, and the bishop said that these were trophies. Ryle took the box and asked why he needed these trophies, why the bishop asked them to give them to him. Ryle looked inside the box and saw purple fabric. He decided to lift it with his hand to see what was there. On the floor of this cloth, there were two objects, a silver ring and a gold hoop. Rivos said in a whisper that these were his things and the staff was unfortunately broken, so he could only give these two items. Nini asked if they had to take these things. She said that for her, he is an insignificant person, and she does not want to take these things. But Rivos smiled when he heard her words and said that he still wants her to accept it, and the Temple of Solia wants to give these things to them. They looked at these objects with dissatisfaction and did not want to accept them. Rivos said he swears to God that these things are clean and they are absolutely safe. The saint watched their reactions all this time, standing behind the bishop. Ryle became interested in such sudden gifts and wondered if the bishop himself had come up with all this. Nini asked the gentleman if they would accept these gifts. Ryle asked her what she thought if there was something suspicious about these objects, and Nini replied that she had already checked, and there was no magic left in them. He looked at the box again and thought that now he needed to make a decision. He smiled and told the bishop that if they give him gifts, it means that they need to be taken and thanked Rivos. Suddenly, a lady came up to him from behind and said that the Count asked them to hurry up so they couldn't delay any longer. Rivos smiled and replied that in that case, she was probably very proud of her son, because he received a medal, and the lady thanked him for taking care of everything himself. They quickly go tonight or leave in order to stop communicating with these saints. But the holy lady was dissatisfied with this behavior, and it all irritated her. When evening came, they were not sent to the church building, and the bishop said that he had really become different and he meant the young master. But the holy lady did not know what to answer him, so she simply looked at him silently. The bishop spread his hands and said that, however, the lady mentioned that she had received a revelation and said that he was destined to stop evil. He headed to the exit of the room and said that he would trust her and, over time, hoped to be convinced of her prediction. After he left the room, he loudly slammed the door and left the holy lady alone in the room. She continued to stand in the same place and look after him. She sat on a chair, crossed her arms over her chest, and thought that she didn't know what exactly Rivos was planning. She constantly looked in different directions and her pupils darted from wall to wall. She thought that she had 3 revelations. She thought about the 3 revelations she received. In Revelation, she saw the very image that told her that the hour of her first test would soon come. This creature asked her to be careful who would take her to this test. The creature raised his hand up and said that you need to beware of the dragon that will soon arrive on Earth, and the hero is destined to stop him. She began to get angry and nervous and thought that her first test was definitely connected with Rivos. The hood on her head, along with her hair, covered her eyes, and her face was not visible. But suddenly, she raised her head and said that the young master could ruin Rivos's insidious plans, and that's why she didn't tell him about the existence of the first revelation. But at that moment, a servant came into her room and asked the holy lady to hurry up. He smiled and said that everyone was already waiting for her. She got up from the chair and headed towards the door. She said that she was already on her way. When the team returned to the county, they were met by a gentleman who was very dissatisfied with something. Ryle looked at his father's appearance and did not understand what was happening to him. He asked why he was still not sleeping. But the Count cleared his throat several times and then in an angry voice asked where the medal was now. Ryle immediately took out the gold glowing medal in his shorts and showed it to. This medal glowed very brightly as if it were a new sun. The Count could not believe that it was Prince Daniel himself who presented him with the medal. But the lady at that moment began to giggle quietly and said that the Count was worried whether his son was hurt, and this is his flaw because he is always completely honest with people. But the Count cleared his throat again, and after that, said that they could have been inconvenienced by the fact that only Ian and Sarah from the servants were with them. But the lady smiled and said that they coped with their duties perfectly. Yang and Sarah at that moment worshipped the master and said that they had returned to the owner. But at that moment, Naini bowed with them, because she understood that she needed to respect her new master. The Count asked the guys where this child came from here and why this girl came with them. But Mrs. Iris said in a joyful voice that they had a lot to talk about and offered to go inside and asked Riley and Naini to go first. Ryle smiled and said that they would do so because this way he would not have to explain everything to his father. They walked along the alley that was located in the castle, and Ryle said that he was already tired of riding in this cart and really wanted to take a walk. But at that moment, a man appeared in front of them. A joyful voice asked them if they had really returned. In front of them was a guy with pink hair who talked about what he heard about their achievements in Solia. He asked to see the medal he received in the city. But Ryle looked at this guy with displeasure and thought that this idiot was pissing him off, and he just wanted to rest in peace. Ryle looked at him with a narrowed gaze, and it was clear how irritated he was with this guy. But the guy continued to smile and asked what happened and why he was looking at him like that. He began to mock Riley and said that if he did not show him this medal, then all these rumors were lies. Ryle stood and continued to listen to this guy mocking him but did not answer him. He started laughing again and said that he was tired of waiting and wanted to see the medal now. Ryle answered him that so be it. He will show him this medal. He reached into his hand and the inner pocket of his coat and took out the shiny medal with which he was awarded. The guy took this medal in his hand and began to carefully examine it. He could not believe that he was holding it in his hands. He said that this was an amazing thing and that he was seeing this medal for the first time. But then he asked if it was a real medal or a fake. Yang and Sarah got angry when they heard these words and couldn't believe that this guy had the nerve to ask the young master. Ryle just scratched his neck and didn't even know what to answer. He didn't want to prove anything. It could have been a fool. He held this medal in his hand and said that he could not believe that Ryle was able to receive such a valuable medal. But Ryle simply smiled and turned to his brother. He raised his hand up and said that if he liked this medal so much, he could take it for himself. My brother at that moment didn't understand what was happening, and it was all very strange for him because he didn't understand how he could just give away such a valuable thing. Ryle scratched his beard, and after that said that it seemed to him that his brother really liked this thing, and he didn't really need it anyway, and it only got on his nerves. He put his hands behind his head and said that it would be better if the heir of the family kept it. But my brother only got angry when he heard these words because it sounded as if he was being bullied now. He looked at this medal again, and it shone so brightly and beautifully that he could not take his eyes off it. He wanted to give this medal back, but it was hard for him to say goodbye to it, and he continued to look at it and hold it in his hands. The brother asked if he really wanted to give this medal to him, but Ryle suddenly snatched it from his hands and said that if he did not want to take the medal, then he would not give it to him. These words were incredibly strong for his brother, and he didn't understand how to react to it. He ran closer to him, grabbed him by the collar, and said that Ryle has the right to mock him. But suddenly their father intervened in their conflict and asked Lloyd to stop this farce and unhook from his brother. Lloyd was forced to let him go and calm down because his father's word was law in this house. The lady approached Lloyd and asked him how they had been chewing all this time, and Lloyd replied that everything was fine with them and asked how the trip was. Iris replied that everything was fine with them too, and thanked them for their concern. She said that with their prayers they got home without incident. She turned her head and looked at Ryle and Niney. Iris said in a whisper that they should now go about their business, and she would distract Lloyd for now. Ryle at that moment couldn't believe his eyes. But couldn't Mother be so kind and ready to make such a sacrifice so that they could leave here calmly? Ryle bowed to the mistress along with his new friend and thanked her. Before moving, Niney noticed this guy and looked at him with disbelief. Iris smiled and said that she had not been to the capital of the kingdom for so long that she was very excited about this trip. And Lloyd began to laugh and said that he was very glad that they had a great time and had fun there. He said that having fun is good. You shouldn't be lazy and skip training. And this especially applies to him and his older brother. And now they need to think about their future. Sarah and Ian couldn't believe that this impudent guy continued to talk about this so calmly. Niney heard Lloyd say that if his brother gets into any danger, he might not even ask for his help. She was very angry at these words, and she stopped for a moment to look at him again. Lloyd spread his hands and said that he didn't even know how his brother got this medal, but that didn't interest him anymore. Niney was so angry at all these words that she decided to use magic to calm this idiot down a little. Using magic, she created a stone that fell under Lloyd's foot, and thanks to this, he had to stumble. A few seconds later, this is exactly what happened. He did not notice this stone and fell after tripping over it. The maids were confused. They did not understand what happened to the master and how they could help him. Niney felt a little better after she saw that you were the idiot who fell to the ground and hit himself. In the evening, he was sitting in his living room, and there was a bandage on his head that covered the wound after the fall. His brother told him that he was very clumsy, but Lloyd defended himself by saying that it wasn't him, and there was something on the floor. He was sure that it happened magically. But my brother didn't believe it, and said that he didn't want to listen to all this nonsense any longer. Lloyd was angry and shouted that he didn't understand how it all happened, and the wound on his forehead was starting to irritate him. And even a 10-year-old child wouldn't have hit himself like he did after a fall. But his brother said that at the age of 10, he fell just like now. He scratched his beard and asked in a calm voice what was happening with Riley now. Lloyd said that their brother is still the same as he was, and nothing special has changed about him. Lloyd thought about it after that, and added that his brother brought some strange woman with him and jerked off. He never saw her. He said that Navid, this girl is very disgusting, and by her gait and manners, you can understand that she is definitely not an aristocrat. At that moment, the brother became wary and thought about it, after which he said that all this was very strangely doubtful. Lloyd said that it was different and not as usual, and he had never seen such a smell, and his brother thought that this asshole was up to something. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that different people come to Solia, and it's surprising. And in any case, it looks like this idiot Riley is planning something evil. He continued to say that he had never seen Riley interested in women, but Lloyd told him that their brother always lies in a tree all day long and looks at the sky. One of them said that we need to pay special attention to this and keep an eye on her in any case. He said that he would also try to find out something about her, but now they had to go to different rooms. When Lloyd left, the older brother was left standing alone in the room. All this time, he was thinking that he couldn't believe that this idiot was able to get that very medal. He looked out the window and thought about what and how it was that their lazy sword even achieved this medal, and he didn't even participate in the competitions. He was just watching them. He opened his mouth and breathed through it, looked out the window. But suddenly he clenched his teeth and got angry. He thought that he didn't know how and why he got this medal. All he wanted was to just ruin his plans and do everything so that this idiot would stop enjoying everyone's love. The next morning, Naini came out of the room and she was dressed in new clothes that Sarah had given her. The maid was pleased with her new appearance. She said that even if she was picked up from the street, in order for you to teach the master magic, in any case, you need to look good. Sarah came closer and said that she had responsibilities and she must fulfill them properly, and asked the girl if she remembered what they told her before coming here. Naini replied that she remembers how Sarah said that she would take good care of her upon arrival. Sarah looked at her, smiled, and said that Naini has a very good memory. She turned in different directions, and after that said that the rules in Ippolit's house are very harsh, so she needs to forget everything that she was taught in Lower Solia. She looked at the girl again, smiled slyly, and said that it was time to work together. Naini shuddered when she heard this, but answered in a submissive voice that she was ready to start work. But unlike Sarah, Naini herself felt very awkward and uncomfortable here, and she thought that she was beginning to fear this campaigner more than Betu. Ryle at that moment was sitting on an armchair in her room and said that he didn't understand what these two were doing in his room. Ian said that Sarah had not had fun with the newcomers for a long time and was thinking of establishing order and discipline. But Ryle replied that that was why she smiled so maliciously when they arrived home. Ian looked at the guy and said that he wanted to ask him something else. Ian asked what they should do with these things that were given to them before they left the city. Ryle held the purple cloth in Alfie's hand and said that it was a trophy that they gave them. He carefully looked at this fabric and said that I don't even know how to actually use it. Ryle suggested a funny idea to just take and sell all this junk because it was used by a great magician, but Ian said that this was a bad idea and that it shouldn't be done. Ryle looked at this purple fabric again and said that he needed to think about what to do with these things. But Ian said that he would try to help him with this matter and find out what he could do with these things. Naini constantly asked the maid what she needed to do with these curtains and suggested that they need to be tied in a knot. Sarah said that she is good at tying curtains, but she should look at the carpet and pointed her finger at this carpet. Sarah said that if she sees marks on this carpet, she needs to immediately clean these marks with a brush, and Naini for the first time learned what a real carpet is, what it really looks like. Sarah, together with her new assistant, approached the gentleman and reported that they had finished cleaning and were in a hurry to leave here. Sarah told her assistant that when they leave, you must say goodbye to the master and bow. But suddenly Lloyd appeared in the corridor and greeted the maid Sarah. She bowed to the master and greeted him, but Naini did not want to do this. Sarah understood that her assistant was too stupid and did not yet understand that she needed to greet the master, so she bowed her head with her own hand. Sarah whispered said that this gentleman has a very bad character, but nevertheless they should bow to him. Sarah also added that she needs to make her face simpler. If she looks at the master with such contempt, then she will definitely be given some kind of punishment. Lloyd came closer and noticed the new girl and said that apparently she was the same girl that Ryle brought last time. Naini replied that this is exactly what the sir says, and now they are bringing her up to date and showing her at home and explaining what her responsibilities are. Lloyd stopped laughing and said that this is all very boring and there's nothing special here. But he wanted to ask her something. Naini told him her name so he could address her. Lloyd began to laugh and throw up his hands. He said that he wanted to talk to her because Ryle himself brought a person into the house for the first time, and therefore he was very curious why he chose her. Naini looked at him with a dissatisfied look and understood that this conversation would not make any sense, but she still could not avoid this dialogue. Lloyd crossed his arms and asked her if she knew how this lazy bum got a medal. Naini looked at him and didn't even know what to answer. But what infuriated her most was that he constantly insulted the master. Lloyd continued to look at her smiling. He asked if she was not going to answer his question, but Naini noticed that he had a very small flow of mana. Sarah started laughing and clapping her hands to somehow distract the master, and Naini at that moment realized that this guy is not as strong as the master. He is not even worth one of Riley's little fingers, and his magic is useless. Sarah smiled and said that she had not yet finished training Naini, and they had better move on. Lloyd was very dissatisfied and asked since when the maid was allowed to ignore the words of the owner and not answer the questions asked by the owner. Lloyd said that if she did not want to be kicked out of this house immediately, she should answer his questions clearly. But Naini was not going to tolerate this. I said that he is not her master, so she will not answer these questions. This behavior almost drove Sarah crazy because she understood that the maid could not answer like that. Lloyd was incredibly shocked when he heard such daring words. These are ordinary maids who recently came to their house. Ninety at that moment exploded like a nuclear bomb. She said that Mr. Ryle brought her here and only he is her owner. She showed the weight of her character and her perseverance at that moment. Lloyd started laughing and covered his face with his hand. He said that her behavior was not befitting of a maid of her status. Ninety simply continued to stand in place with the cross in her hands on her chest and was not going to give back. But Lloyd at that moment closed his hand and the ball began to insult him, and he said that she had completely lost her mind and decided not to argue with him. But Ninety at that moment decided to use her magic to calm this idiot down a little. She used a spell that allows you to put the subscriber to sleep, and after the effect of this spell, Lloyd fell to the floor. Sarah couldn't believe that all this had just happened before her eyes, and she didn't know how to get out of this situation. Ninety calmed the maid down and explained that he would sleep for only 30 minutes, and after that he would wake up as if nothing had happened. Sarah asked her why she did it herself, and Ninety replied that everything was like that, and he was truly the son of an outstanding family because when she cast a spell, he resisted. But she admitted that her magic had reached the sixth circle, and for her, this guy is not some kind of obstacle or threat because he is too weak. At that moment, Sarah realized that the gentleman had brought a very strange man to their house, and she was a little scared. Sarah sighed heavily and said that she didn't understand how to deal with all this now. But Ninety replied that it didn't matter, and you could put him on the bed, and he would wake up and think that he had all this as a bad dream. She took the dress with her hand and told Mrs. Sarah that she herself had told him that the most important task of a maid is to serve the master. Ninety cleared her throat and said that if it were the old her, she would simply start insulting him with obscenities and would not skimp on bad words. Ninety suddenly felt a little awkward. I said that she thought that she would be scolded again because of this situation. She looked at Mrs. Sarah and said that is why you can use magic just a little. At that moment, Mr. Ryle came out of the room and asked why Lloyd was sleeping here on the floor. Sarah didn't know what to answer him and was confused, but Ryle said that to be honest, it doesn't matter, and he asked if they had finished their business and if he could take Ninety. Sarah replied that the training was completed, and Ryle immediately grabbed the girl and began to drag her along with him. He kept her harnessed and said that he was very glad that I didn't finish because now it's time for magic. Sarah narrowed her eyes and promised herself that this time she would forgive her, but next time this girl wouldn't get away with it just like that. Riley and Ninety went together to the place where they were going to train magic. Ninety asked Riley if he wanted her to make him tea, but he replied that he didn't want to. Ryle said that he does not understand why she is offering him tea because she is a sorceress, but Ninety reminded him that she is here at the moment, in the role of a servant, and he should remember this and called him a fool. But then, she hit her lips with her fingers because I insulted Mr. Ryle looked at her with a dissatisfied look and said that someday the impudent sorceresses from Lower Solia will start to make me very angry, and she immediately apologized. Ryle showed her the items that had been given as trophies and asked her to come closer and look at them. Ryle said that I looked at these things better and saw something, but he still didn't understand how to use them. Ninety replied that they only know that these items can contain mana or a trap, but she doesn't know how to use them. Ryle picked up the gold hoop and said that he hoped that he would know how to use it. Ninety said that in those days when she was still in his laboratory, he wore a cloak, but she did not see that he used a ring or bracelet. At that time, he did not yet have them. Ryle pointed his finger at the golden hoop and asked her to keep these things with her, and said that he had a friend who understood all this, and he wanted to ask him about these things. Ninety was surprised when she heard that the owner has an acquaintance who understands magic. She asked why he began to learn magic from her, but he wanted to learn from her from his friend, and why he needed her. But Ryle looked at her like she was a stupid girl, and it was all obvious to him, and he didn't think about the fact that he needed to answer such questions. Ninety said that she reached the sixth circle of magic with the help of medicines, and she also has no ability compared to other wizards, and she does not understand why he chose her. Ryle replied that it didn't have to be her, and then started laughing. She got a little angry when she heard these words, and once again asked him why he chose her. Ryle replied that she herself wanted to find freedom, and she trusted just anyone. Then she was abandoned every time, and it seemed to him that she should have gotten tired of it by now. He explained what someone thought was actually a magical masterpiece. And someone is a completely useless girl who can be thrown away at any moment like garbage. Ryle said that absolutely none of them thought about her feelings, and no one perceived her as a living person. And the further this happened, the more attached she became to the person. He explained that in order to be around, you don't need a reason and you don't have to be useful. He said that to be a free person means to do what his heart tells him, and he should know about it too. He said that he wanted her to remember this, and she just reminded him of all this last time. Ryle said that I shouldn't ask questions and try to figure it all out, but should just live and enjoy life. And at that moment, I felt incredible lightness. Naini realized that the moment had finally come that allows her to do what her heart tells her. She began to smile and she felt incredibly warm inside. She said that it was the first time she had heard such words, but Ryle after that said that the reason he chose her was his friends who, even on pain of death, would not want to teach him magic. Naini at that moment felt like a little yellow chicken who was ready to follow her mother hen all day long and peck grains. Ryle again began waving her arms and talking about her friend, who told him in response that if he also mastered magic in addition to the ball, he would become Satan. Now, everything finally became clear to her, and she finally figured out all the reasons why she was here. But she thought that he was a fool, because he ruined such a touching moment. A black cart with Mr. Ryle and Naini was driving into the streets. She explained that if he wanted to use magic, he needed a circle first, and he asked what kind of circle she meant. But she explained that it was something like a ring. Naini said that if his heart is surrounded by one ring, then he has one circle. If 6 rings, then he is Masha of the 6th circle. Naini explained that she now has 6 circles, and the source of all that exists is light, and Ryle explained that this is exactly how everything works in this world. Naini asked him if he was in another world, but Ryle turned his head away and said that he just assumed and gathered that he was not in another world. Naini put her hand forward and created a magical purple ball. She said that this is again what wizards are taught called the reproduction of light. Creating everything out of nothing is a miracle. It is the fundamental basis of magic that every magician must learn. She said that in order to use the magic of light, they must find out what its characteristic features are and what good master. Ryle asked her what she was good at in order to figure out how to find out, and she replied that there was really no specific thing that she would be good at. Naini explained that she is simply good at everything, and it seems that she can handle any task. She began to glow with joy and pride and said that perhaps that is why she was the only person who survived these experiments. But Ryle did not understand why she was bragging to him. Ryle said that at the same time they will ask the wizard. He explained that they still need to ask about the ring and bracelet Vitya. He was talking about a friend who knows magic. Naini asked if they weren't going straight to him now. Ryle replied that that's exactly how it is and he's talking about that guy now. Ryle looked out the window of the carriage and said that they were almost there. Another 5 minutes ride, and they would be there. Naini thought that he most likely had very distinguished friends. She became interested in what kind of person he was who knew magic. She held her fist tightly and said that she didn't have much time left, and yet she had the 6th circle of magic and was also no worse than him. Exactly 5 minutes later, as the gentleman said, the carriage stopped. They got out of the cart and went straight to this very friend about whom the gentleman had been talking all the way. Naini could no longer wait with this outstanding wizard about whom Mr. When they entered the building, she couldn't believe that he would act so carefree in this wizard's building. Ryle constantly screamed from this guy. He constantly called him a bum and asked where he was hanging around all this time. Suddenly, a guy with slippers on his feet came out of one of the rooms, and this guy said in a lazy voice that the store was closed today. He scratched his head and said that he didn't understand what kind of asshole could be yelling in his store today, because he even hung a sign saying that the store was closed. He was very dissatisfied and asked if no one taught him any manners, and that he enters the store when it says that the store is open. Ryle smiled and said that his Princess Endal still deigned to come out and meet the guests, and despite the fact that the sun had almost set below the horizon, he only woke up. Endel smiled at his beard and said that the laziest sword that humanity had ever seen came to visit him and asked him if he wanted a medal. But then he saw the girl who was standing next to him and asked who she was. But Ryle replied that I didn't want to ask him something and that's why we came together. Naini couldn't understand why this creature was here and how he could even walk around the house so calmly. Riley raised his index finger up and said that he recently went to a city and they whispered very interesting information to him in the temple. Endel poked his little finger in his ear and asked what kind of interesting information this was. Ryle said that when they didn't look at him, they immediately had predictions and he wants to share them. All these monks were talking about how Ryle had to catch a dragon, and this dragon was Endel himself. He smiled and asked him to repeat what he just said. Ryle smiled and said that in Haram Solia, he was asked to catch a dragon, and this phrase made them laugh even more. He pointed his finger at his friend and said that besides him, he does not know other dragons. Endel smiled with his sharp teeth and began to laugh. He laughed louder and louder and could not stop his laughter. He hit the table with his fists in order to calm down a little, but he could not. Ninety, I don't understand why this guy is laughing so loudly and why this whole situation seems so funny to him. He wiped the tears from his eyes and said that he had not heard anything like this for a long time. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Ryle waved his hand and said that he, too, was surprised when he heard this, and the dragon replied that they had gone completely crazy there. He scratched his chin and said that he didn't understand why they decided to ask the lazy swordsman for this job, but Ryle himself didn't know why they didn't choose him. Endal asked if he was really going to become a dragon slayer, but Ryle stepped back and said that he under no circumstances wanted to do that, and he didn't like that stupid nickname. Endel said that he knew that they were going to catch the dragon, and apparently he was sitting here too quietly, so I didn't accept his simpleton. Ryle asked him if there were other dragons in these parts besides him, but Endel replied that here in Solia, he was the only dragon. Endal replied that he had not seen the rest of the guys for a long time and did not even remember exactly how much time had passed. Something like 3,000 years had passed, and at that moment he put 2 glasses of drinks on the table for the guests. Endal offered them a drink and said that it was not alcohol, and that these drinks would not interfere with their work. Ryle took a glass of drink and began to drink it and straws and asked the dragon if he was going to go to Solia. Ninety also took a glass of drinks and started drinking it. Endal replied that he considers himself an idiot and does not understand why he should do this because he has no benefit from it. But suddenly he came closer to the girls and said that she was an ordinary maid. Riley should not keep her mouth shut, despite the fact that she did not say anything. His eyes at that moment began to blaze with fire and turned into the eyes of a dragon. Ninety saw for the first time that a person's eyes can turn into the eyes of a dragon. Riley asked him to immediately stop being rich and better look at the things that were not brought. He said that recently he was given these things, but he does not know how to use them, and they came to help him. Endal smiled and told him that he himself knows that here, an ordinary tavern sells alcohol, but not valuable trinkets. Ryle didn't understand what the idiot was saying, and said that everyone knows that this is a paradise for an alcoholic. But the dragon got angry and told him not to talk so rudely to him. Endal said that he would look at these items, but next time he asked to communicate more respectfully and ask about the money. But Ryle explained that they were not going to pay money because they were friends. Endal was dissatisfied with these answers and called him a brazen robber. Ninety at that moment was carefully watching the dragon and couldn't believe that he was able to explore 3 things at once and at the same time. Just a few minutes later, the dragon announced that the evaluation of these things was completed and asked where they wanted to start. Ryle asked first of all to tell us about the cloak, because that's what interests him most. But at that moment, Ninety was finally convinced that he was a real dragon. Endal picked up the cloak and said that there was nothing special about it. If he put on this cloak, then any weather conditions would no longer affect him, and Ninety suggested that in this case, this cloak ensures the effectiveness of the use of magic, and it will always be at its best. Endal said that this bracelet is something like a storage room. After a few seconds, it activated it and said that if you use a little magic, the bracelets will open a whole warehouse in one item and it looks like an inventory. He took the bracelet off his hand and said that there was nothing there now, and Ryle immediately asked what would happen if something happened to this bracelet, or it broke. Endal answered him that in this case, he also lost all the things that were inside this bracelet, and if this thing breaks, it is almost impossible to fix it. Ninety suddenly realized that this was the equipment of a 7th circle magician, and he did not understand how the dragon could understand all this so easily. But Endel, with a lightness of voice and a smile on her face, answered that he was a dragon, so it was not worth anything for him to recognize such trinkets. He threw the last artifacts ring to these girls and asked her to put this ring on her finger. He listened obediently and did what he asked, but did not put a ring on the index finger of his right hand. After the ring was on her finger, magic began to radiate from it. Endel said that when a girl puts a ring on her finger, a person begins to absorb through it all the mana that is in the air around her. And Ryle suggested that this ring is like a vacuum cleaner for magic. Ninety looked at him in surprise that this is definitely how it works, and she has now activated. He sat down at the table and said that he put it on his finger last time, and nothing happened. Endel replied that this happened only because Riley is a real monster. But Ninety did not understand what he was talking about, and the dragon explained to her that she had been next to him all this time and did not know that her master was a real monster. Riley asked him to stop immediately, said that if he told anyone about this, no one would feel better, and told her that she could take all these things for herself because he didn't need. But Niney just threw up her hands and said that she cannot accept all these things. He scratched his neck and said that in that case, she should just keep them because he doesn't want to carry them around all the time. Riley asked the dragon if he could accidentally measure the amount of mana. He scratched his head, thought a little, and said that recently one of the keeper fitted him with a measuring stone, but asked the guy what he was going to put up with. Riley replied that he didn't understand everything correctly, and he would now try to explain everything. Riley said that she needed this fabric first of all so that she could measure magic. The dragon came closer to her, looked at her eyes, and examined her carefully before answering. After that, he thought for a few more seconds and pressed his lips. He looked at her carefully and said that he was really an unusual girl. He would look at her right eye and say that especially in this place it looks like there was a lot of things mixed in it. Riley asked the dragon if this was the reason why she had such a strange color of magic, and the dragon replied that it could be connected. He explained that it will be fire or ice. All her magic becomes some kind of brown, dark purple. Endel said that his friend found some very interesting ones, and he rarely met such wizards. After that, he looked at her carefully again. And you and I wonder if Riley knows that this girl didn't have long to live. She seemed to understand what he was thinking about now, and because of this, she began to feel sad. She lowered her head down and sighed heavily. Riley said that at the same time he wanted to measure his magic with her, but the dragon asked him why he needed it. He explained that last time he said that he does not need to study magic. This is contraindicated, because if he studies magic, he can conquer the whole world. Ryle hit the table with his fist and said that he was not interested at all. But the dragon had a question. Why should he measure his magic? Ryle explained that the reasons are quite banal, and he just needs to pick apples himself and do stupid things. He would like to learn magic to do this without his participation. This answer actually surprised them both, and they didn't understand if anyone was ready to learn magic for such a stupid reason. They went outside and approached a large stone that stood in the yard. Ryle, with his hand to this stone, asked what it was and why he reacted so late. Endal said that he had not seen this for a long time, and it all seemed very strange to him. Ryle said that the dragon has some kind of very low-quality magic meter, but Endal got angry and said that this is a high-quality meter. He takes care of it every day. Niney was thinking about something and suddenly said the word, time. Ryle asked what she meant and why she just said that word. Niney explained that his superpower is connected with time, and at that moment some strange magic appeared that raised stones up. Niney said that the stone cracks and breaks down over time, and that is why it collapsed under its influence. Endal explained that Ryle can only use time magic but cannot use other magic. Ryle got angry when he heard because he wanted to study a completely different magic. Endal said that instead of explaining, he could better show him this with a visual example, and fire appeared in his hand. He said that this, of course, is not his element, but here in front of him is a fireball that an ordinary average wizard can use. But if Ryle uses it, this fireball will look exactly like this, and it will turn into a small flame. A second later, this light fell to the ground and began to smolder. Ryle said it was very similar to fire from a match, but not real magic. Niney lowered her head down and began to nod her head. Ryle was in his arms and couldn't believe that everything had happened so firmly, because his dream of becoming a wizard had just collapsed, and the dragon asked him to give up his dream of becoming a wizard. Riley got upset and said that this life was even better than when he had the internet, but they didn't understand what he was muttering to himself. Niney raised her index finger up her face and said that the tower, she learned that people who use the magic of time always become bosses and occupy high positions. Riley asked them if there is no magic that can turn back time, but she laughed once and told him that such magic does not exist. But if the apple tree is subjected to time acceleration, the apples will ripen earlier and then begin to fall and can be eaten. But this didn't make the guy very happy, and he became even more upset. Niney continued to rejoice and clap her hands and said that this is a real gift because she won't have to wait for another season to eat apples. But Riley didn't understand why she was so happy and where she got such delight from. Riley scratched his head and said that in that case she would pick all these apples because he was not going to do that. And they went back to the palace, and by this time evening had come and it was dark. Riley used his magic and looked carefully, and he was very upset. and thought that he did not have anything outstanding. Ninety the head is very pleased with the progress of his student and said that he is already able to create light. Riley clenched his hand into a fist and the light disappeared. He said that this color lasts only half a second. Ninety explained that it didn't matter to her at all, that they couldn't identify her special features. She was glad that she would no longer have to use such a large amount of magic as before. Suddenly, two brothers appeared in the corridor and slowly walked towards this room. They said that they did not expect these guys to return and back so quickly. They looked at their brother and asked what he was doing here at such a time. Riley greeted his brothers, and the maid also bowed to them as a sign of greeting. And the brothers said that they finally saw his face because he had stayed somewhere all day and no one could find him. Lloyd asked where I went, suggested that they were traveling to some interesting place, and Ryle replied that they stopped briefly at the Leaf Village. Lloyd said that Ian and Sarah were at home all this time, and he doesn't understand why he went to such a place without security. Ryle pointed his finger at his new maid and said that everything was fine because he rode with her. Lloyd could not believe that he was traveling only accompanied by this one maid. But suddenly, the lady came into the room and said that she was very glad that everyone was here. The lady reported that while they were away, a guest came to see them. Riley and Niney were surprised when they heard that some guest had arrived. They wondered who it was. But when this man entered the room, they saw him and realized that this was the same Mr. Ravosa. Riley didn't understand what this man was doing here and why he came to his house. Ravosa smiled and said that he had not seen Mr. Riley for a long time. After that, he approached the maid and bowed to her. He said that he was glad to see Mrs. Niney. After this gentleman greeted Mrs. Niney as if she were a real mistress, they were not surprised and did not understand what was happening here and who this girl really was. Ravosa continued to smile and look at this maid. He acted as if he had known her all his life. Niney bowed to him and put his dinnerware on the table and said that dinner would be served soon. Lloyd scratched the back of his head and turned to Mr. Ravosa. He asked why he addressed the maid like that as if she were some kind of mistress. But Ravosa explained that the guys probably just didn't know. He looked at Riley and assumed that this young master had not told his brothers anything about this girl. Lloyd asked him what exactly he meant and what he had to say. Ravosa didn't really want to tell the guy all this, but he had no choice but to tell it from afar. He looked at how Mrs. Niney nodded her head and allowed him to tell it. He caught fire and very actively told the story of how last time Mr. Riley together caught the great magician Astra and burned him to the ground. The brothers at that moment were shocked and couldn't believe that this maid was actually Masha of the Sixth Circle. But they still couldn't understand why this girl works for them as a maid. Riley looked at her and thought that it didn't matter that her identity had just been revealed. He was interested in why the bishop decided to come here and pay them such an unexpected visit. Riley understood that this person looks very friendly, in the end turns out to be the final boss or villain. And it always works like that. Riley understood that this man had no special reasons for showing up at their house, and most likely he had some kind of plan. The brothers at this moment continued to feel awkward because they could not believe that the real Mrs. Niney was sitting in front of them, who owned the magic of the Sixth Circle. Riley continued to watch this man and wanted to see in his eyes and the answer to his question, why he came here and what he was planning. The next morning, the bishop was already getting ready to leave. And as he said goodbye, he asked them to come and visit him and said that he would always be glad to see them. Ryle casually waved his hand and said that he would definitely stop by. Ravosa smiled and said that the character of the young gentleman was the same as it was and thanked everyone for hosting him in the evening. The lady smiled and said that she was also always glad to see the Reverend as a guest. He bowed before them and said that he would pray for their health, and after that he ordered the carriage and coachman to leave. A few seconds after he got inside the carriage and it took off and drove towards the big city, they looked at this priest and waited for this moment when the carriage would go as far as possible. This is their estate. Ryle said he sees right through this fake lighting guy and hates his nasty smile. Riley turned to look at her and said that formally he came to check on how his mother was doing with a clinical illness, but he talked to them almost all the time, which means that he had another goal. Niney at that moment began to carefully examine the box that the priest gave them. She said that he came for what St. Frisia spoke about last time, and Ryle nodded his head in agreement and said that she understood everything correctly. He remembered the moment when the saint spoke about the revelation she saw. She said that dragons would soon appear in Solia. The saint asked Riley to catch this dragon. He explained that this priest had not come to examine his mother, but to give this gift. and suddenly some strange sounds began to be heard from the box. Riley put his hands behind his head and said that, to put it simply, he just bribed them. He explained in a dissatisfied voice that this priest gave the gingerbread for them to eat. Once they ate this gingerbread, they would need to work it off, and in this way he was going to manipulate them. Niney asked the gentleman if he was really going to fulfill the task of this priest, but these words angered the guys, and he asked her if she was crazy, saying such things. He said that he would not do this, and why on earth should he be undermined because of this idiot? Riley explained that he was tired of all this, and in fact, he was also pretty tired of these holy people. But he suddenly stopped and asked to wait. And he said that this priest was different from the saint who came last time. But he didn't understand why this all happened on that day when they didn't come to the city. At that moment, Niney hid the box with the bribe in her magic inventory. Riley started laughing and said that now there shouldn't be any problems in the near future and they could have a normal rest. But Niney said that if the gentleman talks like that, then everything will happen exactly the opposite. After some time, the father called Riley into his office, and from his look, it was clear that he was clearly not. He looked like he was forced to do his least favorite job instead of resting. The father was sitting at the table, and his hands were folded. He told his son that this girl was a sorceress of the sixth circle, and he wanted to talk about it. Riley asked his father why the servant Yang told him everything, and his father replied that they only told him that she was a sorceress, but no one told him that she was a magician of the sixth circle. He said that Astroya had the seventh circle, but this girl was only the sixth circle and she was completely normal, unlike him. And he had a question why she was here. Niney stood silently at that moment and watched the senior gentleman. I don't know what to answer him. The father continued to ask why the sorceress of the sixth circle would work as a maid on their estate. He began to get angry and said that an outstanding wizard who managed to stop Astra with his level of magic. Why did you decide to work for them as an ordinary servant? But she could get a job anywhere. Niney was simply silent and didn't know what to answer. Lord, after some time she said that she liked living in this mansion, and she faithfully serves the master, and this is the answer to why she got a job as a maid. Niney looked at the elder gentleman and said that here she found what she lost in the magic tower. They looked at each other and tried to figure out which of them was lying and which was telling the truth. The father clenched his fist tightly and sat silently for several seconds, and after that he said that he would pretend to believe her. He asked if she had been following his son Riley from the very beginning, and she replied that it was exactly like that. He asked what she thought about his son Riley, and asked her to be as honest as possible. Riley looked at his father in surprise and asked why he was interested in all this. Do your questions make them feel awkward? Niney smiled and put her hands to her heart and said that she thought Riley was a good person. She continued to smile and giggle, and her words embarrassed even her father. But Riley was not happy with these answers and asked them what they were even talking about and what this strange atmosphere was here. She bowed and said that the sixth circle is just the result of her past, but she wants to change her life and live in the present. Niney remembered that the saint told her that she could only live until the fall, and perhaps she wouldn't even be able to survive the summer. She looked at the young master and thought that in the time that I had left to live, she wanted to live a calm, ordinary life. Niney explained that now she lives happier than the wizard in the past. The father asked the young girl if there was something in this house that did not suit her, but Niney replied that everything suited her and everyone treated her well in this house. He smiled and said that in that case everything is fine, and this answer suits him, and asked him to continue to help his son Riley. She bowed and said that she would try her best to teach him magic. He smiled again and said that he couldn't believe that a wizard of the sixth circle of magic was now happily working as a servant in his house. Riley raised his hand and turned to the caller, saying that since then he wanted to tell him something. Riley explained that summer would soon begin, and a lot of things would change during this time. He scratched the back of his head with his left hand and said that this year he wanted to go to Rhinefield again, and asked his father for permission. At that moment, in another office where two brothers were, they were discussing how it was even possible that a girl magician of the sixth circle ended up in their house. They were interested in how their klutz brother could make friends with such an important person, and they suggested that this might somehow be connected with the medal that he was awarded. Lloyd said that he could no longer sit idly by. They too would not even be able to accomplish any feat and would be able to win the battle for the inheritance. The brother began to read the document and said that now, because of Solia, Riley had definitely become one of the contenders for the inheritance. He carefully read the document, trying to make out this incomprehensible handwriting. He saw an advertisement that said that the dark magician was last seen in the city of Rhinefield. Lloyd said that people are saying that there is a wanted dark magician in this city who could threaten this city. Lloyd suggested that his brother go and destroy this magician themselves, and in this case, everyone will begin to respect them. The elder brother smiled and said that summer would come soon, and in a few days, everyone would feel hot. He began to think and compare all the facts in his head. He realized that their brother was leaving for Rhinefield as soon as summer came. Instead, the action is again transferred to the father's office, who tells his son that he allows him to go to this city. He smiled and said that after he found out everything, he was ready to let his son and this girl go to Rhinefield. Riley was incredibly happy when he heard this. Otherwise, I have to thank my father. Yang met his young master and asked how long he was going to leave for this city. Riley sometimes shook his chin and didn't even know how to respond to his favor, and suggested that he could leave for a week or even 3 weeks. These new ones shocked the poor old man, and he didn't know how to react to this, because the young gentlemen were leaving for such a long time. Riley put his hand on the old man's shoulder, smiled, and said that he had nothing to worry about because he wouldn't return safe and sound. Niney said that she installed a communication channel on Mrs. Iris's hand mirror using magic. She doesn't often communicate with them, so don't worry so much. Iris thanked the young sorceress and said that she was not worried because Niney would be next to him, which meant that everything would be okay with him. Niney was ready to arrange herself like an ice statue in the hot sun. She had never heard such pleasant words and was captured by a wave of emotion. Riley took the first step into the carriage and said that it was time to leave, and there was no more time to talk. Ian wished the gentleman a successful trip and said that he was waiting for them to return back. Before leaving, Sarah asked the girl to act as she taught her, and Niney replied that she would do everything in the best possible way. But suddenly, the mistress took off and asked the sorceress to wait. She handed her some kind of black package, and Niney asked what it was. The lady smiled and said that she didn't know if she would like it, but she did it and once again asked her to take care of her son during the vacation. Iris said that her son Riley used to use it and tweaked it a little and remade it for her, but doesn't know if it will fit. Niney fully understood what was inside this package, but nevertheless bowed, thanked the lady, and said that in return for this, she promises to take good care of the Lord. Riley, with his hand on his chest, said in a joyful voice that they were finally leaving. He shouted very loudly that they were finally able to escape away from this unbearable summer. The dragon at that moment hit himself in the face with his palm and said that he had never met such an idiot before. Riley said in a joyful voice that he was very happy to see Endal and asked him to use teleport once. It cost him nothing. Endal and used fire magic. He said that such vile behavior towards him makes him feel like a beast. But Riley easily returned from this fireball and didn't even blink an eye. The fireball hit the tree behind him and a small fire started. Endal told him that he could teleport him wherever he wanted, but for this service, he would have to give him something. At that moment, Niney was petting the horses and communicating with them. Riley told the dragon in a loud voice that a person is not a thing, and he should be easier with his desires, and he will never give him Niney because she is somewhat similar to him. At that moment, they didn't start laughing, and Riley looked like a boy who fell in love with her. Riley said that he had one reason why he couldn't give it to anyone, but the dragon didn't insist on it. He just wanted to laugh at the words. Endal said that in any case, if they appear out of nowhere in the middle of Rhinefield, they will immediately be arrested as illegal wizards, so he will send them somewhere into the forest. Riley smiled and said that he was happy with it. He was ready to go right now without any problems. But suddenly, the dragon raised his hand up and asked him to stop and wait a little. He said that he still wants to say something about his maid Niney. He felt very awkward and had a hard time saying these words. At some point, he even moved his head to the side and tightly pressed his lips. Riley asked the dragon why he wanted to talk about the fact that this girl had very little time left to live. Endal was surprised that the guy knew that she would not live long, but suddenly realized that it would be strange if he did not know this. The dragon asked the guy what he was going to do with all this. Niney was already sitting in the carriage and getting ready to leave. She didn't understand why she wasn't talking for so long. While I was waiting for them, she noticed the left package that the lady gave her. She decided to see what was inside this package and thought that she could open it right now while she was waiting for them. She untied the knot and began to pull the fabric off the item. When she completely removed all the fabric, she saw that inside this item, there was a very beautiful white mask. She was very surprised when I saw the mask because she didn't expect such a gift from Mrs. She took this mask and began to carefully examine it from all sides. This mask was very beautiful, and she liked all the patterns that were on it. Tears began to appear in her eyes, and she thanked Mrs. Iris for giving her this mask. But the cough did not suddenly start, and she felt very bad. She felt like all her organs inside her body were hurting. Niney saw that blood was beginning to spill out of her mouth and covered her mouth with her hand. She looked at her palm and saw the blood that remained on her hand. Niney, tell yourself in a whisper that she must survive the hotels. If she is lucky, she will also have time to see Autumn. She also remembered a conversation with the saint who told her that most likely this would happen somewhere in the early autumn. Niney smiled despite the fact that drops of blood were dripping from her mouth. She took this mask and said that despite the fact that her life was very short, she was still very happy about it and everything that was happening to her now. Ryle raised his hand, smiled, and told her that if she was ready, she could come to them. Riley told the dragon that they were counting on him and hoped that everything would go well. The dragon said that if they are ready to leave, he will immediately use teleport to move them. A few seconds later, a very heavy downpour began and the weather immediately turned bad. Riley was very angry, and I don't understand why this idiotic dragon decided to move them here. He saw a huge monster in front of him and asked Niney if this was the law. He thought it was a real ogre. Niney said in a frightened voice that this is exactly what I'm not thinking about right now. He started screaming very loudly and showing his big sharp teeth. Riley got angry and didn't understand why you stupid dragon decided to move them to the most inappropriate place, but they had nowhere to go and had to fight. The ogre decided to show his strength with one hand, grabbed a tree and tore it up by the roots of the earth. His actions did not frighten the young gentleman at all. He stood looking at him and said if he pulled out one tree by the roots, does he really think that he is stronger than everyone else? Niney was a little surprised by Mr. Ryle's statements. He still believed that he was alone, and he told her that she better put up a protective screen from the rain. Otherwise it's pouring on him like a bucket. Niney did not object to him. She said that she understood everything and now she would do what he asked. The girl told her master to be a little careful as she begins her spell. The young master was very pleased that Niney was worried about him. At the same moment, the tree that the ogre had uprooted, he threw it right in front of the young master. Ryle was confused and stepped on this log that lay in front of him. He asked his opponent to calm down as he was very agitated. Ryle was very confident in himself. He told this huge ogre not to do anything now anyway. He is no longer a tenant. When the ogre heard these words, he became even more angry. Hatred and the desire to immediately end this upstart appeared in his eyes. Without thinking twice, the ogre swung again and tried to strike the young master. Ryle managed to dodge this blow. The ogre stopped and tried to strike blow after blow, but not one of them reached the target. Ryle successfully avoided all these blows. He thought it was very funny and even amused him. Ogre And was even more angry, so he wanted to crush this impudent guy. He swung his hand and struck again. Out of anger, he even clenched his teeth. He so wanted to destroy this arrogant young man who could say such a thing to him. But the blow he struck also didn't hit the target. He couldn't hit it, which made him even more angry. When the young master walked away from the blows, I thought that he came here to have fun and relax. But what is happening to him now is too much. Walking away from the next blow, he thought that he didn't see any point in using teleportation if everything worked out this way. Ryle thought if he had already used teleportation, then he needed to finish off this giant. The young master stood in the same place. The only thing he did was deliver several lightning-fast blows to his opponent. He raised his hand up and looked that the rain did not stop for a second. The ogre, who some time ago was confident in his abilities, was writhing in pain, and from the wounds that the young man inflicted on him, blood splashed in all directions. Niney saw so much blood, she was a little scared. It wasn't the first time she saw this, but she couldn't get used to it. The young gentleman was, as always, a little joking and said that he didn't understand what it was, and did he really wash himself in vain before leaving? He thought that his friend Endall was a real idiot because he most likely sent them here on purpose. Otherwise, he could not explain everything that was happening. Niney interrupted the young master, telling him that he needed to use magic to cleanse himself of bloodstains. Ryle thought that cleaning would not hurt him at all now, and he agreed with his friend, but instead of sharing it became cleaner. The dirt flew right into his face. The young master didn't understand what happened and that it was a cleanup. If he became even dirtier, Nini tried to apologize and say that she didn't think it would work like that. She explained to the young master that it was just dirt, and at least it wasn't so nasty. Ryle was very indignant that dirt also appeared on his face. Their argument was interrupted by the loud cry of an ogre who was lying on the ground and began to rise and scream very loudly. Nini told the young master that the ogre was rising. Ryle answered her that he could see perfectly well and understand perfectly well why this happened. Nini obediently told the young master that she was ready to finish with him herself. Ryle was not against her doing this. The girl said that now she would very quickly and carefully clean everything here using a spell that she had already used more than once. This spell was called the Eraser Spell, and it was supposed to erase everyone who got in her way in this situation. It was an ogre. Indeed, within a few minutes, the spell worked, and not a trace remained of this huge ogre. Nini told the young master that everything was ready to begin, and she suggested that he wipe his face with a damp towel. Ryle did not contradict her this time. Despite the rain that did not stop falling, Ryle and Nini were watched by a red-haired girl who was wondering how it would all end. The young master and his companion got a little lost, and so they needed to find out where they are now on the map. Nini looked at the map and said that probably somewhere in these vicinities, they are now in these places. There are no signs, so it's a little difficult to say where exactly. She turned to the young master because she doubted that she had correctly determined where they were now. Nini told him that she would use search magic just in case, and there was a place nearby where she felt someone's presence. The young master was not surprised at all, and said that it was good and did not go to where Nini felt the presence because they no longer had a choice. In their minds, it should have been the same ogre as the one they just met on their way. His eyes also had to glow, and he had to be just as aggressive, and he had to be as huge as the previous ogre they met. It seemed to them that he had to growl very loudly in order to scare them as much as possible. As a result, they saw a completely different picture. Ryle asked his companion if she really felt them. These young people who pointed arrows and their bows at them from 3 sides and did not allow them to pass further. The young gentleman asked who they were. He came to Rayfield for several years in a row and saw them here for the first time. The red-haired girl who was watching them from the tree told them not to pretend that they don't know anything because she saw everything. This girl accused Nini that the magic that came out of her hands and that she used was black magic. The red-haired girl was very aggressive towards them and repeated once again that it was black magic. Nini was surprised. She even thought if she really was a black magician, as she says. But then Nini asked what she was talking about because she fundamentally disagreed with it. These guys who stopped the young master and his companion said that she was the black magician who had been wandering around Rainfield lately. They accused her and started telling her not to even start making excuses. The redhead said at night that she saw dark magic flowing from her hands. This is irrefutable evidence. And the red-haired woman also added that she heard that Nini used purification. Most likely this was because before that she had denigrated and sent damage to the young man. Ryle was very surprised. Then he pulled himself together and realized that this couldn't have happened, and these guys got everything very mixed up because they remembered it wrong. The young master could not understand what they were all talking about and what kind of dark magician they were talking about. The guy with green hair said that they would stop making excuses. He knows perfectly well that they are at the same time. These words angered the young master even more. He did not understand what they were talking about and why he was accused of magic. The next moment he said that they should not dare point weapons at him. At that moment, the aura behind him turned red. When the red-haired woman saw this, she was a little in a hurry and scared. She didn't understand who she was dealing with. Ryle continued to say that he needs to understand what is happening here and why they are being blamed for this. He was wondering why they came here and started accusing them of using black magic. In fact, only they should have been outraged by this. The guys didn't know what to answer him. They stood a little scared and thought only about one thing. What was happening now? The guy with green hair said that he didn't know either, but it seemed to him as if the young master's oppressive aura had pierced his entire body. Ryle wanted to find out everything completely, so he wanted an answer to the question he asked. The red-haired woman said that young masterman's companion has a dark color. The young master didn't understand what was good if her mana was dark in color. The red-haired girl answered, "Doesn't he know? This is the first sign of all black magicians?" Ryle turned to Nini and asked her if it was true that all black magicians had dark-colored mana. The girl shook her head. After her answer, Ryle told the bald redhead that this was not so and his companion was not a black magician. The young master tried to explain to the red-haired girl that this is just her ability and nothing can be done about it. Nini added that this is not an innate trait. She became like this because of experiments. Ryle asked the red-haired man what else, besides mana, tells her that his companion is a black magician. The red-haired girl was very angry, tried to concentrate but couldn't come up with anything else to justify herself. Then the young gentleman said that most likely Rzhev had nothing more to say. He also added that he was ready to tell them something and should not think carefully and answer. The young master said that he could swear on the name of his family, namely the Ippolita family, that his companion was not a black magician, and asked them what they could swear on. The guys looked at him and didn't understand what to do, because in fact it was a hopeless situation for them, since this guy who stood in front of them was of noble blood. The red-haired woman was not at a loss and asked what such an aristocrat as he was doing in their area. The young gentleman answered her that he didn't know how it was in Rhinefield, but in Sali you know for an insult, and at least they would have been arrested. And he also added that he was on vacation, and he wanted to relax quietly, and for some reason they started pestering them. I don't know who they are and why they came. The red-haired woman was very indignant, but she was silent. The young master took out his sword and then said if they were so hostile towards them, then he should agree and act according to them. And then he added that he was ready to act like a real black magician, kill all the witnesses and move on with his path. And when the young gentleman was already ready to enter into battle with them, Nini asked the gentleman to wait. The girl said that these young people will be able to understand everything if they tell them their story. The guys didn't understand what was happening and wanted to know what was wrong with this girl's face. Why is it like that? They all thought that Nini was like them only because half of her face was a different color. Nini looked at them with her own eyes and was ready to tell them her story. She hoped that they would understand it. So she asked them to listen to her until the end. In fact, she had something to say. The red-haired girl closed her eyes and face so that it would not be visible how she was crying. This story could not leave her indifferent, and she now understood everything that it meant and how it all happened. And now she understood about the Tower of Magicians in Sali. She understood that Astro was complete shit, and if she were in her place, she would have been able to undress with him. She was very sorry that she didn't know and accused them of this, so she asked for forgiveness. The redhead couldn't come to her senses. She cried and asked the same question all the time. How could this happen? She cried and repeated the same thing so that she would be forgiven because she was wrong in her accusations. Nini gave her a handkerchief and told her to use it. When the young master saw this, he said that the red-haired woman was just about to kill them. Ryle added that what irritates him most is that her crying reminds him of a certain person. Nini immediately guessed who he meant. It was Mr. Yang who kept saying how much pain and sadness he experienced while in Sali. The young gentleman added that, in any case, now they understand that they were mistaken. The guys told him that they were ready to ask him for forgiveness for his rudeness and ignorance. Ryle understood, because 5 minutes ago he had told them the same thing. The guy with green hair replied that their commander had never made a mistake. It was a feature of their commander. Her intuition was excellent. These guys said that the young master and his companion can be calm because they no longer suspect them of anything. Ryle asked these guys about which black magician they were talking about. The guys answered that this black one had long since acquired notoriety, and they recently discovered traces of him in the vicinity of Rhinefield, and therefore their team is one of the victims of this villain. The red-haired girl thought for a while and said nothing more. Then the guys said that they had a leaflet with his description and the amount of reward for his capture. They showed this leaflet to Mr. Ryle read it. He was outraged that it was written there that the peculiarity of this black magician is dark mana, and he can also control the body of a dead person or other creature. These guys said that they were actually trying to catch up with him, but this black magician can control corpses. The red-haired girl said that everything they say is absolutely true and he can really control corpses. The girl said that her father became a victim of this criminal. Ryle asked them if he really hadn't heard, and this black mock can control corpses. The red-haired woman continued to say that this was really so, and because of him, her father interrupted her at that moment. One of the guys said, "Can't they hear anything?" As if someone huge was walking towards them. The young master heard a very loud roar behind him, and the guys who stood opposite him began to shout that someone was approaching from behind. Ryle Pullet the Sword said that since they were all screaming and he would not be deaf for long, he had no choice but to deal with the one approaching him from behind. The young master turned around very quickly, swung his hand, and with one blow cut the throat of the ogre approaching him from behind. The redhead didn't even have time to react, and didn't immediately understand what happened. The guys who were with her opened their mouths and stood watching everything that was happening. They were also interested to know what happened now. The silhouette in a black cloak went into the depths of the forest. He wanted to remain unnoticed. This man in a black cloak did not understand whether this ogre had also died and how it happened that this was the second one today. It was not clear to him because it was an ogre, and it was not so easy to deal with him. He thought that lately it was becoming more and more difficult to find a good carcass that could be used effectively. Because before it was a completely different matter, he thought that he should look for a creature similar to the basilisk. With these words, he went into the depths of the forest. Ryle under the umbrella thought that he felt very fresh. Niney asked the young gentleman if he could conjure a protective screen from the rain. The young gentleman replied that there was no need. It was so romantic to take shelter under an umbrella in the pouring water. The red-haired one said that it was very good that they were not saying goodbye now and that they would be with them all the time. And she also added that she was a little surprised that her Uncle Hero was now working for the young master as a butler. After these words, Ryle understood why this mug of hair reminded him very much of Yana. She did everything exactly the same as he did. The red-haired woman said that she was now in his debt, so she asked him to take at least this and handed him a sheet of paper with something written on it. The girl added that he was here for a whole month so he could come to the address at any time. She was ready to treat him to a delicious lunch. Ryle laughed but said it was a great idea and he'd probably use it. The girl wished them a good holiday and to have as much fun as possible. The young gentleman thanked her and also wished her good luck. Ryle and Niney went under the same umbrella. The young master said that a lot happened, but they still got to their goal. He wanted to say that he always says that after the black stripe there is always a white stripe. He liked this fresh air, and he liked that he was finally having a real vacation. The young master wanted to immediately decide when they would go during their vacation and where they would start their journey. Niney didn't know what to say to the young master. The only thing he guessed was that she was hungry, so he first of all decided that they needed to eat. The girl suggested that they need to eat hot soup. The young gentleman asked her again and said that he agreed with her, and he also wanted to eat pancakes. The young master said that the girl is absolutely right, that on days like this, you need to eat pancakes pagion and drink rice with a crown of rice. In fact, it's very wonderful. He was sure that it was time to go and try local traditional dishes. Niney was a little surprised by the way he behaved, and she also didn't understand why his choice fell on pagion pancakes. She didn't like them at all. Within a few minutes, the waiter brought out their order. The girl sat and looked at the dish that was brought, and it was clear from her face that she didn't like it. The young master was glad that finally everything was ready, and now he would eat properly. Niney said to this dish, "Is this vomit oil really called food?" The young master didn't understand why she said that. Ryle ordered her to quickly apologize to the pancake eater on a rainy day. He didn't understand why she would say such a thing. The young master said that she had not tried it yet, and told her to eat first and not ask for more after finishing them. The girl said that she was, of course, very grateful. And then she added that in Lower Solia they don't eat such things, and therefore she is not going to eat them. The young master ordered her to shut up and try first. The girl had no choice, so she agreed with the young gentleman and couldn't take a bite of the pancake. When this pancake got into her mouth and she started chewing it, she realized that she was completely wrong. She didn't understand what was in her mouth, and it really was very tasty. The young master, when he saw that her face had changed, asked Naini how she liked it. Was it really delicious? The girl did not hide her emotions and said that she really liked it, and it was very tasty. The young master said that it was his turn, and he very quickly began to empty the plate. It seemed that after eating these pancakes, some kind of holiday appeared in his life, and they were able to change his mood. The young master said that it was just nostalgia for the old days when he often ate them. Naini wanted to know what old times mean. The young gentleman told his companion not to worry about his words and invited her to clink glasses. Naini wanted to find out if there really is alcohol in these glasses, and that's why he suggests clinking glasses. The young master did not answer her. He took several sips from this glass. The girl said that Mrs. Iris, his mother, insistently asked him not to drink, so she doesn't want him to drink. She brought the contents closer to her and asked the young gentleman if it was alcohol. Ryle told her that everything was fine, and if she drank, she definitely wouldn't die from it. Niney noted that the point is not that she will die or not, but the point is that Mrs. Iris categorically forbade doing this. Ryle told her to try. Nothing will happen from her if she just tries. I couldn't concentrate for about a minute to take a sip. Then she made up her mind and brought the glass closer to her mouth and took a sip, after which she exclaimed how delicious it was. The young master told her that she really liked it. The girl drank everything that was in this glass in one gulp. She had never really tried anything like this before. The young master could only watch as she drank all the contents in one gulp. Finish it to the very end. Put the dishes on the table. Her mood immediately changed. She became much more cheerful. She realized that it was all really very, very tasty. Ryle looked at her and doubted whether it was right that he offered her a drink, but it was too late to retreat. The young master decided to support Niney because he decided to feed her very tasty. Niney was not so constrained and felt free at the table. She liked absolutely everything. The only thing that started to irritate the young gentleman was the loudness at the next table. The man who was sitting in a hood at the next table was chewing very loudly and irritating everyone present. Ryle looked at him. This man in a dark robe and a deep hood sat so that his face was not visible. Ryle thought that this gentleman was eating a lot of thunder and was ruining the whole atmosphere that he was trying to create. The capuchon man was chewing so loudly and muttering something to himself on the tray, you could just hear him saying more, even more. He must do even more. This gentleman began to irritate Riley very much, so he got up and headed towards the exit, told his companion if she was tired of her, then she needed to leave. Niney followed him. When Ryle passed by a man in a hood, he caught himself thinking that he would never again have to meet this man who ruined his evening. The young master and his companion approached the door, and despite the fact that it was raining there, they left the room. The man in the hood whined very loudly at that moment, so he attracted the attention of the waiter. The waiter approached him and asked if the gentleman wanted food and how he would pay for it. The gentleman replied that he really should pay. Of course, he had to pay the waiter, and in no case could he act ungrateful by giving him the money. The waiter asked if everything worked out for the gentleman. At that moment, the man in the hood raised his hand and hit the waiter with the club. At the same time, he said that he was very sorry because he only managed to catch one, that is, make only one puppet. The payment for the food was really peculiar, and the waiter in no way expected this. The man in black raised the waiter and said that this was his payment, so he should accept it. The next moment, it splashed in all directions. This gentleman's payment was indeed peculiar. While the young gentleman and his companion were walking under an umbrella, hiding from the pouring rain. Mandu, the gentleman, asked how she liked the food. The girl replied that the drink she drank was definitely alcohol, and it was not at all like the one they drank downstairs. Solely, so she was a little surprised. The young master asked her because this drink that she drank today was tastier than theirs. The girl did not argue and replied that of course it was really tastier. She had never tried anything like it. Ryle told her that in this case, she now knows him, so she shouldn't tell his mom what they were drinking. It will be their secret. Niney said that she understood. The rain continued to pour like buckets. There was such a sign that if you are going to Rhinefield, it is best to wear a raincoat and not walk under an umbrella. Mr. Lotta said that it's really better for them to buy a raincoat, and even most likely two, because the second one is for her. Niney listened attentively to the young master and did not interrupt him. She agreed with everything he said. The girl said that she really likes to walk with him under the same umbrella despite the fact that it is raining. The next moment, she caught herself thinking that she was drunk and talking about some kind of nonsense. She even felt ashamed in front of the young master. She just couldn't come to terms with the fact that she was talking nonsense. Anapa tried to start controlling herself. She forced her to stop talking all kinds of nonsense and come to her senses. Well, at some point she thought that she was going to die soon anyway. Two young men in white clothes stood in the temple. One of them asked the second if he knew where Mr. Ryle was going. The second one replied that he found out exactly the day before yesterday that the young gentleman went on vacation. Mr. Ravosa wanted to clarify where exactly. His subordinates said that everyone was talking about the fact that the young gentleman had gone on vacation to Rhinefield. The gentleman was a little surprised. He thought that it was not very good that he went exactly there. His subordinate said that of course it was too far to go on such trips. The gentleman thought that he could only hope that he would not run into that guy, because they needed a little more time to create enough puppets, and if Ryle kills this guy, then things are really bad, then he will be the one in danger. The gentleman turned around and said that there was nothing he could do. His subordinate asked why he was going to go there. The gentleman replied that he had no other option. If naturally he had to go, he was the very hero whom the goddess chose. The gentleman also added that he did not have time to talk. He needed to prepare for departure. His subordinate deviated and said that he was obeying. The saint came closer to Mr. Ravosa. She wanted to clarify what he was planning. Mr. Ravosa was very pleased with her presence. St. Frisia asked the gentleman if he was really going to meet young Mr. Riley. Golden repeated that she had already told him that he should not touch anything good would not come of it. The gentleman laughed and asked her if this was also a prophecy. Mr. Ravosa turned to the saint. If this is not a prophecy, then he will consider that she is self-willed, and he must definitely meet with the chosen one. He believes that this needs to be done because the fate of Solia depends on him. Although no, the future of the whole world depends on him. This man must save the world. So why does she constantly say that he should leave him alone? The saint did not intend to argue with him. She wanted to find out what Ravosa was up to and whether he should be feared. Without saying a word, she looked at him and lowered her brow, then turned around and began to leave. At that moment, the saint said that in any case she warned him, and she did this more than once, and now she repeats to him that he should not disturb Mr. Riley. Mr. Ravosa, having listened to the saint to the end, said that he thanks her for her concern and bows to her. The saint doubted his sincerity. She turned to the goddess Irenessa. She needed to get an answer. She wanted to know what the goddess wanted to say with her revelation about Bishop Rivos. The young gentleman and his companion ended up in the library. Niney noticed that it rains here for days on end, but the condition of them is simply impeccable. The young gentleman replied that here people have developed the magic of preserving an object in its original form. The girl didn't understand how it was possible that it could rain absolutely every day, and everything was in such a state. Ryle answered her that he himself doesn't know. The young master said that he doesn't know what the rules are here, but he invited his companions to just have fun reading a book to the sound of rain. This is heavenly pleasure. Niney was a little surprised. Could this really be interesting? The young gentleman suggested that they split up, each choose a book for themselves, and meet in the center of the library. Niney didn't quite agree with this because she had to protect her master and not leave his side. Now Ryle asked the girl why in her opinion he needed protection. Niney told him that of course not, but still the young gentleman answered her, if she understood, then she should go and choose a book. Whoever chose first takes a place to read for both. The girl was a little torn because she didn't know which book she would like to read. It's not an easy choice. Then she became interested in what books there were. All that she read in the Tower of Magicians were magic books with spells. She came closer and saw that there was even a book in which it was written how to cook parmesan pancakes. Find out that someone was calling her. She turned her head and saw a red-haired girl who was asking why she left one gentleman. Hey, the stupid girl's name was Mrs. Nara Basilisk, and in some strange way she appeared right here. Find 2 books behind her back. She asked her friend what kind of fate she was here. Nara answered her that she wanted to look for information about black magicians. She thought that this would somehow help her. Nara asked what kind of books Niney chose. She was very curious. Niney had a book in her hands about alcohol and magic tricks against hangovers. Nara asked her interlocutor if she really liked to drink. Niney said that it's not so simple. She thought that it would be useful to study magic that could help sober up. Suddenly it would be useful to her. Nara smiled at her new friend and said that it would be good if Tanya didn't forget about her promise, and that they would come to her sometime. Niney began to say that yes, of course they always keep their promises. At that moment, her speech was interrupted by a loud cry. The girls turned to the side where the scream was coming from. None of them could imagine what happened there. Nari asked her new friend if she heard Niney's scream and told her that she heard it too. The girls hurried in the direction where this scream was coming from. They wanted to find out what happened there. Nara asked where Mr. Niney was and told her that they had agreed to meet in the central part of the library, and it seemed to her that she should look there first. Nara said that she knows where it is and is ready to show the way. The girls went exactly there. Niney wondered what kind of scream this was. She didn't understand what happened and asked her companion what she thought about it. Nara wasn't sure, but she said that she had a bad feeling. Nara stopped the next moment and said that they were almost there, and added that as soon as they checked the central hall, they should return immediately. When they entered the central hall, they saw a picture that they completely understood. But there were many young people lying on the floor, motionless, and their bodies were bleeding. Blood was everywhere. Nara asked Gaini that none of the girls could understand who could do this. Naini examined each of those young people who were lying on the floor and bleeding very carefully. She understood only one thing. It was most likely magic. No one could cope so quickly without magic with so many people. The girl said that she sees traces of magic. Nara asked her what she meant and where she sees them. Naini thought to herself, how could this be, because she didn't hear any explosion or something like that, and most likely he was able to suppress this sound. Then what kind of scream did they hear earlier? The only thing she was sure of was that the skills of a criminal were at the highest level. Naini turned to Mrs. Nara. She asked her to think about God Riley, so that she could imagine him in her mind. Nara didn't understand why she needed this. Naini asked her not to speak and to do what she asked as quickly as possible. The girl closed her eyes and introduced Mr. Riley. So she was able to determine in which part of the library he was located. Naini was able to feel that he was now in another part of the library and was choosing a book. Naini realized that he was now on the second floor somewhere above, and she needed to hurry up as quickly as possible. Naini told Mrs. Nara that the gentleman is now on the second floor. Nara was very surprised. Naini needed to find out where the stairs were located that could be climbed. Nara looked at the corpses, and it seemed to her that she knew whose traces these were. Nara realized that it was not a coincidence that the dark spots on the pipes that she saw, and also the living corpses that had just been lying motionless, stood up and began to move. Nara realized that the black poppy that she had been looking for so long was located right there in the room. It was somewhere nearby. Naini could not believe that in front of the days there was a black magician, Nara, who said that it was he who turned her father into a monster and her relatives and loved ones. She was sure that he was somewhere nearby. Naini told Mrs. Nara that it is very dangerous here, and asked her first they should find the master, and then they should move to a safe place. Nara answered her nothing. She had a completely different task. She wanted to find a black magician. Nara said if there was a real hero here instead of them, he would have evacuated other people first. Her father. She is sure that he did just that. Nara told Natsuni to look for the master, and in the meantime she will look for people. Maybe someone else is still here and he is alive. Naini went up to the second floor and saw a gentleman there who was choosing a book. He didn't understand why she was looking for him here. The young gentleman asked if she had already chosen a book and didn't understand why it was here, because they agreed to meet in the central hall. The girl said that this was the case here. Breathing a little, she began to explain that something terrible had happened in the library. The young gentleman wanted to clarify what exactly. Naini said that there was a black magician in the library. He was planning to do some nasty thing. The young master did not understand what she was talking about and what kind of black magician. The girl began to talk about how the gentleman should remember the ogre who was chasing them in the Rhinefield forest. He also thought that he had already been killed, and then he came to life again. The girl started talking about how the same thing happened in the library now. Corpses were laid out and wandering throughout the library, urgently needed to leave here. The young gentleman didn't understand what kind of corpses they were. He walked up to the railing of the balcony to see what was really happening below. He was very surprised. Because walking corpses were looking at him from below, they couldn't be called anything else. At some point, the eyes began to glow, and it was clear that they were furious. The young gentleman held on to the lock very tightly. He didn't understand how this could be in his head. It didn't fit at all. He sent himself thinking that he felt as if he was in a movie about zombies, and they were now surrounding him. The young master turned and asked the girl that amazing scream that he had heard, how it was connected with them. Naini told him that she assumed that yes, one of these outlived corpses tried to attack the young master. When he approached and was at arm's length, the young gentleman hit him with a book on his head with all his might. Ryle said that, in general, he understood what had happened. Only one of these zombies behaved aggressively at that moment, and the rest were in place. Ryle said that he does not think that this situation is so terrible and does not see the fact that she was running towards him as fast as she could. Mrs. Nara, you even saw how the young master dealt with one of the zombies. She came a little closer to them because she wanted to understand in which direction she should move next. She had only one task. She needed to find a black magician. A picture from her childhood kept popping up in front of her. She remembered how her father tried to resist this black magician and called him a brat. I don't understand why he does this to them. This black magician believed that he was saving them from suffering and wanted to make them part of his army. She remembers how she told her father that they needed to run away from there as soon as she was very scared. Nara understood that he killed Uncle Theo and Sister Lana, and he would never spare anyone. She was very scared at that moment, and she only thought about the fact that she couldn't just die like that. It was at that moment that her father threw her hand. He said that someone must stop this monster. Her father looked at her again and told her to run as quickly as possible. She had a chance to escape. All this time she wanted to avenge her father, and now she was only thinking that she must definitely find her father's killer and avenge him. Black magician. She was thinking about how she would deal with him. At that moment she heard a voice that said something Armada. Once in childhood she had already heard this voice, which only meant one thing. This man who killed her from her father was somewhere nearby. This man in black walked around the library and looked for a book about Rhinefield clouds. He swore at all the zombies, saying that they were of no use. The man in black said that he set their brains back and revived them, but they couldn't find one single book for him. At that moment, someone handed him a book, and the man in black clothes was happy to see it. He said that finally at least someone found this book and he was great. He told him to keep it up. Lady Nara at that moment realized that this voice was the same, and this person who was shining here was a black magician. This man in black said that with this book he would cause acid rain in Rhinefield and began to leaf through it. The girl looked at him and thought that all this could mean. She asked this man what he just said and let him repeat it again. The man in black then said that it was then that several hundred more warriors would be added to the army, all this in order to get rid of suffering. At this time, the young master and his companion left the Nini library silently behind their master. At some point she decided to ask him, but Rael told her not to say anything. And then he reminded her that he came here to relax, and not at all to catch some magician. And if she thinks that it's wrong that they avoided it, then she's deeply mistaken. That's what ordinary people always do. He told her that he wasn't going to get into an unnecessary fight and complicate things. Find out to yourself whether the Lord knows what kind of creatures these are that she cannot even detect with her eyes. There were a lot of questions, and it was unclear who this warrior was and whether he actually saved them or not. Who could object and say not to make him laugh? If he had not come here, then all this would not have happened at all, and most likely everyone would be alive. It was then that everyone said that if it weren't for him, they would have lived in peace as always. He heard them tell him that if it weren't for him, then everything might not be the same. He understood that in Solia there was no choice, but here the situation was completely different. He knew that if this happened, he would simply ignore it. Mrs. Nara stopped him. She began to say that she remembers how he killed an ogre with one blow. The young master was a little surprised that she was the one who would stop him. He didn't want to deal with anyone right now. The girl tried to explain that right now she saw a black magician in the library. Before he disappeared, he managed to take the book of the Rainfield cloud with him. She continued to say that he is a black magician who wants to mix clouds and magic to make acid rain. And he also wants to turn several hundred people into living corpses. This man was talking some nonsense about praying for relief from suffering. Lady Nara told the young master that she saw that he was strong enough, and that was why she turned to him. She asked him to help them because she believed only he could cope with this man. Mrs. Nara tried to explain if the black magician manages to do his plan, and acid rain comes to Rhinefield, then the end will come, and all people will become like those in the library. Rael interrupted her and said that she thought that all people would become puppets, which is exactly what she wanted to say. He thought that wherever he went and wherever he was, there were bastards who were ready to ruin the lives of others. At first he tried to brush it off and say that not even a week had passed since the start of his vacation, so he wanted to rest and could not help them with anything. Mrs. Nara said that this was a black magician and it was he who killed her father. The young master told her that he was very sorry, but he was on vacation and therefore she must deal with her problems herself. Immediately after these words, the young gentleman turned around and walked on. Nini tried to stop him. In spite of everything, wherever the young gentleman was with his companion, he caught himself thinking that he would not think about it. It was none of his business. At the same time, Nara tried to notify everyone about the danger that was approaching. The young master persuaded himself that he barely vomited on vacation, and for the first time in a long time, he could rest. Even he came across a leaflet with a black magician, and that he was dangerous. The young gentleman thought that he did not want to get involved in a murky and tedious story. He just wanted to enjoy his vacation and have fun, so he had no intention of helping Nara in any way. The next day, when they were walking in the rain again, Nini asked the gentleman how he was having fun and whether he was having a good time. Ryle didn't want to answer her. He tried to convince himself that he was doing absolutely the right thing and it wasn't his problem. Nara was not going to sit still. She tried to tell everyone what the black magician was going to do, and her people handed out leaflets to everyone who wanted them. She tried to find this black magician and stop him. Of course, she needed revenge for her entire family, so she looked for him during the day. And she was looking for alone, and at night her search did not stop for a moment. At some point she realized that she had finally found him, and now she could deal with him. The man in black could not understand who this girl was and why she was looking for him. When Nara saw him first, what she asked was apparently he had not yet finished his preparation for acid rain, and if this is so, then it's okay. She's still ready to cut off his head before he even has time to do anything. The man in black smiled. He found it funny how she was going to cut off his head. He didn't understand who she was at all. The girl was very seriously upset. She said that she came here to avenge the murder of her entire family. The black man looked at her and said that he remembered her, but rather remembered her eyes. He remembered them clearly. Nara didn't understand what he was saying and why he started talking about her eyes. Is it really true? The man in black began to talk about how he remembers the eyes of her entire family when their affairs were completely on fire. Even if he wants to, he will never forget that look. The man in black said that he didn't think that anyone could survive from this family. It was very strange to him. He was not very surprised because he understood that this was just revenge and did not understand why she was so inclined towards him, because he gave them immortality, and they are ungrateful people. Nara couldn't stand it and muttered with toad teeth to tell him to shut up. His words were unbearable to hear. The man in black didn't understand what was wrong with her. He invited her if she wanted to taste his fire just like her whole family. He understood that he now had a great chance to kill the only one who could escape. The girl was ready to fight him in order to avenge her family. All this time, the rain kept pouring down like buckets, and it seemed like it would never stop. The girl saw a very familiar hand in front of her. She didn't understand what was happening. Then the silhouette of a man appeared whom she knew very well, but he was not at all the same as she remembered him. This man did not utter a single word. He only made some sounds. Nara was very surprised. She didn't expect to see this. The next moment, she realized that this person who is now standing in front of her is her father. Mr. Black told the girl that she was finally waiting to meet after so many years, and it was very touching. He was even ready to cry. The only thing is that her father's appearance had deteriorated considerably during this time, but she was still able to recognize him since they are relatives. The girl could not contain her emotions, and so she screamed that she was ready to kill him. The next moment she ran towards him in order to destroy him. She shouted only one thing, that she would kill him. The man in black laughed very loudly and raised his hands up. He even tried to say that he was scared. When she tried to strike, he did not hit the man in black at all. He told her that she was not grateful since he helped her meet her father again. It was still pouring rain outside, and the streetlights were shining brightly. It was at this moment that somewhere very close, there were fireworks that completely lit up the entire city. The girl at that moment was trying to destroy her offender. A lot of people gathered in the square to watch it. It was beautiful. Everyone loved watching the fireworks. For some reason, the young master was not at all joyful at that moment. It seemed that he was thinking about something. He asked his companion whether she was having fun or not. The girl could not give him any answer. Ryle that he probably expected too much from this, and that's why Pavel had a feeling of disappointment. Nini was silent for a bit and said that she really wasn't having fun at all. The young master looked at her and smiled. At that moment, he was wondering why his companion answered him. Doesn't he know Ryle said that it was time for them to go after all? Because insects loom before his eyes, and it is not clear whether one of these insects will bite him or not. Lady Nara tried to strike with her blow. She did not stop for a second. The man in black said that he thought so. She was simply excellent. Like her whole family, he wanted to look at her after adding people. Nara no longer noticed anything. She tried to move forward in order to achieve her goal and destroy the main one. For this, she removed everyone who stood in her way. She knew that the man in black was an insignificant bastard and wanted him to die as soon as possible. When she came very close, the man in black said whether she would regret it when she did it. When she swung, she saw in front of her that same zombie who looked very much like her father. The girl did not stop and struck the next blow at the last moment. She realized that she had struck her father. Nara stopped at the last moment. Her father stood in front of her. The man in black said that she was ready to take revenge, but could she harm her father? The arrow hit her father's hand. Her assistant told the man in black not to talk nonsense. The guy came out of his hiding place and told the commander to come to her senses since her father had long since died. The man in black was happy because he now understood where her assistant was hiding. He could easily deal with him, launch hundreds of arrows at him that should have reached their target. But the young man managed to dodge. The man in black laughed as always and said that he was so scared because her archer attacked him, and this was a problem for him. And he also reminded that the rest of her comrades are now incredibly busy and therefore will not be able to come to her aid. The guy told his commander that these zombies could surround them, so it was better for them to retreat. The girl didn't understand because her father was standing in front of her. Nara could not come to terms with this, despite the fact that they were really surrounded on all sides. The guy called her again. The man in black laughed sarcastically because he knew that she could not stab her own father. The girl was in a lot of pain because she couldn't do something so ungrateful. Well, she couldn't listen anymore to all this nonsense that the man in black was talking about. She told him to shut his mouth. If the next moment she started attacking him because it was unbearable to listen to everything he said. Her archer tried to stop her and said that there was no need to do this. He deserved it, but the man in black enjoyed it. Nara was about to stop, so she attacked and pierced through the one who looked very much like her father. The next moment, she saw it flowing down his face, but nothing could be changed. She stood and looked. In her eyes, there was only horror from everything that had just happened to her. A man in black used magic air hammer, and it was going to completely destroy her, her assistant called her. He had to make sure that his commander was all right. He rushed to the rescue. The black man at that moment said that they had reached their limit, the point of no return. So they needed immortality, and he had just prepared everything. The guy turned and looked at the man in black. He asked him what he said. The man in black continued to say that now this city of his will also live forever, and then they will be one step closer to getting rid of suffering. Then, as always, with his smile, he began to scold, and his report began with 3. Then her second assistant approached the girl, and none of them understood what was happening and what this gentleman in black wanted. Despite everything that was happening, the rain also did not stop falling. It seemed that it would never end. Then in black he said 2. At some point it became clear that he was planning something completely bad. Mrs. Nara screamed loudly for him to stop. Then she asked him to please stop all this. But the man in black didn't hear her at all. He was already standing on a high stone and raising his hand up. He said 1 and then said that let it rain. It was at this moment that the rain that he had in mind was supposed to happen was to turn into acid. But everything didn't go at all the way he wanted. Everyone was surprised, and he himself was surprised too. The raindrops that fell from the sky froze in an instant and hung in the air. Everyone looked at what was happening and did not understand how it could happen that the drops froze. At that moment, the young master appeared. He said that he had finally found where he was and was ready to fight this vile asshole. At the same time, everyone in the city could not admire the fact that the raindrops were frozen in the air. Someone said that they looked carefully. These drops were not frozen. They were just falling very slowly. No one could understand what was happening. It was unclear what it was, but it really was very surprising and very beautiful. You could watch the rain in slow motion as the drops moved slowly down. And then something even more incomprehensible happened. The drops began to rise back, and it was completely incomprehensible. The city was practically asleep, but raindrops continued to hang in the air. When the young master saw this, he realized that Naini had coped with her task. She had succeeded. The black man came back and turned around and asked who he was and why he suddenly appeared here, and waved a ball in front of him and didn't even bother to introduce himself. The young master wanted to answer this question for him at first, but then he thought that he wasn't even worthy of it. Ryle said that he doesn't even know if the man in black should know about it because there is no need for it. Rana looked at the young master and was surprised that he was here. She did not understand what he was doing here. Ryle looked at his opponent and told him that he had been preparing for so long and all his efforts were now down the drain. He asked how much he liked it. The man in black didn't say anything. He didn't understand how it could be a downer. Did he really think so? He completely disagreed. It couldn't be that all the efforts were in vain. The man in black shouted that these clouds that had stopped now, why did the young master dare to distance them from prayer for the sake of getting rid of suffering? The young master didn't understand why he was pretending to be offended. If he were him, he wouldn't have done this if his vacation hadn't been ruined, and what else did he tell Nini to do? At that moment, the girl made the rain come back, and those raindrops that were hanging in the air began to drip again. Everything that happened now was the work of Nini, and she did it quite well. The next moment, the girl did so that the rain stopped again, and the drops hung in the air again. The man in black began to shout where the rain was, and that all the people around were ungrateful. The young gentleman went to ask him about the ungrateful. He wanted to know if he really dared to express himself like that after ruining his holiday. The man in black shouted at him that he was an ungrateful puppy and was ready to humiliate him. But he failed. The young master stood and looked at everything that was happening. The man in black grabbed him by the legs and tried to pull him down. The girl told him to be careful because this villain had a lot of puppets left. The young master understood that the man in black had an unusual talent. He told him that he was very talented, but he was unlikely to succeed. From all sides, puppets began to approach the young master and tried to engage him in battle. But they didn't succeed because Ryle was not an ordinary guy at all, and he could easily deal with these puppets. Seeing all this, the man in black was even more upset because he thought that this guy was completely ungrateful. And most importantly, he couldn't leave it like that for some guy to defeat him. At some point, a huge ogre appeared in front of the young master, controlled by a man in black. Then a goblin appeared who was also ready to attack the young master, and he was also controlled by the same person. And even the magician who tried to attack the young master could not do anything. All this was very interesting. But Ryle thought that he was very sorry because the man in black could do nothing more than play with dolls. This made the man in black very angry because he did not know and did not understand why he dared to say such a thing. Well, the young gentleman did not stop and said if he wants to show his skills and at least what he can do then, he shouldn't have to manipulate all these zombies who are trying to attack him unsuccessfully, and he should be able to do at least something that the young master can do. Ryle then turned around and in one motion destroyed all the zombies that tried to attack him. Lady Nara and her assistants realized that now the man in black cannot control them all. The young master, without thinking twice, said that he tried to cope without mana, and now it's his turn, can he? The man in black got very scared and began to say that he had no right and he should adhere to their prayer. Immediately after this, without waiting for any answer, he decided that the man in black should just die. Nara, she didn't understand all this. Could it be that calm would finally come into her life and there would be no black magician? She thought that the bastard had finally been caught. He would no longer be able to harm anyone. At some point, his zombies began to dissolve into the abyss and become just fog. Nara saw her father again. She knelt and hoped that now his soul would rest in peace. Ryle from above the city, he understood that now everything had to end. He was only worried so that Nini could cope. Nini tried her best. She thought that everything should work out for her if she held them quietly like that. She found herself thinking that she had used too much cleansing magic. The girl saw how blood began to drip from her. If everything continues like this, then her mana will run out faster than she can do all this. The girl thought that in this case she needed to move away the candy clouds in which there was still something left and concentrate. She was pleased with her work because she barely managed to remove these clouds around there were beautiful fireworks on the way. We really liked it because it was incredibly beautiful. Nini looked at the people and thought that she saved them all, who at that moment made life happy. Everything worked out for her right after that. It started to rain as usual here. All these events were written in the local newspaper, which the young gentleman received in the morning. He read that the townspeople could observe a very strange phenomenon. The rain suddenly slowed down and the drops began to rise. The sight that opened in the sky at night became the main topic for discussion and decoration of the headlines of many newspapers. The young master and his companion were pleased with what they had done, and they could read all this in the newspapers. Nini also wanted to read about all the events that happened to her that night. This newspaper reported that in the end, they could not find the trace of the black magician, but still believed that they will soon catch him. Ryle told his companion that the basilisk team seemed to have followed him, and it was a good job. The girl said that he should report that this was his merit. The young master did not agree with her because he was tired of it all. That's exactly what Yang did at the last moment. She fell silent and said that she would not insist. Nini said that she feels in seventh heaven after they saved people. She is very happy, and it would be nice if he could feel this joy too. Ryle told her to come as close to him as possible. The girl was a little scared. She thought that he would start scolding her again because she said something wrong and began to ask him for forgiveness in advance. She thought that she would have to listen to her being scolded again, but the young master touched her shoulder. And without saying a word, he looked at her and smiled. He started talking somehow from afar. He said what it seemed to him, but he hadn't told her that yet. Then he smiled and said that she had done a very good job and he was pleased with her work. The girl was very surprised because the young master had never really said such a thing to her. He asked her to be as diligent in future as she was this time. She completely agreed with him. He took a few sips and said so that she would know that of course he was also very pleased. Well, the only thing that embarrassed him, and it seemed to him that she enjoyed this vacation more than he did, the girl lowered her head and asked him for forgiveness. The young master again noticed that she apologized every time and he liked that too. He also added that, by the way, they will have to go back soon because most likely everyone is worried. Find your eyes and look up. She stood there for a while. The young master did not understand what was happening and asked the girl what happened to her. The girl laughed and told him that they had completely forgotten. The young gentleman did not understand what she was talking about and that they had forgotten. He tried to remember everything he promised her, but nothing worked for him. At some point, he said that they had not forgotten anything and everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, the girl said that there was something that they really forgot, and they forgot to call. The young master didn't understand where they didn't call and why. Naini told him that they did not call home from the moment they arrived. They never contacted the house or called them. This moment, the young master realized that he really never called. He completely forgot about it. In fact, they agreed to communicate through this thing that was in his hands and resembled a mirror. For some time, we didn't think about how to act and what to do, but nothing came to mind. The young gentleman began to shout at his companion that everything was her fault. She should have contacted the girl again and began to ask for forgiveness. The young master thought that he really should contact his mother. Therefore, he ordered to stop apologizing first and turn on this thing. The girl agreed with him. On the screen, they saw the face of Mrs. Iris Ryle. She wanted to find out who was calling. Of course, she was waiting for a call from Ryle. When they were tied up, the mistress wanted to know why her son had not tied up with them for so long. He tried to explain to her what happened to him. He was thinking about telling or not. He didn't know what to do. Then the mistress asked the girl if she had problems with communication. The girl replied that everything was fine. The young master again yelled at her and said that she was completely out of her mind. He told her that she had read so many books and still hadn't gained any brain power. She only wanted to tell Mrs. Iris so that Tanya would be upset. The next moment, the lady asked if everything was fine with them and nothing happened. The girl replied that everything was fine with them and she guaranteed it. The lady exhaled and said that the girl calmed her down a little. At that moment, Yang appeared on the screen. He wanted to ask the gentleman if everything was okay with him. The young gentleman replied that everything was fine with them and they were returning soon. The mistress said that if everything is fine, then she accepts their apology and hopes that her son understands what needs to be done. After the apology, the young master replied that of course this will not happen again. Mistress Iris said it's great that he remembers they will be waiting for him at home when he returns. Sarah asked the lady for 1 minute. She wanted to talk a little with Naini. Naini was ready to listen to Sir. The young master realized that the girls were about to get. That's exactly what happened. Sarah said even if the gentleman forgot completely, she had to contact the house. The girl again began to apologize. Sarah reminded her that it was Mr. Ryle who went on vacation and not she. Naini began to make excuses, saying that she was very sorry. Sarah calmed down a little and was interested in the question of whether they had seen fireworks. The girl replied that of course they had seen him. Sarah wanted to know how handsome he was. Naini said that she cannot describe him because she doesn't even have such words. And she added that this was the most beautiful thing she had seen in her life. Her face began to shine. You even had the same gentleman appear in the city who was worried that he would not be able to complete his work. When he arrived here, he told Urieli that he had warned him, that he shouldn't have poked his nose where he wasn't asked. He should have only done what he was told. Because this is all for the sake of prayer for deliverance from suffering, and all this for the sake of a high goal. He realized that now he needs to act much more carefully so that his plans are not destroyed like this time. The door was slightly open and a bright light was falling from there. It was here. Nara went inside, looked around, and took a few steps forward. She was surprised and had enough questions to which she did not know the answer. The girl came closer to the young master and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she was very happy about this meeting. She came here because she needed to talk to him. The young master, as always, didn't understand why this was happening all of a sudden. The girl started talking about how she looks like an ordinary person, but in fact, she is something else. She said that she was the only one left and a kind of Vasilikov. The girl said that her family was greatly helped during the Great War by a famous mercenary named Yang. The young master didn't understand why she was telling all this, and what had Yang and her family to do with it. He wanted to find out what she needed from him. After waiting a little, the girl said if the gentleman would not mind, then she would like to go with him. The young gentleman said a categorical no. The girl did not stop, and she began to beg him because she wanted one rose to meet Mr. Yang. Ryle understood why she needed this. Then the girl replied that this was her father's request before he died. He always said that he would like to see Mr. Yang again. Only after this meeting she will be able to scatter her father's ashes. The girl fell to her knees in front of the young master and began to beg him for permission to travel. She cried and asked him to take her with him to Solia, and she succeeded. After some time, the carriage of the young gentleman and the two girls accompanying him was driving home. Nara was happy because she was allowed to go with them and she would be able to see Mr. Yang again. The young master looked at Nara and thought that they definitely needed to meet because they were two boots in a pair. They cried absolutely the same way, and not only these emotions were the same. Naini sat on Lucky's ass. She said that she was very glad that the young gentleman's mood was at least a little better. The young master did not understand where this daughter who accompanied them came from. The girl thought that it was most likely due to the fact that she had recently used too much power. Ryle looked at Naini. He asked if she was really unwell. The girl replied that no, everything was fine, and reminded him of yesterday's conversation with Nara. The girl said that Nara talked about her family yesterday, and he just wanted to ask her about it. He wondered if it really turns out that her mouth can recognize what kind of abilities a person has, and what kind of energy he has. Most likely, they determine the nature of mana or something like that. Nara heard their conversation and said that they judge a person not by his appearance, but by his inner energy. And I should also add that energy can be red, blue, and white, and there is also dark purple. That black magician had just that. At this moment, the light started to break sharply. No one understood what happened. The horses remained rooted to the spot and did not move further. No one understood what was happening. The thug saw the people in the carts and said that he was glad to see them. It was Captain Thunderrock. The captain took a few steps towards him and said that you could go crazy, how small the world is. 6 months later, they met again. Nara asked him where he was going. The captain replied that they said his old friend had come to the city, and that's why he was rushing there. The girl said that she knows there is a suspicious priest wandering around there. Maybe this is his friend whom he is looking for. The captain said, "What other priest? Is she really out of her mind?" The thug looked at the young master and said that judging by his look, the boy had a sharp character, and noticed that most likely this aristocrat and the Ippoletvi family. Nara told the thug that she advised him to curb his curiosity, and her eyes would disappear quickly. The thug was not such a fool. He laughed and said that he understood everything, so he was leaving. Maybe someday they would meet again. Nara sat and said that these are disgusting types with purple mana. The young master did not understand whether this guy also has purple mana, and are they really so common? Nara said that they don't meet very often, and so far she has only met 4 such people. The first time she met such a man with purple mana was in an unnamed village, and she also once saw such a mana from one priest whom she encountered in Rhinefield. The third was the bald man with a mustache whom they met on the road. And the fourth was that same black magician. He also had the same purple mana. The young master wanted to clarify whether there were really only 4 such people, whose purple mana girl replied that at least she only knew 4. Most likely there is someone else with the same mother, but she has not met them yet. The priest said at that moment the thug looked towards the departing carriage. He only wanted to clarify one thing. Had they really reached Euryalus? He believed that Euryalus was just a fool who was always getting into trouble. He needed to clarify how long it would take. All the time the priest replied that his condition was serious, so he could not answer for sure. The only thing they realized at that moment was that now without their left hand they would not be able to fight as before. First they decided to calm down. The thug could not and did not want to agree with his interlocutor. He believed that they needed their left hand. He did not even think about calming down. The brute swung and hit the ground with all his strength with his axe. He wanted to clarify why 2 more of their accomplices did not come. The priest answered him that they were settling cases that required intellectual abilities, so they could not come, and he asked for pardon. The thug wanted to clarify more about the priest's right hand, but he was not in the know. The thug got angry and said that they were ungrateful creatures. The thug turned to Ravosa. He needed to know what they should do now. The priest told him that he didn't know. Then he thought a little. He said that probably first they should slowly sort out the problems and move forward. In this case, it turned out that the time of prayer was shifting. They needed to patch up their left hand and wait for the right moment. The carriage arrived in Sali and stopped at the entrance to the palace. The young gentleman was glad that he had finally arrived. Naini, leaving the carriage, thought that it was very good that they were from home. As soon as the young gentleman got off the carriage, he noticed that Mr. Yang was approaching him. Yang quickly ran up to the young master and hugged him with all his strength, almost knocking him down. The young master told Ian to calm down. He had already arrived and to let him go. Ian told him that the old man was very worried about them. At the same moment he burst into tears. Emotions overwhelmed him. They were horror, tears of joy. Rana aside and couldn't understand if this was the same person she wanted to see, and this was the hero mercenary. The young master said that it was enough to shed tears, and that he was coming to his senses. And then he pointed with his hand at the red-haired girl and said that Ian had guests. She came to him. Yang looked at the girl and asked the young master if she was the one he thought about. Ryle told him that she was the one. The red-haired girl addressed Yang as a great mercenary. She said that she was honored to meet him. And then she said that she was from the Basilisk family and looked straight at him with her huge eyes. The girl stood in one place and did not move. Then she once again confirmed that it was her. After her story about what happened to her family, Yang realized that in the end Gap was killed by a black magician. The black magician took away many lives of those who were very dear to Ian, and he simply could not come to terms with it. Yang told his guest that he could guarantee that her father was an excellent mercenary. He was no worse than himself. Then he told the girl that she can be proud of her father, and she is also great because she was able to go through a lot alone. Then he hugged her. Yang turned to the young master and said that as soon as the count arrives, he himself will inform him that Captain Thunder Rock has come to them. The young master did not understand as soon as his father arrived. Had he really left somewhere? Ian answered him that in fact the counts left 2 days ago. He received messages from the castle and immediately left, and also explained that someone tried to attack the borders of Solia. The young master wanted to clarify where his brothers were. Yang replied that he did not stay because it was impossible to leave the house unattended. Ryle wanted to know where his mother, Jan, told him that she was at home. Their conversation was interrupted by some loud sound. The young master turned around at the same moment to see what had happened. "Get out of the room," Ryle screamed very loudly. He was wondering what happened. Hanging his head down, he saw a broken plate on the floor. At that moment, he thought it was Naini again. Looking up, he saw Naini, who could not hold the plate in her hands. Her hands were shaking very much. The young master ran up to her and asked her what happened. Why did she drop the dishes? At that moment, he saw that her whole body was cowardly. The girl said that everything was fine. She would clean it up now, and so that no one would pay attention to her. Ryle took her hand in his and told her to stop talking all sorts of nonsense, because she couldn't clean anything up with her trembling hands. The girl could not only hold anything in her hands, she could not even pronounce words clearly. She, as always, began to ask for forgiveness and say that she would work even harder and do everything that was in her hands and strength. Then she lowered her head and asked the young master not to leave her. Ryle turned to her several times and asked if she could hear him. Naini is unconscious, but somewhere far away, she heard that the young master was talking to his brother. His brother wanted to know the name of his maid, and he also said that her appearance is so-so, and if she is in this state, she will only last until the fall. It's very passionate that she repeats that everything is fine, even when she can't stand on her own 2 feet. The only thing that's not clear is why you can't actually say that you're very sick and just take a vacation. There are different people in this world, and there are those who will endure pain to the end and put all the burdens on themselves. Of course, these people are very stupid. The young master thought that he was like that too. I think that he must definitely save the world, that he must live up to expectations, so he worked tirelessly for the benefit of people. Well, all that brought him was only self-sacrifice, and this can only be described in a few words. He was torn to pieces. People are certainly amazing creatures. Maybe they act this way because their lives are so short. Most likely, this is exactly the case. Naini about how she would be happy if they could also feel this joy. The young master thought that she had spent too much mana in Rhinefield, so the time allotted to her became even shorter. He asked, Endal, does he remember what he wanted to give him, Naini? He then said that he was ready to teleport once in exchange for the fact that he would give him this girl. Endal answered him that he remembered it well, and what he was ready to give. The young master answered him that in no case was that what he wanted to say. He wanted to ask him to just save her. Time passed and huge red apples appeared on the tree. A little more and they would have started to fall. The girl watched everything that happened in the garden through the window of the room where she was now. The young gentleman sat under the tree as usual. It was one of his favorite places where no one touched him. She looked at him and thought that it was already starting to get colder, and she could catch a cold if she slept on the street like that. Niney couldn't help herself and wanted to call the young master to wake him up, but she couldn't do it at all. She couldn't understand what was happening to her, and she had such a strange feeling. She definitely had never experienced anything like this before. It seemed to her that she was in an unfamiliar place where she had never been before. Everything was very strange. For the first time she saw the road along which the car was driving. She didn't know how to feel about it. These buildings that surrounded her from different sides were so high that she had never seen them before. And she also saw a plane in the sky. She thought it was a huge bird. It was all made of metal. She didn't understand what it was. Around, she saw a lot of people standing at a huge intersection. They were dressed strangely. Among these many people, she saw traces that led her to the young master. She saw his face. It was not the same as usual. There was a lot of pain and suffering in it. The young gentleman roared very loudly in his sleep while sitting near a tree. Niney could not stay in her room, and when she heard Ryle screaming so loudly, she hurried to find out what was wrong. She ran sharply, but at some point her whole body seemed to be pierced by fiery arrows, and she was unable to move further. Mr. Yang approached the girl and said that she had better rest today, took her by the shoulder and led her back into the house. He said that Sarah said that she was feeling very bad today, so she should stay in the house. Niney didn't want to agree with him and said that everything was fine and she was completely fine. Ian looked at her and asked if it was true, because her body also continued to tremble like a leaf, and she could not do anything about it. She tried to hold her hands so that it would not be visible that they were cowardly. But still everything was visible, because not only her hands, but her whole body was shaking and she couldn't do anything about it. Mr. Yang did not talk to her further and told her to go to her room to rest. The girl tried to object. Ian sharply told her that enough was enough. He didn't want to hear any more excuses or objections. Come closer to the young master. Yang asked him if he was okay. Ryle raised his head and said that he was fine. He just had a nightmare. At that moment, they heard a loud cough. Turning around, they saw that it was Niney coughing and she was bleeding. The young gentleman asked how she was, but the girl was already practically unconscious. She could barely hear or see him. She thought to herself that she saw practically nothing and could not control this state in any way. She only heard Ryle asking her to come to her senses. Niney was lying in one of the rooms of the bed. She needed to rest and come to her senses. The young master's two brothers decided that they needed to talk, so they went into the room where Niney was. They saw a girl lying on the bed coughing up blood. They were a little surprised. One of them brought such a picture and was very upset because he didn't understand what was happening. He even grabbed his brother Lloyd's hand because he was scared. The girl was unconscious and constantly coughing up blood. The entire bed was practically covered in blood. Lloyd said that they need to leave her alone and they need to get out of this room as quickly as possible. One of the brothers said that he did not agree because his father would not leave it just like that. At that moment, he pulled out his hand and hit him in the face so that he came to his senses. Then the brother told Lloyd to wake up and stop talking nonsense. He believed that this girl was not a tenant anyway because the whole bed was already covered in blood. He suggested leaving her and leaving here so that she could just die. At that moment, the door of the room opened and a man in a white coat walked in. He shouted loudly that he had finally found her and headed towards the bed where she was lying. The man in the white coat, when he came closer, said that he would look now and then said that the condition was simply terrible. Then he turned and looked at the two brothers, asking them what they had been doing all this time. The young people did not understand who it was. Therefore, they wanted to get an answer to who he was. The man in the white coat looked at the girl and said that things were very bad. One of the brothers asked again who he was and why he was here. The man in the white coat did not pay attention to them. He said that her powers do not contradict her character traits. If so, then something needs to be rearranged. Her spirit will strengthen and she will become even stronger. Interesting, very interesting. The young people were very angry because this man in a white coat did not pay any attention to them and did not want to answer who he was. When one of the brothers took out his sword and put it on the shoulder of a man in a white robe, only he said that his name was Endal. One of the brothers asked him what he said, and then the man in the white robe answered him. Was he really? He went deaf because he told him that his name is Endal. The brothers did not understand Endal and had not heard such a name, and therefore were surprised. Endal explained to them once again that this was his name, and then he turned and asked if they were really interested in him. He clarified that his name is Endal. Well, now he wanted to understand what would happen next. The brothers wanted to understand who he was and what he had forgotten here, why he was in this room. Endal told them that he was a doctor and did not understand what the problems were. The brothers had only questions, and it was unclear where the doctor could come from here. The brothers were ready to accuse him of joking when Ryle entered the room and turned to Endal. He said that it was good that he had found him. He then looked at his brothers and asked for forgiveness for not introducing this doctor. But he is ready to do it immediately. So he said that this is the doctor whom he brought with him from Rheinfeld. The two brothers stood and listened to him. Now they were in an awkward situation rather than this really being a doctor, they thought. The young master said that he was very worried about his mother Carcass, that her chronic illness would manifest itself again. So he brought a doctor with him and completely forgot to tell them about it. Then he turned and looked at Endal. In the hope that he would confirm his words, the man in the white coat was not taken aback and said that they really forgot to tell everyone about this. One of the brothers raised his hand and said that this is unacceptable for a doctor because he talks to them very rudely. The doctor could not restrain himself and told him that he was simply ridiculous and that he should be grateful that he was still alive after pointing his sword at him. One of the brothers was not happy with this answer, so he once again grabbed his sword and tried to threaten. Well, something went wrong. The doctor just looked at him with his eyes. He didn't even need to take out a weapon. The gentleman froze in this position with his ball, which he was trying to get in order to threaten. He could not move his body. He thought that his body did not move at all, and he could not control it. He felt some kind of tension, as if he was being crushed from all sides. Nine's voice. She begged them to stop and not continue their argument. The young gentleman came closer to her and asked her how she was feeling at that moment. The girl pestered her. She asked the young master where she was and how long she slept. Ryle answered her that she slept for half a day. Nine lowered her legs and said that she had been resting for a very long time, so it was time to get up. Work was not waiting. When she got up, she headed towards the exit from this room, but her head and her body continued to be afraid. She found and heard a voice. What was her name? This voice told her that she could no longer stay here. It was time for her to leave. Everyone who wanted to say goodbye to the girl gathered in one of the rooms of the castle. Absolutely all the servants stood and cried just because Nine decided to leave them. They were already accustomed to her. Nine became part of them all. No one wanted to part with her despite the fact that she was very unusual. But Nine is adamant that she should leave this house with the doctor, the only way she can have a chance to survive. 2 hours before Nine's departure, Sarah was in a tense mood. She scolded herself for not knowing that the girl was so sick and she was always tormenting her. So Sarah asked her forgiveness for all this time and then hugged Nine tightly. They could have stood like that for a very long time. In fact, they had already stood for 30 minutes. Then Mr. Yang came up to them. He hugged them, and they stood like that for an hour. This could have lasted forever. But a young gentleman came into the room and said that it was enough to cry and turned to Sarah because she wanted to give her something. Sarah, without thinking twice, said that she was ready to give her her most favorite scarf with which she always wiped away her tears. And now it was a little wet, but she still handed this girl's scarf as a gift. She loved this gift, thanked her, and said that she would take care of it. Mr. Yang approached the girl and said that he also had a gift for her. He handed her his sword and told her to always remember that she is now part of the Ippolev family. The girl was holding gifts in her hands, and she was pleased to hear that they told her that they would be waiting for her. Mr. Yang told her not for his sake, but for Mr. Ryle's sake, to definitely come back when she can do it. At this time, the door creaked. Then Mrs. Iris burst into the room. She was glad that the girl was still here because she had something for her in her hand. She was holding a blue ribbon that she wanted to give to her. Nine was very surprised by so many gifts and asked the gas lady to wait a little because her hands were full. Mrs. Iris was not taken aback and said that her gift did not need her hands, and she weaved this ribbon into her hair. She tied her a huge bow from this ribbon. Now Nine also looked like a mistress. The girl thanked her many times and told them all a big thank you. They really treated her with warmth. Sarah looked up to the gentleman and asked him if he really didn't want to give Nine anything. Ryle was very embarrassed, but he really prepared a gift for her. He just wanted to give it to her a little later. He handed her an apple on his hand, saying that this would most likely be enough. He knew that the girl would understand him. He did this only because one day, Naini came up to him and asked him to let her stay with them until the end, because she had already outlived her life and would soon die. The young master then told her that her illness could be cured, and she should never say that. The girl couldn't understand what he was talking about. But the young gentleman pointed his hand at the tree and told her to look there. Naini looked and saw a tree with apples. The young master said that he could save her. Riles told her that he wished she were alive to help him pick these apples when the time came. It was a beautiful sunny day, just right to start anything in this life. Doctor, you said that today Naini, his student, the girl, did not understand why the student. He wanted her to call him her teacher, and then, after thinking a little, he said that she should call him mentor. Naini also didn't understand why it was the mentor, but the doctor insisted that it sounded better that way, and he liked it better. He walked along the road in front of her and was pleased that he would now be a mentor. Naini looked at the castle again. She promised herself that she would definitely recover and return here. She had to do it. Even while negotiations were going on in the military camp, it was clear that they had difficulty achieving a temporary truce. Several people were sitting at the table. One of them said that they expected Anthurium to be the first to attack the borders. The other said that an attack on the border was not so bad. Even more trouble was the mercenary who participated in the attack. Everyone said that the rumors about his extraordinary strength turned out to be true, and many warriors fell by his hand. They admitted if it weren't for Stein Ippoletvi, then they would have lost in this battle. He alone could replace many warriors. Their mistake was that they underestimated the mercenaries in the battle there, so they could lose. This is exactly what he wanted to tell them, and for them to kill on their noses those present here who were responsible for the battle. Count asked his subordinates how they are Stein. How is he feeling? He was informed that Stein's condition left much to be desired. The Count did not understand what this could mean. Then they explained to him that they would not be able to sew back his right hand, which he had lost in battle. Then the entire Cabal team was put on the wanted list. I include him himself. It was impossible for the Count's sacrifice to be in vain. The Count was lying on a hospital bed and writhing in pain. He did not fully understand that he no longer had one arm. The nurse talked about the fact that it is worth informing the county about the Count's condition because he has not yet chosen an heir. At the same time, the castle lived its own life, despite the fact that it was already deep night outside. Lloyd walked along a long corridor, and the events that happened to him today were constantly repeated in his head. He could not forget the words of his brother who shouted at him to wake up and talked about this girl that she would die anyway. Lloyd couldn't understand why his brother, whose friend he loved so much, had changed so much. He thought that if it were his father, he would certainly reprimand him and not let him talk like that. Because their father, brother, and mother always did what was necessary, and it was always right. Lloyd stopped and caught himself thinking that he shouldn't think about it. These thoughts made him feel even worse. Lloyd. He decided to go to the window and see what was happening on the street, and he needed to calm down. Right in front of his window, he saw Mr. Yang and Riley standing on the street. Then he heard the voice of a servant shouting to all the gentlemen in the castle that the Count had arrived. When they heard this news, all three of the Count's sons rushed to meet him. Absolutely everyone went out into the street to meet the Count after his departure. Rana felt something was wrong. It seemed to her that the situation was not entirely good. When she watched the Count's arrival, she saw that one of the Count's accompanying persons had a violet aura. When the girl concentrated and tried to see if it seemed to her, she was very surprised, because the person accompanying the Count really had a violet aura. And when they came even closer, she was even more surprised, because the same priest was next to the Count. She did not understand that he had forgotten here. When the Count came closer, his sons were very surprised by what they saw. One of them shouted who dared to do this to their father. The second was so stunned that he could only ask his father if he was okay. Only Ryle didn't say anything. He had a lot of questions, but he didn't want to show his emotions. Their father showed a leaflet on which a mercenary was drawn. He said that on the battlefield he encountered exactly this mercenary. And he also added that this mercenary was known for his extraordinary strength. Then he said that this mercenary's name is Cabal, and he has his own gang which he leads. Ryle thought that he was completely sure that this was the same one they had met on the road from Rhinefield. The Count tried to tell that the abilities of this thug as a mercenary are quite unusual. They consist in the fact that in battle, when swinging a weapon, he immediately rises into a whirlwind, fighting with him one-on-one. The Count tried to fight back. Well, this mercenary has quite a lot of strength, and his ability led to what happened. At some point, the Count could not resist him, and that is why he deprived him of his hand. What happened was irreparable, and unfortunately, what happened was that the Count lost his hand. Ryle listened carefully to every word of his father. He understood perfectly well that his loved one had suffered up to that moment, no matter what happened. He tried not to notice it under any circumstances. He did not interfere in other people's affairs. This is exactly how he wanted to live until this moment. And even in this life, he promised himself that he would not allow any of his family members to die, and he never thought that this could happen to his father. The Count said that his body is no longer the same as before, so it's time for him to make his choice. Namely, choose an heir among the three of them, and this person will be the heir of the Epaulet family. After some time, the carriage was taking the young gentleman to a new place. He lay on the seat and didn't understand why he needed all this, but he decided to submit to fate. He could not but obey his father, who said that in order to become heir, his three sons would have to complete only one task. He explained that because of the Anthurium gang that attacked on the border, many villages in Solia are in decline. They need to go there and help people. This was their task. The young master was leaving the castle. He was stopped by Rana. She needed to tell him something very important. The girl told him that he should remember that priest who stood next to the Count. It was this priest who had a purple aura, the same as that of this scumbag Cabal. Ryle was driving and thought that Nara's words had alerted him. He was sure that something was wrong with this divine priest, and also thought that now was not the right time to choose an heir. In the village where they were heading, there were no 100 inhabitants. It was called Aliva, and its surroundings were surrounded by thickets of dense forest. Mr. Yang said that strange conversations began so that orcs began to shake the village. Mr. Yang wanted to check with the young gentleman whether he could hear him. Ryle replied that he listens to everything carefully. Ian then asked the name of the village where they were going. The young gentleman replied that its name was Olive. Ian replied that he was wrong. The name of this village is Alivi. The young gentleman said that in his opinion there is almost no difference. Mr. Yang was not surprised by the young gentleman's attitude towards the new information. Very soon the carriage arrived at the place where they were heading. In front of them stood several houses. It seemed that this village had completely died out because there was not a single person on the street. It was the same village of Alivi. When they got even closer, they saw a very old man in front of them. This old man greeted them and asked if they needed any help. Mr. Yang said that they are from the Ippoletva family and they came to this village. When the old man heard that they were from the Epaulet clan, he began to thank them. He was glad that they had finally arrived. The old man said that his name is Malto, and he is the head of the village. He thanked him again for coming. Ryle looked around and thought that something was wrong here. He was surprised to see that there were no people around. The young gentleman asked Mr. Yang if it seemed to him that there were not enough people here except houses. There was nothing here. The young master thought that even if we assume that some got scared and hid there, given that the village seems completely empty. The old man said that the young master is absolutely right. 10 people from their village recently went missing. It was not clear whether this could really happen and people disappeared. He said that it happened 4 days ago. First, one couple disappeared, and then there were more and more missing children. Ryle was very surprised because the old man said that it was the children who were missing. The young gentleman got off the carriage because the situation was terrible, and he inherited a village with big problems. Now he will have to deal not only with cheese, but also with missing children. In a past life, there were also children. They were in the very center of the city, and he could not do anything. These children then lost their minds and were covered in blood. When he appeared in that place, the children reacted very strangely to him. They looked at the young master, and none of them said anything, and they behaved very strangely. After some time, one of them asked who he was. The young gentleman looked at them and asked if they really didn't understand, because he had a sword in his hands. Only then did the children realize that he was a warrior. He told them that he is truly a warrior, and he is here to change this whole situation. One of the girls looked at him happily then and said, "Did he really come to kill them?" She started whining and saying that she really missed her mother. Methode stood and asked him to fulfill one of their requests. She asked him to save them from pain and suffering. She asked him to kill them. These words were in his head when she said that she was in great pain and asked him to please kill her quickly. She felt very bad. To die without pain and suffering, the only request of those children, and Riley, of course, fulfilled it. It was a sea of blood. Now it was very difficult for him to remember everything that happened in his past life. But sometimes the memories returned. Mr. Yang turned to the young man. He wanted to clarify whether Riley was going to look for children. The young master said that he had not decided yet. This was not a situation where it was possible to find any traces of a disappearance, and the orcs roaming through their forest did not help solve the case, even if it was a matter of slamming their brains. He came to the conclusion that, judging by the words of the village head, the children began to disappear 4 days ago, and not all at once, but one by one. If this is true, then the children are still in the vicinity of the village. Riley concludes that this means that the remaining villagers and children must be killed immediately. I thought to myself that he meant the crowd who had kidnapped other children and the orcs who were torturing them. The young master grabbed his sword. The elder of this village was very surprised by this decision. He did not know how to react, but he understood that this could not be allowed. The young master was determined. He held the sword in his hands, and it seemed that a little more, and he would begin to act. But the elder asked him to have mercy. The young master told the elders, but that he didn't understand why he screamed so loudly. Why should he kill him? The old man replied that Ryle had just said that he would kill the villagers. The young gentleman said that he was talking nonsense and thought that this old man was a complete fool. He couldn't even write a sentence, so the old man didn't understand him. Ryle turned around and walked towards the forest. He said that he had gone to save children from orcs. Mr. Yang asked if everything was okay with the young master. Ryle. I asked him what he was talking about. Mr. Yang said that the young gentleman took the sword in his hands. Ryle told him that he himself told him that one day he would start using it. Mr. Yang said that it's all true. It's just very dangerous. So the young gentleman replied, if he doesn't succeed, then he should just be there and help him at the right time. The young master and Mr. Yang went in search of the children. The old man remained standing in the same place. He wished them luck and told them to be careful. Ryle began to move very quickly into the forest. He told Ian to keep up with him. Mr. Yang asked to be waited because he did not have time in the next moments. Ryle was already on the tree. He needed to see the situation. From above, he could see all the orcs. He thought that he should finish them off, and they should not even blink their eyes. They should not have time to understand what happened to them. Jan shouted at home, Mr. Well, this is very dangerous. But he didn't hear him anymore because he jumped to go into battle with the orcs. Everything happened very quickly, in an instant. All the orcs that were on this lawn lay dead. Mr. Yang looked at everything that was happening in front and realized that the young master is very fast. No one in the Epellet family moves like this. Yang froze. It seemed like there was some kind of vision in his eyes. In fact, he didn't understand how his young master could master the art of telepathy like a fly. He looked at the young master and only had time to count 33-34, and Ryle destroyed these orcs with very high speed. Ryle asked Ian. He said that there were only 150 orcs, but another whole crowd came out to him. Yang replied that this is exactly what the head of the village said, that there are about 150 orcs. He asked the young gentleman what was wrong. He answered him that several creatures were missing. Ian thought that this couldn't happen, and then he realized that these several creatures were behind him. And one of these orcs tried to say that he would take revenge for the fact that the humans killed his comrades. 2 orcs were shooting and guarding the huge doors. Others ran up to them and said that they were attacked and that they needed to call more comrades and have them open the doors. At this moment, the young master already counted 90 orcs with which he was able to deal. The young master caught himself thinking that his sword would not last long, and he needed to find the children as quickly as possible. When he was at these metal doors, the 2 orcs who guarded these doors did not understand how he could get here so quickly. Ryle at that moment realized that there were no children here. He thought that he should try to look for traces of energy around the area. He felt some kind of energy, and it was coming from one of the sides of about 14 children. At least, he would have felt that way in that direction. And he also felt that this energy was slowly disappearing. Something was wrong here. He threw himself in the direction where, in his opinion, the children were. He caught himself thinking that he should be in time. When he ran up, he saw that it was a huge cave, and it was from there that the children's energy was coming. Riley didn't understand what was happening and why the energy was coming from this particular cave. The next moment, he caught himself thinking that now the energy he felt had become much less. He thought that maybe those two who disappeared first and about whom the old man spoke are no longer there. He thought that it was impossible to say for sure, but he had great doubts. At the entrance to this cave, he discovered strange spots on the ground. They reminded him of clay, but in fact it was not clay. The young master only understood this because she had a very unpleasant smell and it was impossible to breathe. When he went further, he saw the corpses of orcs that lay on opposite sides in this cave. It was not clear who killed them. A light was burning in the cave, and somewhere far, far away, he saw the shadow of a man. Did he really think it was a man? When he came closer, he saw two children whose hands were tied. The boy told his little sister that they would die here. She tried to calm him down and told him that adults would come and save them so that he would not worry. Then there were children who were very much afraid that the orcs would eat them, and then they would definitely die head over heels, and saw the young master. He asked who he was. Rail to them that he is a man who came to save them, and he is here specifically to return them back to the village. The boy was very happy that this man. The children began to shout that they were now saved. He came to save them. Ryle asked the kids if there was anyone else among them. In fact, they couldn't just get here, much less have their hands tied. Everyone shouted with one voice that Epidemic was with them. It was such a poor guy that he hid them in a cave and left something at the exit. Ryle wondered why exactly at the exit, but he had no choice but to check what he was setting. Written there that the person who would come to the aid of the children should understand him because he could only help them with this. Some children have very weak immune systems, and they most likely could have suffered from the plague, so they need to see a doctor as soon as possible. The boy told his sister that his leg was very itchy. She replied that she had it too. He asked her to scratch him. The girl told him to be patient. All this was very strange. These words where the person wrote that children could become infected with the plague could not be checked in any way. But they kept saying that they were all itching and needed to get out of here as soon as possible. When they went outside, the young gentleman counted them all. All the children were there. Yang saw the young master and hurried towards them. Rail told him to go faster because all the children were talking about some guy who brought them there. The children began to tell me that they and this guy agreed to be friends, and he was very kind and had long hair right down to his navel. Rail wanted to find out if there was anything unusual about him. One of the children said that this guy really was unusual. He wasn't breathing at all. Then this boy burst into tears. He said that the young master was so scary, and why was he talking to him like that? Ryle asked him for forgiveness and said if he could tell him more about it. The boy whined and said that this guy wasn't breathing at all. And when he noticed this and asked him out of curiosity why the guy wasn't breathing, then he answered him, if he breathes, then all the children will be in danger. He did this only because he cared about them. Now it was clear that all these orcs who were lying at the entrance to the cave died only because he breathed a little. It was clearly visible that the remains of the rotten orcs were purple in color. All this was very mysterious and incomprehensible. This man who stole the children very quickly left the city when he followed him. There was an unpleasant smell, and this smell was purple. He stopped and thought if everything was okay with these children he brought into the cave. He didn't bother too much about this topic. He decided for himself that everything was fine with the children. At least he hoped so. In fact, it was the left leg. It was one of the body parts, and he was also on their team. The thug looked at him. He didn't understand why he was here now, and why he came to him. Told him that he didn't even think about the fact that he was in Solia. If he had known, he would have entrusted this matter to Revosa. He stopped the thug and said that he was carrying anything. He probably forgot what Revosa was doing now. And she also added that he should make his face simpler. She actually looked for his anthurium and searched every crevice. This man asked Cabal to step back. If this air overtook him, no Revosa would help him. Cabal told him to stop because he is one of the 6 parts of the body and he is a leg. Why act like a beast when he is their ally? This man replied that he was not interested in their affairs with prayer or anything else, so he asked not to interfere with him in their affairs anymore. He bonded his mouth and nose so as not to breathe this air. He said that from the very beginning he did not like this leg. So he took the axe in his hand and swung it. He wanted to deal with it. At the same time, the children came back to the village. The elder thanked the young master and said a big thank you to him for saving and bringing the children safe and sound. The young master said that they should quickly take the children to the temple. They need to be checked and cured there. The elder said that they would immediately move to the temple. He stood near the cart and shouted to the children to sit down because they were going to the temple. For the children, it was an adventure, so they hurried to ensure that everyone took their place. But still, they were jostling. Mr. Yang and Ryle stayed in the village. The young master said that today they did a great job, and now they will sleep for at least 2 days. Yang looked at the young master. He clearly wanted to ask something to Ryle department of him, and asked what he wanted to say. Mr. Yang said that he wanted to ask about the ball because he had never trained, and had never held a sword in his hands while he learned this skill. Riley. He began to explain that it came to him on its own. He imagined in his head how it should be done and how it should be moved, and everything worked out for him. Ian couldn't imagine how it was possible to learn like that, and he also wanted to know about mana, because just recently he had sent him a vision. The young master did not want to admit it, and asked what kind of conduct was this, which upset Mr. Yang very much. That's why he didn't get angry with him any further. He understood that he was hiding something, but he always believed him. Ryle couldn't understand why he was attached to him. In his opinion, he did everything as it should have been. A huge black eagle flew over this small village and could cover half the village with one of its wings. It was a postal eagle. Most likely it appeared here because some news was sent to them. Mr. Yan raised his hand and the postal eagle landed right on his hands. This letter was sent by Nara. The letter said that the enemies were approaching, and then the black mock from Rhinefield survived. When the young gentleman gave this message to the doctor, he thought about it. Ian didn't understand what it all meant. The young master thought that all this was very suspicious, especially this guy Ravoso. Recently he asked Naru to drop under him to find out something, and then this note came. This was not a very good message, and what especially upset him was that the black magician survived. Mr. Yang wanted to know what happened in Rhinefield. He asked if he was hiding something from him again. The young gentleman pretended that he did not understand what he was talking about, but Mr. Yang said that he understood everything perfectly well, and he wanted an explanation. The next moment, he grabbed the young master and began to coward him. Riley told him if he didn't stop, his head would fall off. The young master said that there was nothing serious and he shouldn't worry, but Yang still demanded that the young master tell him everything in detail. It took about an hour to explain to Mr. Yang everything that happened in Rhinefield. The young master said that it was up to him to believe it or not. Mr. Yang said that he absolutely believed him and he never doubted his veracity. That is why he now has to make a decision. The young master did not understand what else he wanted from him. Mr. Yang said what he thinks about returning back to the center of Solia. What is written in the note really needs to be on the road urgently. Ryle answered him that his father has not yet decided who will be the heir. Does he really think that he can suddenly leave like that when the fate of the family is being decided? Mr. Yam was smoking all over with anger. He understood that he needed to find this man in a black cloak now and kill him. Wasn't that the most important thing? The young master did not argue and said that he agreed, and they would immediately set off on the road. For a very long time, he had hoped and expected that he would become the official heir of the family. And now, without blinking an eye, he refuses the most desired thing and now rushes in a completely different direction. He believes that there is nothing more important than stopping this black magician. Mr. Yang believed that human life is above all, and the young master completely agreed with him. However, he thought that if he was now among his family enjoying their company, they were again trying to take away from him this precious time that he so missed. At the same time, in another part, in one of the establishments, those who had not seen each other for a long time were supposed to gather. When they were sitting at the table, they realized that there had been no meeting for so many years, and suddenly they were all together again. The last meeting was 1,000 years ago, and they thought that they were flying very quickly. One of them asked where Endel was. The girl who was sitting next to her replied that he had not arrived yet. He said that he needed to pick up a student, so they should wait for him. They all became interested in who a student is. The girl explained that this is what people call those who learn something, education and all that. At that moment, the door opened and Endel came in. He said that he himself was a weirdo and didn't understand many things. Endel caught himself thinking that he still couldn't get used to Rhinefield, this terrible humid air. He didn't like it very much. Endel. I wondered why they called him and were they really all gathered here. But in fact, one thing was missing. He wondered why he wasn't here. The girl replied that she couldn't contact him and Leo wasn't there either. Everyone looked at Naini. They were wondering if she was the one he was talking about. They were interested to know if this was the so-called student. He answered them that yes, it was she. One of those sitting at the table said that he would like to watch the fight of his guard, and this girl. The girl told him to stop. She can't even walk normally. She's completely weak. Endal told him not to make fun of his knees. His guards won't even be able to touch her little finger. Vaughn told him that it looks like he's been learning to lie all these 1,000 years. Endal said, if he doesn't believe it, then let him bring 5 high elves here. One of those sitting at the table told them to stop scratching their tongues because she called them for a completely different reason. And this reason was that she felt some strange energy in this place. Everyone was surprised what the strange energy meant and why there was such a noise. She began to explain that this happened a couple of days ago. She felt a very vile energy. It was something similar to Manu, but it was not her at all. It was the same as Mano, but it was something else. She was sure that it was not Mana. Compared to Mana, it was very dark and negative energy. And with this energy, there were only 3 of them. They were all in Rayfield. If with the help of spiritual forces she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it either. One of those sitting at the table said that it was really only because of this that she had gathered them together. The other didn't understand. Is it really a big deal? Just think about 3 people wandering back and forth. The girl insisted that it seemed to her that these people were threatening the balance, which is why she gathered them here. She explained that these people interfere in matters of life and death, so they themselves make the destinies of people. When everyone sitting at the table heard about this, they were furious and did not understand how this could happen. Endel said that now Naini, the human child, must tell everything she knows, because one of those sitting at the table said that with the help of spiritual powers, she saw the past, and there she was. They all needed to know what happened that day. Naini thought a little. She didn't understand where to start to explain everything correctly. She began to say that on this day there was very heavy rain, and it was on this day that they did not meet the black magician. Naini, she said that on this particular day, they did not meet a black magician, and he had the same dark purple mana as she did. She said that this man in black, with the help of this mana, revives corpses and controls them like puppets. One of those sitting at the table said that there was nothing unusual in this. Their dragon could do this too. For him, it's a piece of cake. The girl sitting at the table said that this is of course true, but the problem here is completely different. The problem is in the human soul. Everyone wondered if she really meant that this man is black. He doesn't just control bodies, but completely restores them. The man stopped her and told her to calm down and listen to the end. Naini. She said that Mr. Riley was able to kill the black magician, and when this happened at that moment, all the bodies disappeared. The girl sitting at the table, when she looked at Naini, she noticed that her eye, with its help, can determine the location of a person. Naini replied that this is so. Then she suggested that Gaini, with her abilities, find one dead person. She asked if she could find him. Naini understood what she was talking about. Then she was given a slightly different task. That black magician, whom the young master killed, where could he be now? Naini. She understood the task and focused on it. She wanted to find out where this man in black could really be. Naini, she saw that he was alive and that now he was in the city, but she understood that this could not happen. The girl grabbed her face with her hand and covered her eye. She was afraid that something was wrong with him. She didn't understand how this could be. It was impossible that he could survive. This time, Mr. Yang and the young master decided to take a break. First, they needed to eat. Mr. Yang said that he thinks he should hurry up in this situation. And now they have things to do that are much more important than food. The young master said that they certainly won't pay off their debt as quickly as possible, but they first need to prepare well for the trip, and he is now officially fighting for the title of heir. Therefore, he needs to move with extreme caution, and most importantly, he must move in secret. Therefore, he went into one of the shops and looked at the masks that were on the counter. It seemed to him that with the help of these masks, no one would recognize him. At that moment, he remembered Naini. He didn't even understand why he was thinking about her. Mr. Yang asked Manadu the man if he was sick at that moment. His face turned red rail. He said everything was fine, and he was fine. Ryle approached the seller and said that he would take 2 masks from him. The seller told him that this was a very good choice. Mr. Yang did not understand why he bought these masks. The young gentleman told him that they would be useful to them. Ryle went forward. Mr. Yang told him to wait for him because he saw something very interesting. When Ian approached the young man, he told him to look in that direction. The young master turned around and saw that several young people were walking on the other side of the street, and one of them was well known to them. Surprisingly, it was Ferda. He walked ahead of them all, but he had some kind of worried face. The young gentleman noticed that he looked very worried. He wondered if they were heading to Lower Solia. Jan replied that, judging by the direction, it looked very similar. The young master said that they should watch him. I wonder what they are going to do. Ferda. He walked around the square with his comrades and said that they had arrived from the Tower of Magicians and that everyone should go in different directions. These guys walked and asked everyone to disperse and let them pass. They behaved very strangely. They approached the stairs that led to Lower Solia. It was long enough, and its end was not visible. It was clear that they arrived at the ship precisely because of this place at the very bottom, that dark mana began to rise. Many people asked whether this was some kind of Ferda beast asked to take people away from here. These guys turned around and explained to people that it was dangerous here and asked them to leave this place as soon as possible. Then a loud roar was heard, and a hand could be seen climbing the steps. After it appeared, one hand was visible, and the rest of the body, no one understood what it was and how this creature could be stopped. Ferda. He put his hands on his sides and told everyone back. He asked everyone to move as far as possible to a safe distance. Ferda, he used magic. He wanted to entangle him in the stems with thorns so that he could not move on. It is not clear whether this person was, and if the date why he became like this. Well, what happened in the next moment, no one expected. Many of the same creatures as the first began to climb up the stairs. They became more and more. Mr. Yang looked at his young master and asked if this was what he was talking about. If these were the corpses that were moving, the young master decided that they should meet Nara first. Ferda held on with all his might. He said that he had now blocked the passage and would not allow this creature to enter the city. Ferda made impenetrable stems with thorns so that it was unbearable to pass. They were located along this entire staircase. But despite this, these creatures crawled higher and higher and were almost ready to come out. At the same time, one of the most important meetings was taking place in another part. The black magician said that he really likes his new body and is happy with this choice. The priest turned to him and said that the left hand tried not to lose its limbs anymore. He agreed with him and said that he could not die again. It would be so ungrateful. Then he told the old man to calm down because he could take revenge on them all instead of him. With the help of his left hand, as he had done repeatedly, this is exactly what he did this time. It cost him nothing to turn all these people into a large number of corpses. Ferda came. He realized that all this power comes from here. When they came in, they were in a bit of a hurry. They didn't understand what had happened here. So many corpses lay in front of them. Unexpectedly for them, someone told them that he was asking for their forgiveness. But they didn't understand how they ended up here. When Ferda saw them, he didn't understand how they could survive and what it all could mean. The next moment, the left hand or the black magician in a new guise decided that it was worth dealing with these fools. Ferda and his partners realized that it was time to run. Everyone started shouting that we were urgently evacuating because there was an entire army of corpses here. The idea was to request help from the Tower of Magicians from the castle of Solia. They did not succeed because this black magician decided that it was time for him to have lunch. Ferda tried with all his might to stop this monster, but nothing worked. He understood that it was no good at all. The guys who came with him were scattered throughout the room, and not one of them resisted. These two stood and watched everything that was happening. They were irritated only by Ferda because he only resisted. At the same time, in the temple, the saint asked the goddess Irenese what she should do now. She didn't know what to do with Rivosa and even this dragon. She couldn't cope with it all on her own. When she needed advice, the goddess told her that if she lost her way and began to wander, then at that moment she needed to find a black butterfly. Didn't understand what these words meant, but she was ready to listen to what the goddess would tell her to the end. The goddess said that the child of the black butterfly would help her find the right path and not get lost. When they were sitting at a huge table, the girl asked Mr. Yang if everything was fine with her. He looked completely unwell, and she also asked about all the events. It turns out that they saw an invasion of corpses. The young master replied that everything was the same as in Rhinefield. These people had no mana. They moved on their own. The young master wanted to find out from Nara what she had managed to find out about Rivosa. The girl replied that he had been doing his work in the temple in the morning, and then sent him to Lower Solii, and returned late in the evening. It was very interesting. Was he really in Lower Solia? It was then, when there was a procession of these corpses, that he was sure that there was some kind of connection between him and these corpses. Mr. Yang said that he had to tell something very important to the young master, that he had already seen such a monster in Lower Solia. The young master wanted to know where he could see. Yang replied that, to be more precise, he saw not the corpses themselves, but their eyes. He saw those black, empty eyes. The young master wondered when it was. Mr. Yang said that it was 26 years ago and he still regrets it. One day, he went as a mercenary to one of the villages. There was nothing reprehensible about that. In this village, there lived a certain witch girl who was condemned by society. This girl, like those corpses from Lower Solia, had completely black eyes. He then thought that it was because of this that she was nicknamed a witch. When he met her, he realized that it was all just absurd rumors. This was a girl. She mastered the ball. Surprisingly, the girl with black eyes mastered the ball, and it was she who taught him the art of the ball. She became a mentor for him. One day, he asked her what happened to her eyes, why they darkened. Everyone was interested in what she answered. Mr. Yang continued that the girl said that she was given a blessing, and this answer was very unexpected for him. She did not need this blessing. According to her, she did not want any blessing. She did not need such eyes. It was then that the girl said that this force was from another world. Ryle was very surprised and a little scared. Mr. Yang did not understand what was going on. At this moment, everything around the beginning is shaking, and it's like the hall is cracking and is about to collapse. Mr. Yang ran up and was very surprised by what he saw. He didn't understand what the hell this was. Before his eyes, the Tower of Magicians was collapsing, and it was because of it that everything around was also collapsing. It was unclear how the Tower of Magicians, which was considered mysterious and magical, could collapse so easily. Nara also ran to the window and saw that it was true, and the tower had actually collapsed. Ferda. He stood and held these corpses. He didn't understand where the hell this wizard was when the Tower of Magicians fell here. The most important problem was where it fell. The young gentleman asked the body where it fell. Ian replied that it fell on the temple and added that he was worried because at that time a holy prayer was going on in the temple. Yang asked the gentleman what they would do. Ryle put on his mask and said that they were now heading to the temple. He told Mr. Yang to hurry up, they don't have any time. When they went out into the street, they realized that there was complete collapse there. People did not understand what was happening and what to do. One of the warriors shouted for everyone to run in that direction. That's where the shelter was. One of the girls was lying on the ground. She was nailed by a huge slab. She asked someone to save her. Mr. Yang put on the mask that the young gentleman bought. He saw this girl who asked for help and hurried. When he approached, he picked up this slab and asked if it was okay. He told her to get out and run away from here as quickly as possible. The girl told him thank you very much, but he was still a child under the slab. Mr. Yang said that he will take care of him and she shouldn't worry. The girl told him to turn around because she saw the man who was behind him approaching. Yang's sword flashed right over his head as he turned. He didn't even expect to see her. The saint asked him to remove the sword from her. Mr. Yang was happy because the saint was fine. The saint said that she was asking for his forgiveness. She didn't know who he was, but she promised that they would exchange pleasantries later and moved on. She approached the boy and asked if he could walk, and told him that he and his mother should run for cover as quickly as possible. This girl and her son did just that. They went to the shelter as the saint told them. The saint looked at Ryle and Nara as well as Mr. Yang and asked that she would like to know who they were because they were all wearing masks. Mr. Yang replied that he could not tell her. The saint said that everything is clear to her, but they help people, and that's enough. She absolutely doesn't need to know. At that moment, people with dark faces and the same dark eyes began to approach them from all sides. Ryle decided that he should not allow these corpses that were revived to do something. Nara also entered the battle with him. She very deftly and quickly dealt with them. The saint asked them all to stop them as quickly as possible, only she had one request: not to kill them. People with black eyes walked towards them from all sides. It seemed that there were more and more of them. None of these people with black eyes understood. They were completely zombified and did everything their owner told them. Mr. Yang very skillfully destroyed such people with black eyes one after another with his ball. He thought only about one thing: how he could obey the saint and how to expose and defeat them without killing these creatures. The guys who were with Ferda became the same with black eyes. In addition, they also used ice arrows and fireballs. Mr. Yang caught himself thinking that these guys also use magic. So he told the young master that it would be better to leave here. But at that moment, he heard a voice that told him where they were going. No one let them go. Everything around them became purple and black. The saint saw her assistant, and with him, the magician Pastroya was very surprised and did not understand how he could do this. Ryle clearly remembers that Astro was destroyed, and he did not understand how he could survive. The saint wanted to find out from her deputy Rios whether this was his doing. At that moment, Rivos told Euryalus that the time had come to cast a spell. He agreed with him and said that he was ready to show all these ungrateful creatures, and the first of them was Ferda. He enveloped him in a thick layer of black force, lifted him up and threw him to the ground with all his might. After the young man fell, the saint asked how he was feeling and whether he could become. Ferda raised his head and said that it was not Astroya, that a completely different person had taken over his body, and he was very scary. In fact, in his body was the same black magician whom they had already encountered once. Ryle thought to himself that he really felt that same energy as the black magician. The only thing he didn't understand was what this black magician was doing in Astro's body and why he possessed him. The saint could not stand it and asked Rivos if he was at one with this black magician. Rivosa told her that he didn't want to tell her and she didn't need to know. The most important thing is that he said that he was not going to tell her because she would die right here. And now his face was so scary that he no longer looked like himself.